What's up, everybody? Appreciate you being here. Thanks so much for hanging out here tonight, this morning, this afternoon. I don't know, wherever you are. Welcome in, everybody. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Make sure you hit that like button for us. You know your drill. 100 likes before the green flag. Now, today, no countdown to green on NBC. They're going to go straight into the race. And right now, no rain. So, Brittany, no rain. Amy, the race will be on green flags at 1:06 Central, 2:06 Eastern. But the rain is going to be iffy today. We'll see what happens. But they moved the start time up. Yes, they did. Just a little bit, about 30 minutes. But we'll see if that makes a difference. There is rain coming from the west. And we'll see if we can get at least this halfway in. So it's going to be a battle of who can get out front, who's going to strategize on trying to be out front when that rain hits. So halfway, it's 301 miles. So 301, there you go. So we'll see how it goes. But appreciate everybody being here. Yesterday, we had a great stream. We tried to do qualifying, but the rain canceled out qualifying, so they just had a little bit of practice. We had a good little practice stream. They only got about 7 laps in, and then the rain came. So, and then we thought, oh man, this is going to be bad for the Xfinity race. Back and forth, thinking about what was going to happen. They kind of delayed it. They didn't delay it at all. They put the rain tires on those suckers. They ran a couple laps, then they put the slicks back on. But Vols got to get a win. That's right, bad night for the Vols. It looked like they were coming back from behind, but they ended up losing. But and then great race, but Christopher Bell pulls it off on the last restart there. One of our mods, D, was saying that Christopher Bell was tanking. He was saving for his car for the last couple laps, and that's what he did. He overcome Sheldon Creed and Cole Custer and end up winning the race. So Toyota strong yesterday. All the JGR cars were in the top 5 yesterday for the Xfinity race. Will that happen today? We'll see. I wanted to take Christopher Bell really bad yesterday or today, but I did say in our preview vlog. Thank you guys for watching it, by the way. Over 1,000 views over that too. So, but check out our preview vlog for us as well on that. That is awesome too. But so like no pre-race ceremonies today. They're gonna go straight into it. No national anthem. No nothing. Kind of sucks a little bit. But we'll see if they keep on doing the stuff. So just a reminder note, next week I will be in Nashville for the race, so there will not be a NASCAR stream. We'll do some live streams on this weekend coming up from Nashville, on the grounds in Nashville. I'll have a preview vlog for Friday to come out as well. But we will not be streaming the race on Sunday. I will be actually at the track. You might get some live streams from the track, but we'll see how that goes. But just FYI. And it's on USA. Yeah, it's on USA as well. So I have USA on, and they have the race from Watkins Glen on. So, but I hope everybody's doing well. Make sure you're hitting that like button for us as you're coming in. Let me take a look at the chat and see how everybody's doing. What's up, Chris? What's up, SEC Football? Bronny, what's up? What's up, Rima? Billy Bones, what's going on? Good to see you, my friend. Jack says, Little Jack picked Kyle Larson and Bubba Wallace. Man, that should be interesting. San Diego Kid, I'm watching Storage Wars on NASCAR till NASCAR comes on. Nice. Robert, what is up? How are you doing? Christy, what's going on? Welcome in. Timothy, Brittany, Bronny, Kendrick, Amy. Amy will be showing we won't be showing the race. We'll have like a little aerial cam that kind of looks like the race, but it's not the real broadcast, but you'll enjoy it if you can't watch the race. So everybody else was here. Melissa was here earlier. Adam says, let's make RCR great again. Lee, what's going on? Hate on you. Can I watch the race for free? No, you cannot. Davey says race starts at 2 p.m. That's right. So we're in Central. So why is it? Okay, so there's all of that. Just subscribe. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. Justin G, Lily Orchard, Truex all the way. Good deal. Just got in. Thought it was at 2 p.m. It's at 1 Central, 2 p.m. Eastern. So we are live here on the channel. But thank you, Ryan, for subscribing. And let's see if we can get this up here for you guys. We can go through some stuff. And let's take a look at the standings of the NASCAR Cup Series. Standings. and then we'll go to the main board. But hope everybody's ready for a fun race today. I am ready, and we are ready for a fun time. So let's take a look at the standings here. Chase Elliott, a lot of people thought, well, Kyle Larson, he should have had the pole. But no, Kyle Larson with that wreck went down one. So there's Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Martin Truex Jr., Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell there. Brad Keselowski dropped 2 spots last week. Ross Chastain in that top 10. A couple people in our poll today on our community section said that Ross Chastain was going to win. There's Ty Gibbs. He could have a good run here today. Alex Bowman, Chris Buescher, Bubba Wallace, Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, Chase Briscoe, Daniel Suarez, Austin Cindric, Todd Gillen. This is where the bubble starts here. Todd Gillen, Josh Berry, and then and so on. And then let's take a look at the playoff picture. Playoffs? I just want to win a game. Let's take a look at the playoff picture right now. Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, William Byron. Hold on a second. Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski, Daniel Suarez, Austin Cindric, and then the cut line right now. Bubba Wallace right there on that cut line, and Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, Chase Briscoe, Todd Gillen, and those guys right there. So Joey Logano on the cut line. He really hasn't had a good year so far. He really needs a win to get himself in the playoffs. But Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin kind of running away with these things. So appreciate everybody being here. Thank you so much for hanging out, and keep on hitting that like button as you're coming in. No pre-race ceremony, so you won't get to hear any of the NBC stuff prior to the race. They're not doing countdown to green. But why is Kyle Busch starting 30th? I think with the Group A and Group B, they just I don't know. We'll see. Are we going to get this race in, or is it going to be a long red flag? I don't know, sure, but hopefully we'll get something in here as it's going live here in about 19 minutes. So we're just going to hang out here and talk about some stuff and see how things are going. I'm watching the 6 hours at the Glen right now and they got 3 hours left, so I don't know what they're going to show after that, but that's all right. Robert says, 8-car driver, you're going to have good stuff today. We'll see if Rowdy has his thing with him starting 30th. But this should be an interesting race to see how far we can get this in, who's going to be out front when the rain comes. We know the rain's coming, so we just don't know when it's going to come. You think we're going to get all 300 laps in today, 301 laps? We'll see. And Skeens is on the mound today for the Pirates. There you go. So I got the ticker down there for you guys to follow and the Phillies look like they're doing their thing against the Diamondbacks already. So my buddy just took his seat at the track, and they are still a go for a 2 start time. Awesome. Just overcast. So I guess we won't have the aerial cam like we did last week. We'll have what we did on Xfinity race yesterday. CeeLo, you need to go to Bristol for the fall race, Junior. I'll probably going to go there. All depends, because I'm coming back from a cruise. That is another thing. I'll be missing the first 2 playoff games where we have a cruise that we're going on that we booked way before all this really kind of blew up. But we have a cruise we're going to go on in September. So we'll definitely miss the first 2 races of the playoffs. We'll definitely have you the last race before the playoffs at Darlington, and then we'll pick back up there again. So I'm not sure if I'll go to Bristol or not. That'll mean I'll miss 3 races in a row, and I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided on Bristol yet. But next week, definitely, programming note, next week I will be in Nashville for the race. If you were in Nashville, I know I talked to T. Conley yesterday. He's going to meet up with us out there, and looking forward to meet some. If you are going to be in Nashville, let me know. If you see any of the live streams on, make sure you come over and say hi. We'll be walking around the track and looking at some merch and all that good stuff. Plus, I'll be doing some vlogging as well out there too. So Isaac, what's going on? Reggie says, "Go Cubs, go!" Very good. I will miss Martin Truex next year. Yes, that's a little bit of the news we said. You're welcome, Reggie, for the content. You are welcome. I'm looking forward to watching the Chicago Street Race in 2 weeks. Yes, that should be interesting too. Trying to see everybody's comments here as we're going through. Whoever made that baseball site you used to show the games in action need to make one for NASCAR. Yeah, would that be awesome? Like have a virtual. I mean, they show it during qualifying, so they should have it for it. But And like I said, if you just are coming in, there is no pre-race ceremonies today, so they're going to go right into the race. The cars will be rolling when they go live. We'll have everything set up for you guys with the cameras and all that stuff. So don't worry, we will have all that going. So let's get the running order. We'll talk about the running order, so we'll get that out of the way. See here. No raw feed. Okay. What's going on here? Let's try this again. Come on, raw feed. We need ya. Okay. 1 second while I work on that over here. Cup Series. New Hampshire lineup. Will this have it? Oh, no raw feed yet. It's not on yet, so we'll just wait on the raw feed for qualifying. It's just basically what we just read on the points. Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, William Byron, Christopher Bell starting 4th, Alex Bowman 5th, Joey Logano 6th, Martin Truex Jr. 7th, Ross Chastain 8th, Brad Keselowski 9th, Josh Berry 10th, Daniel Suarez 11th, Tyler Reddick 12th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 13th, Denny Hamlin 14th, Chris Buescher 15th, 16th, Todd Gilliland 17th, Bubba Wallace 18th, Ty Gibbs, Kyle Larson 19th, Carson Hocevar 20th, and Noah Gragson 21st, Austin Dillon 22nd, Chase Briscoe 23rd, 24th, Justin Haley 25th, Michael McDowell, Corey LaJoie 26th, 27th, Harrison Burton, John Hunter Nemechek in 28th, 29th, Austin Cindric, 30th, Kyle Busch, everybody, 30th, our Rowdy friends, Kyle Busch, 31st, Ryan Preece, Eric Jones, 32nd, Daniel Hemrick, 33rd, Zane Smith, 34th, and Kaz Grala, 35th, and Ty Dillon, 36th. So there is your lineup for that. And we will have the raw feed when it decides to do its thing. I'm not sure what's going on here with that, so we'll wait for the raw feed to kick in. But that is the USA Today 301. And does anyone ever read the USA Today? I asked that yesterday. Like, does people actually read the USA Today still? It's kind of crazy, but we'll have this looking a lot better for you guys when it gets going here. So let me scroll back up to the chat here and see some other things here. What y'all said. Let's see. All right, so my buddy just went to the track, got that one. Yes, Bristol fall must be raced. When is the next Brave stream? Probably Tuesday or Monday. Probably Tuesday, SEC football. Thanks again, CeeLo, for your appreciation. You're going Bowman today. Probably just ruined his chances. T-Van says, I will miss Martin Truex Jr. Ziggy, what's up, Ziggy? Good to see you. Go Cubs, go. Where's Bowman starting? There he is. You saw that there. He is in 5th place. What's up, Isaac? San Diego Kids said, whenever the race comes, Sundays the rain. Always, I know. NASCAR follows rain. If you want your city to out of a drought, have NASCAR follow it to it. I'm going to be I got a ticket for the race. Lee, you're going to be at Bristol or you're going to be in Nashville? What's up, Karen? Good to see you. Lloyd, Billy Bo's there gambling away. We have mini games in the chat, guys. I did that. I cleared my browsing data, and it's still not working, so I'll have to maybe do it again. Car enthusiast says, get that 4th Larson. I've not really had much talk about Larson winning today. A lot of people not picking Larson today. I'm not sure why, but those Toyotas are going to be strong, but we'll see how much. If you haven't subscribed, Ryan says you should do it. The best live streamer you will have. Fine. Thank you so much, Ryan. I appreciate that. Ronald says, way to go, CeeLo. Good job. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Let's see here. It's going all the way through here. Yeah, Snack Attack. Elliott on the pole position. He gets it because he is the points leader. They canceled qualifying. So let's go, Ross Chastain. Sonic, what's going on? Aussie Glenn, what's going on? Good to see you. Raymond going with a 9 car today. Is the race happening today? Yes, it is. It'll green flags at 1:06. So we got about 15 minutes or so. Live USA will go live at 1 o'clock, top of the hour here for you guys. I'm CeeLo. Hey, CeeLo. Blaney, thank you for this watch. Awesome. Thank you. I'm a Gene. Thanks for becoming a member. Thank you for being a member as well. Billy dropping those nines. Let's see Rowdy come to the front. David says, Chase Elliott on the pole. That's like Little Jack picks Tennessee Volunteers to win the Tennessee Champions. I hope so, man. We got to win tonight. You can't let them win tonight or it's over. Oh, Chicago's in 2 weeks. That's right. Nashville is next, then Chicago, and then Pocono. Dennis says he's going for Bowman. Matthew Cooper, what's going on? Good to see you. He's going for Larson. Michael's going Chase Elliott. Why is Larson starting in the back when is a second in the point standings? Not sure. I'm not sure. That's a good question, Antoine. I'm not sure what they did with them, unless it's a Group A, all Group A, and not Group B. No, that doesn't make any sense. We'll have to look at the standings. Lloyd, if it doesn't rain, Chi-Town, I think it will be a different winner this year. SVG did okay yesterday. Yeah, he did all right. And the oval, he's still learning the ovals, and he had those rain tires, still learning on those and everything. First time you're watching, awesome, Sonic. What are we going to be watching? We're going to be watching the race or the NASCAR USA Today 301 from New Hampshire. When are you going to stream the Braves? Brantley said that was going to be maybe Tuesday, definitely Wednesday. Steven says, hard to pick against Truex here, the current drivers, as he is the best average finish. Also, you got to think as well, Brad Keselowski, top 5 finishes here all the time. Yeah, the Glen is on right now, but it's going to go off. They're going to move to something, I guess, other than USA Today, because at 12:50, at 1 o'clock, it's supposed to go live. So lots of Larson wins to come from the starting pack. Something to do with the Matrix. That's what I wanted to know about. Larson 19th, but second in the poll. I think that's what happened is I think Group A, the two are 1-2 on the poll, and then Group A with points, and then Group B with points. I'm not sure. They never really explained it yesterday. I never really got a true answer. My pick is who crosses the finish line. That's a good one, Polish Racer. You're petrified for Chicago here in 2 weeks with SVG. He'll be running that thing. The qualifying algorithm also takes into finish order and fastest lap from the previous race to determine starting order. That's why Larson is so low. Okay, thank you, Cody, for helping us out there with that. So I was kind of clueless about that too. I was kind of worried about that, but thank you, Cody, for helping us with that. Last week's finish factor car enthusiast says. So yeah, that's what Cody just said. So interesting. But Ty Dillon for the win. Would that be some if Ty Dillon pulls it off in that 16? No dinger in the car tonight. Line up by points finish from last race. Okay, thank you, Billy. Glad some people know. I didn't know. Bradley's going for Kyle Busch. Aussie Glenn said, didn't think NASCAR raced on wets on ovals. Yeah, they did yesterday for the first time ever. We were here witnessing it. They only ran about a couple laps, and then they were like, all right, we got to change tires because the track got dry pretty quick. Martin, Denny, and Brad in order of the best average finish. Yeah, so all three of those. But Brad, I'm going with Brad Keselowski. I'm just thinking his way with that car with the Red Sox on there. I really think that's what's going to happen. So let me see if this works now. Mm-hmm. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that. Sonic, thank you, man. Okay, so I'm going to turn this off real quick, and I'm going to refresh everything. So 600 of us here already. Appreciate that, y'all. That's awesome. Aussie, I watched the race. Nice. Yes, sir. Larson will find a repeat. Wins today and Nashville next week. He's going to have 3 in a row. Well, that'll be interesting. Okay, try to see refreshing. We'll keep working again. Don't break a leg. Yeah, we're going to keep it. We're going to try. Let's see what's going on here. Do this. Nope. I'll just have to wait for the raw feed that says live on it. So, and then I'll be able to get it. The way Brad RFK been running, it's a good bet. Yeah, exactly. And plus, they got that Red Sox thing on there, so it's kind of like, you know, I want to say Richmond didn't start on rain tires. I don't think they did. Oh, whatever. I don't care. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Logano needs to be catch-up sponsor. They need to back drawing board in that one. Go back to a Harvick scheme. Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for the subscribe, Bradley. And we're trying to get to 16,000. That is our goal. But see if we can get there. Maybe 15,500 today. That would be cool if we get a whole bunch of subs. Lloyd dropping those 11s. What do you think about Junior saying Bristol will be his last Xfinity race? Yeah, interesting. Would be a lot of good little draw for people to come watch Junior race for sure. Let's see here. Yeah, they need to have a countdown to green. Like this is not good. Hope Deacon does better. What's up, Green Bay Packers? Good to see you. Before you do your thing, I'm gonna mute it. Ronald 12th to 34th. Come on, Bush, pull something out of the hat. Stay safe. And one key about Kyle Bush is uh, he's gonna have to play mistake-free racing. Mistake-free racing for him. So, yeah, the raw feed is not working, y'all. So we will just let's go to live. Usually they have a guide you can click on. Green flag is supposed to fly at 2:06, likely on the track at 2. Yeah, so I'm in Central Time, so we got about 10 more minutes. Hello, mate, watching from Europe. What's up, Oz and Eden? Good to see you. Got to be mistake free. Thank you for saying this. Pitt got to step up. You're right, Chris. He has to race mistake free racing. No issues at all on the track. The pit crew has to get him in and out quick, and then he has a chance of winning. 3:25 a.m. Oh, Glenn, I tell you, man, that is crazy. Where is the guide? Where's the home? Continue watching. This is weird. Don't even have like that it's coming on. We'll just leave this on here. 1 second, yo. Let me redo this since I had to reset everything. Do do do. 4 more minutes till we go live here. Okay, I did. Appreciate y'all hanging out here. Over 700 in here ready to watch this race with us together. And if you haven't joined us before, we'll have the live audio of the USA broadcast. Fubo TV. Okay. All right. Here we go. Enter. Live. What's up, Teresa? Good to see you. T. Conley, what's going on, man? Nice talking to you yesterday. Ronald Walshot. CeeLo and everyone, good afternoon from hot, humid, sunny Maryland. Awesome. We need a little sun there in the nothing's working here. So let's try this again. Link provider. No. Come on, y'all. It's having its issues today. 1 second. Not sure what's going on here. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes, y'all, it does its thing, and sometimes it does not. Live golf is lit. My son tried to get me go there, and what's the deal here? No, I don't want. No, I don't want that. Okay. Live. What's up, Rodney? Good to see you. Okay. What up, everybody? Good to see everybody. Make sure you're hitting that like button for us as you're coming in. I haven't really pushed those. We've been talking a lot. 782 of us here. We definitely can have some fun. 142. Wow. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. I don't even have to ask anymore. They're pulling on the track now. Better count them is live. Also, thank you. All right, here we go. I don't like non-pre-race ceremonies. I don't like that at all. All right, here we go.
Say today 3:01, and yes, those cars are beginning to roll. It has been an abbreviated weekend here as the fans come out. New England loves motorsports, and when the Cup Series comes, they show their pride. Well, it has been, as I mentioned, abbreviated, and that's because of the weather. The weather has been an issue here. You see right now 75 degrees, humidity 84%. There is chance of rain, and NASCAR has told these drivers and teams, be ready. We have wet weather tires if it is needed. But right now, they're on their slicks. They're rolling around. The pre-race ceremonies are complete. And let's take a look at the starting lineup. An impressive 2 rows. Chase Elliott, he's the points leader. He'll be on pole. Ryan Blaney, he won last week at Iowa. William Byron in row 2. 3 wins already this year. And Christopher Bell, well, he just won the Xfinity race yesterday. So a lot of success up top. Let's see if we can dial up the driver.
I can't get the raw feed on here, but I can't even get the cameras on.
Joey, it's the USA booth. You got us?
Got you loud and clear.
All right, bud. It's been a crazy weekend. Qualifying canceled. Weather yesterday. Weather today possible. What are you expecting for today?
Right now, everything looks pretty dry and normal here for Louden, so we'll see what we got with our Hunt Brothers Pizza Mustang. We got plenty of extra.
Like normally it says live, but it's not.
A lot of family and friends up here. Got the JL Kids crew here as well, so ready to make it happen today.
I know. I mean that's a bummer. No pre-race, no national anthem. I mean that's what we get into.
Snyder, he's going to be with the 22 team in stage 2. Paul Wolf, he's crew chief. One of the best in the business. Let's learn a little bit about him.
I can't even get those up, man. I had to click on leaderboard. Okay.
4 tires, 2 cans, no adjustments.
Paul Wolf and Joey Logano, they can take a 10th place car and run 5th with it, and they do that often.
You know, Paul is probably one of the best at calling a race.
As they come off the pit lane, looks like Joey Logano is going to lead them.
Like this is.
Paul's always been the guy that's just going to roll the dice.
Let's do it this way.
They would always come out on top of some weird call of like a 2-tire thing, a no tire, and it would work for him.
You're better than them on equal tires, so you got this.
I feel like he does a really good job of when their car is not great, he'll do something totally off
there
the
we
wall, and then the caution will fall, and boom, there's Joey lined up in the front 2 rows for one of the late restarts.
Some pretty high praise there for Paul Wolf, one of the best strategists here in the NASCAR Cup Series. Let's chat with him. So he would kind of think like New Hampshire, 301 laps, short race. It would be simple strategy, but that's not the case. Why?
Yeah, far from it. Obviously, you kind of look back at last year's race and kind of the tire strategies that happened there. You know, a lot of it's dependent on your running position and when the cautions fall, but there's definitely opportunities, and I think we'll see it today where guys will switch it up, whether that's stay out, 2 tires, 4 tires. So, you know, and throw in the weather on top of that. We got plenty to think about today.
Yeah, so let's talk about this race for the 22 team. 9 races left in the regular season. Is this one kind of circled as, hey, there's one we can win?
Well, historically we've been strong here, and the short tracks have been good for us this year. And I think as we looked at this stretch after we won the All-Star race at Wilkesboro, that this was another one on the list that we felt like we could have a shot at. And 7 laps of practice isn't a lot, but seemed like we've got something to work with today, and we'll stay on top of it all day. And like you said, get that strategy right, because I think potentially it could flip-flop, and if we get on the rain tires or wet tires, that changes things up a lot.
One second, y'all.
As of now, they are outside the playoffs, but a win would change all of that.
My gosh.
The access Team Penske is going to give us. I'll be sitting right here during stage 2, Kim Kuhn.
Well, Marty, Chase Elliott rolls off first this afternoon, and while he didn't actually win the pole yesterday with the fast lap, the metric that sets the starting lineup is performance-based, which showcases how strong the number 9 team has been this season. Chase is the only driver to have finished every race in the top 20. He enters the race today, the points leader. The goal for that team, maintain that position. And Parker, they told me even more than the track position they get starting first, taking advantage of that very first pit stall is going to be key today if they want to get to victory lane.
Well, Kim, for Denny Hamlin, the 11 team, they'll roll off 14th here. And in the words of crew chief Chris Gabehart, they have been good at New Hampshire, not great. So in the quest to become great, they came here with an entirely different setup philosophy underneath that 11 car in just a couple laps in practice.
All right, we got it under control now, y'all.
If it went that fast, not pushing, just wait.
Thank you, Chris D.
Pushing it inside the 11 car. They could have found what they need to be great here.
We got it going now. This took a little bit.
Thank you, Marty. And we heard, excuse me, Parker, Marty mentioned earlier 9 races to go before the playoffs get underway. You look at the playoff standings.
This took a little bit. Thanks, guys. Thousands of us here. Thank you so much, y'all.
Still 6 opportunities for somebody to lock themselves in those 9 races.
Make sure you hit that like button. We're trying to get to 200 likes.
Storylines are plenty, right?
Almost there.
Good on points. Surprisingly, hasn't won yet. But how about Joey Logano? You talked to him earlier, Jeff. We just heard from Paul Wolf. Amazingly,
you know, as long as it's Kyle Busch, you don't care. Sundrop, good to see you.
Kyle Busch, 31 points below. Those are 4 championships. 2 drivers with 2 championships each, currently on the outside looking in. And with a variety of racetracks coming up over the next, 6 or 7 weeks, I think anything really could happen.
Yeah, and this is one of the more.
I think Barry will be good today. I think he can get some laps. Awesome, T-Van.
On these race cars, so.
Keep hitting that subscribe button for us.
Now, and with weather in the area, you have to assume you're only going to race to halfway, so you got to pick that intensity up now.
And you've had 7 whole laps of practice, Rick, to get it figured out.
Before they get the green, let's listen to the 24 radio.
All right, this is a challenge for us, but we got a good car, had a good day yesterday.
Oh, green flag already. They surprised me. I don't like this at all.
Yes, sir.
Green flag. Let's go. Boogity, boogity, boogity.
301
Chase.
in front of them. We are racing in New England.
So the cam is going to be a lot faster than the audio. 200 likes. Y'all are awesome. Keep it going, y'all.
Well, Chase Elliott drove it in deep, slid up all the way to the 3rd lane, but was able to turn back down the hill. That's going to make him easily clear in the lead.
Awesome, Hudson. Good to see you.
With Blaney and Bell.
Chase Elliott out front already. Hey, on lap 3, we're going to honor Dale Sr., y'all. Lap 3. We're on lap 1.
Aggressive
lap 3, we're going to honor Dale Sr.
Precipitation already on the camera that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh Berry got a big run.
See some rain. That's not good.
Joe to his inside, but now can he make that pass?
All right, remember what happens every lap 3.
Falls in behind the 22.
Yeah, he is. Come on, NASCAR.com. Kick in, buddy. Lap 3, we're honoring Dale Sr. right here. Let me see those 3s in the chat.
Blaney continuing to hug that.
Let me see those 3s.
You just see how much work it is on the bottom as we're on board Joey Logano on the Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard camera. He's going to decide to follow Chastain through.
No pressure behind.
And you would think at most short tracks, with this type of corner, the 12 car would be in the premier lane, but he's not. You see cars passing him on the outside. There's a little more banking higher up on the groove. That bottom groove has the least amount of banking, so he just wasn't able to get his car to work there.
Jeff, you or I were out on the pace car a couple days ago. When you say the least amount of banking, it feels flat, 0. I know it says it has 2 degrees. It doesn't.
Thank you guys so much.
There's no banking at all.
Bro, Dale, we'll always miss you, man.
guys, one car that caught my eye right here is that.
Thank you for honoring Dale Sr. Thank you, Josh.
Losing a couple spots at the beginning. I thought maybe he was just sort of stuck on the bottom, but as you see here, the 19 Martin Truex all.
Thanks for subscribing, Josh.
Talking to Rudy Fugo's crew chief, he put a lot of emphasis on this place, saying
Facts.
we have historically not been good.
Raise, you know what? Praise, you know what?
2 or 3 things inside this race car in just a couple laps of practice. We thought we saw some good things, but right now, William Byron
10 times, yes, sir. There's no argument on that, T-Van. You and I are on the same page on that one.
One thing that these teams are going to struggle with is this racetrack is going to change a great deal. It's going to get rubber built up into it. They got just a few laps of practice, almost really learned nothing, Steve. And, you know, it's going to change, and you're going to have to keep up with this racetrack.
You are correct 100%, T-Van. No questions asked on that one. Speaking of, there's Diddy. Him and Brad.
Alex Bowman does not like this place. He will admit it. He actually ran the Xfinity Series race yesterday to try to get some more laps. As we see Denny Hamlin, that purple and white Yahoo car, moves to the left of Brad Keselowski with that interesting looking font for the number. A New England guy myself, I recognize that font. That's some Red Sox Fenway font for the number 6. See the Red Sox logo on the BuiltSubmarines.com car. Remember the R.
Bowman, yeah.
Is the Fenway group.
And NASCAR will eventually fix the running order, y'all. I'm sorry.
You remember Johnny Pesky?
At least we got it up.
I know the name.
It took forever to get up.
No, he's one of the famous number 6s there. Mr. Red Sox, they called him. He's part of the Red Sox Hall of Fame.
Thank you guys for subscribing. Kyle ain't playing. I like that. Ain't playing. Thank you, Ford and 1. Appreciate you.
We're going Green Monster all the time, bouncing one off left field. See right here, and this is what makes this track so difficult. 11 and 6.
As you get older, you understand Dick Trickle better.
3 feet lower. He was making it a little harder on Denny. Denny slid up, but once again, not clear on the top of the screen.
Let me put my redeems on, y'all. I forgot to do that.
Chastain, Blaney trying to come through, so we thought Blaney was struggling early, but maybe his car just didn't really respond on low air or cold tires. It seems to have.
It's my fault.
Talked about Logano and where he is in points at the start of this show. This is a very important race for Joey Logano. This is where they've had a lot of speed. This type of racetrack, they need to execute. He's been very vocal about it. The upcoming races, he's not as confident about in regard to their cars. This is a very important race.
Hold on, I'm trying.
Down the back straightaway. He slowed a great deal. Several guys got by him. It looks like he's up to pace in the corner here.
I don't know if he missed a shift or.
Thank you so much, guys, for subscribing. Y'all are awesome.
It was just a straight line situation. Here he is down the backstretch. So much so he pulls left.
I'm trying. This is NASCAR.com's issue. I'm trying, y'all.
Long now with him in the screen on the bottom right hand of the television, and he looks fine now. We'll do a little digging and figure out what happened.
Josh Berry right now side by side with the 1 of Ross Chastain.
We're on lap 9 of 301, y'all. Lap 9 of 301.
Working his way back now to the inside.
Sorry, lap 11. Lap 11 of 301. I'll keep you up to date. Oh, yes, sir, T-Con. I can't wait to see you
You guys
next
had
week.
mentioned the struggles of the Hendrick team.
I'd stream every race.
We haven't seen the 5 of Kyle Larson win at this racetrack.
Thank you, Bruce, for subscribing.
Win at this racetrack.
Thank you.
There have been struggles from that organization. Marty, how about the 22 team?
Yeah, I thought Jeff made a terrific point a moment ago as we ride on board top of your screen with the Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard camera for Joey Logano. And he and Paul Wolf.
It'll eventually work, y'all. Just hang tight.
Said, listen, this is our stretch. Paul told
I
Joey,
did, Brandon.
We need to win one of these next few races. And they kind of had a few races like Gateway, here, a few other places circled, because to Jeff's point, they felt like the short track program was their best shot right now to win a race. Ford has struggled at the intermediate tracks, but here, and you heard Paul say it a moment ago, they really feel like this is sort of the end of that window, Steve, that they can get a win
see, now we lost it.
That's their best way to lock themselves into the playoffs.
Yeah, when I talk to the Ford teams, not specifically Paul Wolf, but take kind of the sum of all the conversations, it seems like they just don't feel like they can make efficient downforce. They can match the downforce of other race cars, and that's why on tracks like New Hampshire and St. Louis, where a straight line speed isn't so valuable, they can match it for handling purposes. But when you go to the higher speed tracks, where you have to also worry about your potential top speed and your straight line speed, they can't quite get to the same efficient level of downforce. Now, we'll see if they get that figured out. You know, we've said that about Ford for the last couple of years, and yet they're the champion the last couple of years. So they always seem to find a way at the end of the year to bring that speed. Kim, how about the 12 and Blaney and another Ford?
Yeah, you guys were asking if he had an issue, maybe he missed his shift. Well, the team wonders the same thing. I checked in and they kind of shrugged. They said, we have no idea what happened. I've been monitoring the radio since the start of the race on the 12 team, and Blaney has been absolutely silent. So any issue he had, he's overcome. So we kind of still have questions onto what happened for Ryan during those few laps.
You remember Blaney started up in the front row.
Can't get it back now.
Has fallen back to that 5th spot. Chase Elliott started on pole. He has led all 15 laps here at the Granite State.
Chase Elliott out front. I'll let you listen in to the crowd here. Thank you guys so much for subscribing, y'all. Appreciate you so much. What you're watching in that little box right there is on NASCAR.com. Anybody can watch it. It is not the broadcast. It is off of NASCAR.com. So you guys, anybody can watch it. I'm still trying to work on the thing. Y'all enjoy the race. I'm trying to get the raw feed working, y'all. It is not wanting to be fun today. This is so weird. Normally it just pops up. It is not popping up. I'm sorry, y'all. And literally, it should pop up like that, boom, and it's not there. Back to the audio here.
When you sign up, DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. And you look at the bottom left of the graphics right there.
There's Rowdy. Let me see my Rowdy friends.
Race cars were, or the drivers were before the event. Currently, you can bet Chase Elliott leading at 3-1 plus 300. If you feel like Logano can recover,
that one's
he's all the way
working.
down there at 7-1.
I don't understand it.
12-1. Reddick 15-1.
All right, we'll do this raw feed again.
In the good-looking DraftKings Toyota, the
we'll bring it back here, and it's still not working.
Bubba Wallace currently sitting in
still
that
not on
spot on the playoff standing, just 6 points to the good, and so they had circled points as a goal for today. Right now, they are outside of earning
1 second.
In stage
We'll get it back here.
Now, Bubba's been silent on the radio, but there were some questions. They only made 4 laps yesterday in practice, and crew chief Rudy Barker told me he thinks they were able to learn something in those 4 laps, and they made some adjustments off of that, but there's a big concern that hopefully they were not misled. Right now, he hasn't made any headway at a track, Marty, that is very hard to pass.
Kim, beginning of the year, I don't think anybody thought with 9 races left in the regular season that Kyle Busch would be 31 points below the cut line. In the last 3 weeks, they have lost a ton of points as Busch loses another spot after starting 30th. He's in 32nd. I talked to Randall Burnett about that, and he said on paper, we've lost 43 points to the cut line in the last last 3 weeks, but when you consider the potential we've had in our car, it's closer to 70 points. If we're going to make it on points, we have to clean that up, Parker.
All right, y'all can ask me who's where, and I'll let you know. Do I speak French? No, I do not.
He's the highest running of these cars above his teammate, the 24 William Byron. Both of them started 5th and 3rd, and now
I've done everything. It's not on us. I've done everything I can do. It's NASCAR that the raw feed's not working. It'll eventually work. Y'all just enjoy the race. Let me know where everybody is. I'll let you know. Right now, it's Chase, Christopher Bell, Logano, Barry, Blaney, the top 5. Chastain, Truex, Bowman, Reddick, Hamlin in the top 10.
Where to run line-wise and how to adjust, but the speed is just not there, and definitely not there like those Toyotas you see right there. The Denny Hamlin, who's marched in the top 10 from starting 14th.
And Parker, it's been surprising to me. The Chevrolets have not had great success here at this racetrack. But probably even more surprising, Steve, you mentioned it before the green flag came out. Kyle Busch and his struggles. He has struggled at this racetrack, and coming off a year where he put 3 wins together at RCR, and now
okay, hold on a second. Let me see if I can
to run in the 32nd position at this racetrack. I think that's probably the biggest surprise of the year so far for me.
Yeah, I mean, 19 years, Kyle Busch has won a race in his career, looking for 20 in a row. He already owns the record. He would like to extend the record. And what makes this race so difficult and the short practice and the no qualifying is we're 27 laps into a 70-lap stage. You can run all 70 laps on a fuel tank. You can run about 95 laps, maybe 100 if you had to stretch it. So there's really kind of no rest, right? If you just miss it from the start, you have to run all 70 laps barring a yellow, and that does not give these drivers that are struggling much hope. As we see Hamlin trying to recover a little bit. His start wasn't quite as good because of the accident last week. Remember, the metric takes points and where you finished last week and fast lap and a bunch into this math equation. So Denny started a little bit further back than perhaps we normally see the 11.
Talked to Denny this morning, and he was really hoping for dry conditions. Feels like they got a really good car. He's always good here. Talked about teams struggling. Well, this is one of them today. This 99 car, Suarez, they have lost almost 20 spots. 19 spots since the start.
Yeah. Must be just mine. I don't know.
He's complaining about it actually bouncing up and down on the racetrack. That is headed in the wrong direction.
And Kim, you've got more about a busy week with Suarez.
Yeah, it's been a very busy week. Daniel
Come on,
Suarez
back
actually
on.
got to take his oath for becoming a U.S. citizen on Tuesday. He passed the test back on April 29th, but there you see him. He was one of 48
Where are you at,
from 20
cameras?
different countries to take the oath to be sworn in as a U.S. citizen. And
okay.
a special thing happened today. They got clearance from NASCAR to put stickers on the race car representing his dual citizenship. So you see him adding the USA sticker next to the Mexican sticker right there. A very proud moment for Daniel Suarez. But Jeff, to your point, they are struggling so far on the track right now. They were hoping to kind of use some momentum from a top 10 finish last week, but when I checked in with Matt Swiderski before the race, they wanted to run in the teams that said they felt like they learned nothing in the few laps they put in on practice yesterday, and so it was a big guessing game on what the car needed here today.
Jeff, you mentioned how rough the car is, but the track in general is relatively smooth. The real problem is right here. This is looking at the end of the backstretch. The cars are heading at you. And just look right there at the end of the soft wall, how much the front of the car bounces over those bumps getting in the corner. And that, unfortunately, not only is it rough, but if your car doesn't get over those bumps good under braking, the rest of the corner is kind of a mess. You can't slow down to the right speed. You can't hit the right spot. It looks like it should be relatively simple. Entrance to turn 3 isn't bad, into turn 1 isn't bad, but into turn 3 is so rough.
And see, this is one of those racetracks where a driver is rewarded for carrying a lot of speed into the corner. The center of the corner is so far away from the entry that it allows you to carry a lot of speed and then get the car slowed down. But to do that, you have to drive the car empty, use a lot of brake to get the car slowed down, but it's hard to do that when you're going over those bumps.
Riding along with the Toyota onboard, Mark Truex Jr., last year's winner of this race, dominated, won both stages and the race, and now he's been the
Work.
You know, Jeff, I found it compelling what Parker was saying that Eddie Hayes
There we go.
setup. That's also what Martin Truex
Good news, y'all. Good news.
won here last year at New Hampshire. James Small told me, listen, on the short tracks, we've honestly missed it a little bit coming off the truck. He said we came with something completely
voila.
different. We got just enough laps in practice to be able to say, I think that's the right road to go down. We're going to stick with it. So far, that's paying off for him, Steve. But talk about the tough weekend for these race teams, Steve, when they only had a handful of laps. You totally
Okay.
on what the right direction was for the race today.
Thank you guys that have subscribed. We appreciate you. Thanks so much, y'all. We're back in business now.
We heard the radio. I couldn't make out exactly what he said, but something about maybe shifting either not or shifting in a different location, but I haven't seen him shift yet, and I think I would have thought he had around the 5th gear. Country set fourth, you see his left hand.
Boogie to boogie. Let's go now. Let's go. Have some fun now. Let's relax and chill.
Jeff, it's more than just engine RPM. Sometimes when you downshift, it really changes the balance of the race car. It allows the car to either have, you know, be a tighter balance or a freer balance. I think it affects each car differently.
Yeah, almost every driver talks about when you downshift, it puts RPMs in the car.
Got to work.
Makes the car drive better.
Thank you. It took forever.
As many RPMs as you can get.
All right, let's look here. Hamlin in top 10. I'll take it.
Up front has dropped to just 1
Hi, Hudson. Good. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Choosing between
All right.
and sex drive.
Oh, I had the audio on. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'm sorry. You will hear it a lot better when it comes back from commercial, but I had the camera on, the audio of the camera on. So you'll hear it better when you come back. You just became a member, Kyle. Thank you so much. And who else did I miss? Becoming a member. Kyle, thanks for becoming a member. And somebody else. 1 second. Kyle for becoming a member, and someone else became a member too. Does this highlight it for me? No. If I missed you becoming a member, thank you so much. I know I missed one person. Watching this naked is more fun, David. That's funny. So thank you, whoever, Kyle and whoever else became a member. I see it's up there. I just can't see who it is. Kyle and Kyle became a rookie member. Awesome, man. Thank you so much. That might get us a copyright there on that one, but maybe not. Can you see this? Yes, Coop, I can see it now. Sorry, if I wasn't paying attention to the chat, I was trying to get everything working. I can see you, Coop. Yes, I can see you, Coop. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Sparkling. Appreciate all the love, y'all. All right, back to it. Here we go.
Exclusive gear, autographed merchandise, and one-of-a-kind race day experiences. Visit NASCAR.com/fan
Eating Cheetos, nice, Ed.
3.5 seconds to 1 second to now. Side by side, here comes that 20 of Christopher Bell. He's looking to take the lead away from Chase.
Oh, Christopher Bell.
Series race, his 4th win in
picking up where he left off yesterday.
And now Bell is showing that not only are those Joe Gibbs Toyotas good, but his comfort level is high here. Elliott ran out to a lead. It looks like he's getting a little tight, especially in the middle of the racetrack, using up a lot of track. That 20, Jeff, very efficient around the bottom.
Yeah, there's bad weather coming.
Race car driver, and he loves this racetrack.
And Christopher Bell, the new leader.
Joe Gibbs racing.
Unless Chase takes it back.
Consistently bring fast race cars here. And that's where if you have a fast race car, Steve, you're good with no practice.
Yeah, right.
You know, you like it. You're like, all right, I don't want to give practice to the other guys. We're going to unload and be just fine.
Well, that is kind of, you know, people always say, how is one organization so good at a racetrack? And it's surprising because even with a new car, a new setup, a new tire.
Christopher Bell, the new leader, if you're a 20 fan.
Hampshire,
Let me see those 20s in the chat. Christopher Bell, the new leader.
What you prioritize, aero versus mechanical grip, it stays consistent year after year, and I think that approach is part of the success.
And Steve, I love the coaching from Adam Stevens for Christopher
Martin
Bell
Truex Jr. fastest lap.
He identified pretty quickly about 15 laps into the run. He said, I think our car is going to be better on the long run than the 9 car. Just be patient, stick with it. And you mentioned the 4 wins in the Xfinity Series here for Bell. How about 6 wins and 10 National Series starts for Christopher Bell here at New Hampshire? He loves
You're
this
welcome,
racetrack. And Jeff,
Ova. You're welcome. Sorry, it just took a little bit to get it looking good. Thank you, Rick, for subscribing.
Here. He said, it's almost like a dirt track to me. You're constantly searching around for grip. That's what I love about New Hampshire. You're a 4-time winner here, Jeff. Is that a true
And if you need to know where, I'll scroll up here so you guys can see.
It is. You have options. You know, if your car isn't driving well on the white line on the very bottom, you move up the racetrack.
Ty Dillon in last place, 1 lap down.
Different degrees of banking depending on where you put the race car.
Thank you, Rick, for subscribing.
So your entry speed, your
Wanda too. Thank you.
All of those things are options here. They're not required because it's not a one-groove racetrack. So a dirt car driver, he's accustomed to going and finding grip, and this falls right into what he's so good at.
The other part
Thank you, Sharon.
talked about. If it's not driver, sometimes
the Toyotas are better on the long run
Josh Berry right here in the
as they're climbing.
Running in 4th. Well, he's had 3 top 10s.
Thank you, Parker Kennedy, for that $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Parker. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Parker.
Harvick, when he drove the 4 car, he finished in the top 6 the last 6 times here. So you're talking about a crew chief
Keselowski back at 16th. What happened to him? What's up, Ray?
Because he is, you know, very good at a racetrack. It's carrying
racing in the tornado watch. America.
And Steve, that learning process of going from what Kevin Harvick liked in the car to what Josh Berry likes in the car is something Josh and I talked about this week. He said, I feel like we're finally at the point where they know what I want in the car and they can.
Don't say that R word, Lloyd. We don't like the R word. James says, go see Bell. Dylan doing Dylan things.
Christopher Bell overtake leader Chase Elliott. Chase's car is just not to his liking. Take a listen to what he told his team.
Hard on the rear. It's just kind of hard for me to get it on the right front, but my ride's really bad. Been bad.
Get rid of this ad right here.
So Chase Elliott having issues with an ill-handling race car. And Steve, when he says his ride is bad, as a crew chief, what kind of notes are you making for that first stop?
Where's Bushy Bushy?
Your driver what you need.
Well, it's hard, Ken, because I'm assuming he's talking about into turn 3 over those bumps. And some things can be adjusted, whether it's overall height of the car or some air pressure. But some things you have to just live
1
with.
lap down, 33rd.
I thought he looked tight because he was using the race car. But Jeff, maybe his ride's so bad and being loose, he just can't turn the wheel to run the rate as he wants, and that's what making him go move up the racetrack.
Yeah, you see this great battle right here. Martin Truex Jr. underneath. Josh Berry. Blaney just got by. Josh.
Don't be a Chastainator.
But the other information that
keep hitting that like button, trying to get to 1,000 likes
really
again today.
And smart to give is he said the ride is rough.
Keep hitting that like button for us.
The tires got air in them, and what he's saying is, hey, we can't lower the back of the car anymore. It's already too rough. And sometimes it'll ride rough on low air pressure because it's hitting the bumps.
Thank you, Rusty Bones.
It stops hitting the bumps.
Thank you, Kyle Bushy's car.
You can change the height of the car, but that information from Elliott was like, no, we probably shouldn't do that.
Well, it's
Race Monday, I know.
Because the old car majority.
Maybe they'll get it in.
Because you were hitting
Chevy's struggling right now.
So Jeff, to your point, air pressure would raise the car up. They blow up like balloons. But the back of these cars hitting the shock.
Thank you, Parker. I appreciate the super chat. Morning, Ken.
Travel of the race car. So it'll be interesting to see what the 9 does. Now, at the same time, he's running second, so there's no reason to panic. You want to just start cranking on everything. But that's
Truex coming.
Trouble here because he ran a 31.
Up in P6, well, if you go all the way back working P5 now.
The fastest car on the racetrack currently in 11th. He's at a 31.30.
Thank you, Hope.
You know, I know you're second, but is that because you started up front, or is that?
That's right, Reggie. Pray for the vortex.
So look, he's rolling.
We talked about running all over this racetrack and how dirt track drivers find a way to do it. Obviously, the 5 of Kyle Larson, he has tons of dirt experience. Look where he has his car at the moment. He is nowhere near the bottom.
Zane Smith, lap down there. This is Josh Berry, battle for 5th.
Bubba Wallace right behind him trying to do the same thing. Kyle making good pace there.
That's high. I haven't seen anyone up over that darker asphalt. That's the highest I've seen somebody.
Marty.
And Steve, I think he's just searching at this
yeah,
point.
he's going to have to.
You can translate this into what the folks at home would understand. Larson said it just feels like I have nothing to lean on corner entry. Is that a familiar issue here at New Hampshire?
That is definitely a familiar issue. And what he's talking about is he's too loose. The back of the car.
Yeah, you're good to go, Coop. I can see you, man.
So he can't
you're good on our channel.
The amount of pace that he wants because he's
you're in YouTube jail. That's not good.
Get him out of the groove or get him wrecked, Parker.
And Jeff, just one thing that sticks in my mind when you guys were talking about Chase Elliott commenting on the car being really rough as it goes through the corners. You know, the visible bumps in the entry to turn 3, but one of the things that stuck out to me yesterday was how bumpy the center of the corners are.
Under rain is just not falling, or it's evaporating as it falls.
Trying to get away from more race in New Hampshire when we come back.
All right. Make sure you're hitting that like button for us and subscribing to the channel. We're trying to get to 500 likes. We're almost there. Halfway to 1,000 likes today. Thanks so much for all the love. Thanks so much for the subscribers. Thanks for the super chats. Thanks for the memberships. You guys are amazing. As let's listen into the track like we're actually there, y'all. I get to hear this. I get to hear this live next week. Get to hear it next week. Hey, CeeLo, Denny running good, or is that Danica or Haley trying? Exactly. CeeLo, we'll get 3K 3K today. That's right, man. Let's see.
We offer industry-leading pay and employer.
Let's go, Chastain. The good news is it's isn't supposed to rain till 6 p.m. Fingers crossed. Love Truex to finally get a win. Yeah, go out on bang in the playoffs. Your videos are so good. Thank you, Parker. Joey Logano, Penske cars riding together there. Logano and Blaney battling for third here. Logano and Blaney. And my Penske fans out there? Where's my Penske fans? Let me see those Blaney and Logano fans out there. I'm wearing a Blaney hat tonight, y'all. Ryan Blaney. 11 hit the wall. Don't say that. Don't say that. Penske. Let's have Logano crash. It would be awesome, Darwin says. All right, back to the audio here.
Christopher Bell, earlier this week, when he gave up a little bit of news that I don't think was supposed to be announced yet. In that media center, he mentioned when Chase joins the team, and Chase Briscoe was actually at a dirt track racing where he finished second here.
I can't believe that Chase Elliott's coming to our
because he knew he was
coming to Joe Gibbs Racing.
You see this battle right here. Yeah. They're trying to stay on the lead lap. And these two have been going at it. And now the leader is there.
On the bottom of the screen, Joey Logano has worked his way out of the rear bumper of the 9. Right there is where I think the 20 is so good, like that 2/3 mark. As you watch on the top of the screen, he's going to.
Is it time for Hamlin to work? Wreck? I don't know. Yeah, he's usually out by the second lap.
Of that 30
or lap down. Thank you, Elmo, for subscribing. Jace as well.
Right there. You see how the 20 kind of
Where's the 21?
The front tires on that 20 car really seem to work through the middle of the corner. I think that gives the driver options. On the bottom of the screen, that paddle for second is heated up.
There he is, 24th spot. Next car to lap down is Chase Briscoe.
Logano runs down Elliott. Blaney has run down Logano.
Yeah, we talk about Logano being good on these racetracks. Well, that 12 car, I would say, has been just a little bit better, just a little more speed than the 22. But
Elliott's moving.
Teammates,
2-second lead for Christopher Bell.
Still trying.
Thank you, Galen.
On Chase Briscoe.
POV Hamlin blows up again. We'll see. Rick,
Make it all the way to the end of the stage. We'll see the green and white checker, and everybody will come to pit road.
What's up, Samson?
I assume it's going to be 4 tires for everyone and adjustments. The interesting thing is they've burned more fuel. They can put in the race car on a 4-tire change. So what teams will wait to fill up the fuel tanks and which guy will leave on the jack? So, Parker, we may see a variety of pit stop speeds. What else are you hearing on the 14 as he now is going a lap down to the 20th belt?
Well, what he's doing right there,
Chase Briscoe. Chase Briscoe going a lap down. He's the last car on the lead lap.
Because the one thing that hurts the strategy calls and the abilities of
He's the next one, and then Ryan Preece. So both of the Stuart Haas cars there. Thank you, Braden, for subscribing.
They're not going to have that opportunity if that 20 car gets by him. So he's been told to race him at all costs. You see him right now not giving Christopher Bell any room as they come up the corner, Marty.
Battle for second, bottom of your screen. Joey Logano trying to get it from Chase Elliott. You know, it's interesting, Jeff. A moment ago, Christopher Bell asked Adam Stevens.
Stage one? Oh, I forgot for stage one.
Almost 3 seconds to second. So 6 laps to go in the stage. Would he maybe cut his potential new future teammate a break?
Tell Chase, yeah, I love him.
Put him down a lap. What do you think, Jeff?
Battle version, good to see you. Yeah, we're blowing it out of the water. Almost to 500 likes.
Many cars a lap down as you can. This is as far as
my balls are in trouble. I know promo code.
Getting in the corner. Now he's just going to drive in the corner deeper.
I thought we were coming back last night, but it didn't work.
Take that spot. You have to.
You're welcome, JH.
Cars, you have to put them down. You saw how Lucy got on the exit of turn
Coach, it's Go Denny. Thanks for being here, Coach. Redeem Go Denny.
Right there that he can put a lap down.
Butterfly, Richard, I appreciate you guys. I got great mods, y'all.
All those cars that are lap down, they're guys you don't have to go through to get back to the lead.
I'll go one more. It's kind of like match play golf. You can never mentally take your foot off the gas. I don't care if this is for position. You're here to beat everyone, and you need to beat everyone every lap. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't times to ride to save your equipment. That is the strategy to win. At no point should you give up the idea to win a race.
Thank you, Ova.
Now between Chase Briscoe and Christopher Bell, under 3 laps to go in stage 1. Ryan
Christopher Bell, Elliott, Logano, Blaney, Berry.
Another driver trying to stay on the lead lap. Here comes Bell once again, closing that gap again.
You hear drivers talking about how hard it is to pass.
It's all good.
You know why
I should probably just change it.
Because the car that's getting lapped, he's only a couple tenths slower than the fast car. I mean, that's
Ross. Outdoor Adventures with Samuel says the Watermelon Man, Ross.
2 to go now.
What are lap counts in stages? You get certain points for certain positions when you finish the stage.
Toyotas not only just lead the race, but there's a whole chunk of them inside the top 10.
You know times are changing when the 8 and the 3 are sitting a lap down. I know. Aaron, thank you.
Chase Briscoe is going to try to stay on that lead lap. We'll see if he can do it.
Awesome, Brandon. Appreciate you.
That higher line is working for Briscoe, but here comes Bell. Trying to put him a lap
I love
down
that Byron's Favaline
continues on the bottom of the screen. Through 3 and 4, the final time. And Briscoe looks as though he's going to be able to hang on to a
So Briscoe saves going a lap down.
Christopher Bell, that's his 7th.
Congratulations, Christopher Bell,
that's second most
for stage 1 victory, running away with it already.
Battle for 9th.
Points are available. 45 of Reddick runs the 3rd lane basically to roll around both of them. And Reddick will get 9th, Bowman 10th, and Ty Gibbs will get shut out of points.
Yeah, the top 10 get points.
From green to green and white checkered in stage 1.
All right, congratulations, Christopher Bell. Let's listen in to Christopher Bell's in-car camera here. 1 second. I gotta log in here. 1 second. I'm gonna turn the camera off real quick. I gotta log in real quick so you can hear the in-car camera. One second. I'll bring it back here in a second. No aerial cam today because of the cloud cover, but maybe they'll be back. All right, now let's listen in to Christopher Bell. We have access to it here. Come on now. Bring those likes up. That's right. Thanks up, Bright Wolf. Good to see you. What happened to Kyle Busch? He started way in the back and he's a lap down. Braves are up, yay. You think my Hamlin might win? We'll see.
For open this time. Second gear, all yellow.
Full Gospel Church, thank you so much. Sean as well, appreciate you. Zach Hughes, I see you. And I see your name. There you go. Appreciate you being here.
3, 2, 1. Mark.
Leaders.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's listen to Christopher Bell's crew here as they talk.
Clear, all the way. To the wall. We're red. Your mark. Good job, guys.
Need more drive on exit, but pretty happy with the 22. Meanwhile, Christopher Bell said, I'm just a little bit too tight mid-corner.
What's up, Triton? Good to see you. You got Hamlin this week, Steve? Awesome. Welcome in, Reverend. Thank you, Reverend, being here.
Hanging on, he said at the end. He said, I didn't notice it bounce yesterday at all. Not sure where that came from. Wasn't an air thing, had it from the green. A little slow on that. They did make a left rear adjustment on Chase Elliott.
There are so many jackpots in Oak Grove Gaming. It's
commercial.
Second, that's the way they come off of pit road. And we're looking forward to being embedded with that 22 team. That's Joey Logano. We'll be on the pit box with Paul Wolf, and we'll be hearing from Coleman Presley on the spotter stand.
All right. So, see how this looks here, but it looks like CeeLo, are you streaming Game 7? No, I'm not. Not doing hockey. But my good friend, Samuel B12, The Experience, make sure you check him out. He's doing the hockey game. He is awesome at calling hockey, so make sure you check that out. Bright Wolf says, so much work in his streams would really nice and helpful to press that like and subscribe. Thank you, Bright Wolf. Yeah, we start working on these streams, the videos and everything. There's Triton, put the link for Sam in there. He's doing the hockey game, so make sure you check him out. Go subscribe to him. He's awesome at what he does. But yeah, we start on these streams. We start working on Wednesdays when the paint schemes come out, and leading up to the weekend. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is working on these things for you guys and making sure it looks good. And I have fun doing it. I hope you guys enjoy them. And it shows 2,200 people in the chat. And we're already looking at great, crazy numbers already. Mountain Billy just subbed. Thanks, dude. A-Gate Throne 737. Brandon, thank you so much as well. Uh-oh. There is Ty Dillon doing Ty Dillon things. I see CeeLo working. That's right, Chris. We work hard, man. This is your second week, and I love it. Awesome, Richard. Good to have you back. Thank you so much. But these cams have really helped our streams. Oh, Michael McDowell in there for a change. So this is off of NASCAR.com. Anybody can look at these. They're free. They do have an aerial cam, but it's not working today because, well, it is working. It's on the start-finish line. Because of the overcast, there's no helicopter. So last week we had an overcam aerial shot. It was awesome. So there we go.
Box here and how the communication flows. Normally Travis Geisler, the head of competition at Team Penske, is down there. He can listen to all 4 teams on an intercom. Paul Wolf and these guys all have an open communication constantly to each other. And
you have a problem with Harry Potter?
Engineer, also, Tom
hey, go to Universal.
He's on that communication as well.
Just subscribe. Thank you, Wayne.
Who is the lead strategist
Appreciate
for all
you.
of Team Penske, but is dedicated to the 22 team back in the shop in Mooresville, North
You have
Carolina.
I really have Chase Elliott. I want to meet him. Nice.
They're also monitoring on a live document.
Did Bell win the Xfinity? Yes, he did yesterday. What place is Stenhouse in?
There is planning strategy. That's going on.
He's in 27th.
And also Joe back at the shop can run a
and here's your cars that are lap down.
Software that says, hey, if we pit now under green, here is where we would cycle back out. And that is always running for this race team. And the chat also going between all the Team Penske cars. Also a separate chat to Coleman Presley. Ultimately, it comes down to Paul Wolf to make the final decision.
22 CeeLo's home track.
You see a 10-second stop.
There you go.
There's 40 minutes of conversation.
You just, I just got that Ty Dillon doing Ty Dillon thing.
There's so many decisions on or choices that you have. How many tires? What is everybody else going to do?
Bowman needs to vacate his ride and Busch take over the 48.
McDowell, you mentioned that 40 minutes of conversation. They used that conversation to decide to take 2 tires, but then the gas can was still engaged when it left the pit box, so it was removing equipment, a penalty on the 34, also a penalty on the 2 of Austin Cindric. And Jeff, you were kind of shocked and surprised. Bell choosing the bottom. Yesterday we saw the leader always choose the top.
Historically here, that inside line does
we go, green flag.
Accelerate as well as the outside line. Let's see how it works out for Bell.
I need to pay attention more often.
5 and go.
Awesome, Mark.
Half back to Truex, half back to Truex, half back to Truex, half back to by 2, half back.
Listen to the Joey Logano's in-car camera.
It's going to be the 20. You're all clear at the bottom. All clear right here. All clear. All clear. 2 back, Truex's box. 2 back. Top is closer. 2 back to the top, 1 to both, 1 to the half of the top now. All clear up, all clear up, all clear up, all clear up. All right, Truex is not clear. 3/4 back, he is not clear. He is not clear. 1 back, he is not clear. 1 back, half higher, half to both, half to both. Bottom inside the 9, inside the 9 here.
That is a lot of communication going to a driver, and it's all behind him.
Well, that used to be Daytona 15 years ago, but it's now become everywhere, right, Jeff? I mean, with the restarts, double file restarts, that's just a required communications. Now we see 3 wide behind Logano. A great move by the 4 of Josh Berry.
Look at this, 3 wide still. Berry making that high line work. Mark Truex Jr. falls back behind him. Here comes Berry again. What a run we're seeing out of this 4 team. Josh Berry trying to take second.
Truex.
Well, lots been made about Stuart Haas Racing.
So Christopher Bell, Josh Berry, Logano, Truex. Look at that 4. Yeah, he's doing good. He's wanting to ride, man. If KB isn't competitive, I'm done with NASCAR, Marvin says. I really like seeing Berry in there. I know, Ken. It's every week now, it looks like. We'll take it.
So many races here. We watched that 4-car.
Dallas, what's up? CeeLo, make sure you see the movie. It's good. Also, we'll definitely do that.
Kevin Harvick. And instead of Josh Berry resisting that trying something different. It looks a lot like Kevin Harvick's driving that car.
Busch or Bowman, yeah, right. Bowman consistently runs in the top 10. Kyle's lucky to have top. But also, like, I go back to talking about Deegan. Like, it's all about what car team you are with.
He needs it the way he needs it, but also,
I am sure
if you have a chance
Hendrick's cars
you take advantage of that.
are run a whole lot better than RCR, a 2-team charter to a 4-team charter. Take tissues, okay. So it's just, that's how it is right now with Kyle. He doesn't have the equipment. He doesn't have the team. What's up, Harry? Good to see you.
I think that's important, you know, is how quick you can
Little Jack picked Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott. He changed his mind.
2 or 3 sets of corners side by side.
There's no doubt.
Dry your eyes.
As soon as you get by somebody, you want to clear them. See, Elliott struggling a little bit right here. We talk about this racetrack changing. It changes as much as anywhere we go, and you really got to stay ahead of it, understanding which direction it's going to go. Is it going to...
Cameraman's getting pretty good at this.
Quit turning? Is it going to loosen
There's
up?
Tyler Reddick and Chase and Chastain battling for 11th.
A little bit of smoke out of the 47 here of Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Yeah, a very colorful car with the blue hood right there.
Oh, left front locker.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you guys remember Rowdy was with Hendrick? Yeah. He did well, though, when he was there.
Right? Down in turn 3.
Nothing much, Tony. No cautions yet. Chase Elliott led some. And then now Christopher Bell on these Toyotas with the long runs are moving on up.
Reddick just clearing Ross Chastain. Looks like Chastain thought it might have been a little too close.
William Byron right behind him. Chastain's going to try to turn back to the
Keep hitting that like button, trying to get to 600 likes.
Normally, I would be shocked like he's wrecking the race car, but multiple cars, when I read through the radio communications throughout the first 70 laps, so much of the talk was about how high people were running on the racetrack. Jeff pointed it out. Larson was kind of the first guy there. We see a little slide job by Chastain.
Every time you say Jimmy or Danica, you get a drink. I remember you saying that yesterday.
We'll get back to the inside quarter panel of the one, but a lot of guys running up the racetrack. Parker.
And Steve, sometimes, as you know, it's about making the car work for that lane, and that's exactly.
You thought it'd be raining. Don't say the R word.
They noted that lane. Then on this pit stop, they actually lost a few positions.
It's boring every year.
Adjustments on both the right and the left side, which slows down the stop a little bit these days.
It's short track racing. That's short track racing.
4 spots, but he's been able to get those back using that.
You always drink when the 10 car crashed. Anyone in the 10 car would crash. 15K subs. That's right, Chris D. Keep it going, y'all. Keep subscribing.
Martrex Jr.'s closed the gap back to the 4 of Josh Berry, so he's starting to put a little pressure on him for second. Berry way down low compared to what we saw him at the end of stage 1. He was way up in the 3rd lane, and now he's been diving a little bit lower on the racetrack here.
You want to see the Ty Gibbs car? All right, we can. 1 second.
The other thing we see at this racetrack is, you know, some cars take off really quickly, really good on restarts, and others are good on long runs. Berry obviously had a lot of pace taking off there. Let's see where it goes. Let's listen to Joey Logano and his team.
Picking off a little tight here. Had less overall grip to fire off. Seems like compared to the other guys. Now I'm tight.
It's Logano talking.
All his lap times coming from turn 2 exit. Turn 2 exit. Slightly lower in the middle.
Ty Gibbs running in 8th place, looking at Chase Elliott.
All right, so Joey giving information to his team about.
We'll ride along a lap here with him.
This restart, how it drives. Coleman Presley coming right back at him and saying, okay, here's where we need to be better. Here's what the leader's doing. Here's how he's doing.
Who's in the 10 car today? It's Noah Gragson.
Joey how to drive the race car, but just making sure that Joey understands.
Gragson is in 24th.
That's great.
Look at all those Fords riding together.
Well, let's take a look at the progressive telemetry on the 22 of Joey Logano. Jeff, take me behind the wheel. We see what the car looks like on the racetrack. Show me what Logano himself is doing. Now, this makes more sense, 3rd and 4th. So that answers my question on Truex. We saw him not shift earlier and only ran in 4th. while they are shifting on the racetrack.
Christopher Bell, the leader.
You can see right now, Joey talked about being tight, and it shows up right in the middle of the corner. The 11 car is able to stay down.
Right along with the leader here.
The corner with more speed. Joey gets in the corner. You saw him roll through those bumps right there. The 11 is turned, and the 22 is not. This is where it's going to get difficult.
Where's the 77? Can you pull the John Force crash up next commercial?
It's hard to keep
I didn't hear about it.
Corner exit without it getting hard on the rear tires. So, Joey's going to put up a big fight right
Who'd you
here.
ask for? The 77. He's in 18th spot. Carson Hocevar, 18th spot.
Trying to surprise him. It's two of the very best going at it.
All right, we'll be done by then, hopefully, Coach.
And they're going to run the same line through 3 and 4. Hamlin a little bit higher.
Look at Joey Logano.
Blaney back there behind them in 6th.
$19.92. Can you tell Chastain to go faster?
He's been out front for 52 laps of this race. And that's right, you're watching the USA Today 301 from New Hampshire.
All right, let's listen in to Joey Logano here. Come on now. Thank you, Chad.
02 in front on the 4.
Who likes Ricky Stenhouse?
Freeing up now. Freeing up. Looks like you need to be in the 90s right here.
So this is Logano in 4th, looking back at Denny in 5th, and Blaney in 6th. You're an old Rusty Wallace fan. What's up, Chad?
80 on Truex was a quick time. Your exit of 4 was better than your previous lap.
Let's look at the 19.
Front 80 on front.
New leader, Martin Truex Jr. No, he's not. He's in 2nd. Truex is in 2nd. Sorry. Christopher Bell running away with it. 2.5 second lead.
Two back even. 3. 7 chasing an 05. 7 chasing an 05 on Truex. Back lower.
Don't root for him. Can we look at Chase later on, please? We can.
You by 2.
Okay.
It's not as extreme, but entering low to the 4, and then washing up 4, and then washing up about a lane 2 ring. Leader still to it.
He's been top 10 the last 2 races here. I think they were looking to try to gain some of those valuable points. He's the guy that's right around that cut line in the playoffs. Let's take a listen to the radio.
To continue running the top, SMT showing need to use less brakes, carry more roll speed.
Bubba Wallace. Who's the fastest?
That's great information. So they're basically telling
fastest last lap. Let's see. It's got to be Josh Berry, it looks like. Best speed, though, Christopher Bell.
Roll that upper lane with a little bit more speed.
My gosh, this is a long commercial here.
It's great to understand what they're doing with their feet and their hands. Behind Bubba Wallace, Kyle Larson. He started 19th, got himself up to 11th place. 3-time runner-up here, hasn't found a way to win yet. Kyle Larson is just, you can see where he is. He's not, well, he's up there. Lap before, he wasn't quite as high, but Kyle, the first guy to kind of push everybody in the field up the racetrack.
Yeah, right behind Kyle.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, A-Gate, Tyrone.
Winless so far in 2024.
Tennessee Rome.
Moments where you thought
737.
he had an opportunity, but remember, he won Nashville last year. We're heading to Nashville next year. Trackhouse quasi based in Nashville. I know the shop's in Charlotte, but they like to talk about Nashville being their hometown. We'll see if you can find that same magic.
You're behind him is Tyler Reddick. Tyler is a fun race car driver to watch. He is always pushing the buttons, always driving really hard.
William Byron, we've kind of documented Hendrick Motorsports.
5 passes, Wallace will almost tie the top 10.
Continues with William Byron. He has 6 starts here. He's never finished inside the top 10. 11th just a couple times, and here he is running basically kind of right on that same number. Currently running 14th. The good thing for Byron is that's probably his worst racetrack, because I can't think of another track we go to where he's not contending for top 5s. Great looking paint scheme. Another car, a good lane and a half higher than normal.
Yeah, somebody that everybody on the racetrack is watching is Todd.
One here just because they have no way to watch the IMSA race.
Set up right here, put 2 tires at that last stop. Seems to be
welcome in, name
well.
here.
Recently signing an extension to his contract.
No, he's young driver with a lot Lord Withrow. What's up, man? Good to see you. Kyle is 2 laps down. He just does not have it today.
He will admit is not his best.
2 laps down.
His least favorite, and he told me, hey, I'm even looking forward to New Hampshire. That's how good our speed has been at RFK so far this year. I asked Scott Graves, hey, what would be a good result for this team?
Stage 2.
He said, honestly, knowing how Chris has struggled here in the past, if we can get out of here with a top 10, that's a good day for us, Kim.
Well, Marty, Corey LaJoy in the 17th position, just looking for a clean race after last week. And we talk about Corey being the veteran
I know, David.
at Spire Motorsports. He really leaned into the veteran position this week, and that's because his teammates Carson Hocevar and Zane Smith had never even seen New Hampshire, let alone raced on it. Right now, Carson Hocevar running in the 18th position. That team looking to continue a streak of 3 straight top 20 finishes. And we talked about only a few laps each team got yesterday in practice. So valuable for Carson Hocevar, Parker. They said he loved the car yesterday. Right now, just needing a little bit more turn.
And Kim, right behind him is one of the coolest stories in the Cup Series in 2024. That is Justin Haley and Rick Ware racing in the tear.
Tony says, man, I love Kyle Busch, but I don't know anymore.
In just the last 5 races, they've had 2
yeah.
top 10s.
Truex is closing in.
Car in a 13th place finish and now running inside the top 20. He was a bit loose to that first
Truex.
stage. They tightened him up. He said it's coming to us now in this second stage as he gets to the back of the
only 1 Chevy, 2 Chevys in the top 10.
Haley is something that's caught many people's eyes, and they continue this going forward.
And a little bit of a head scratcher seeing Brad Keselowski running in the 20th position. That's because statistically, New Hampshire is his best racetrack. He has 2 wins here, an average finish of a
Reddick on around Chastain.
Position, but Brad just has not had
Reddick now in P12.
No matter what I do, I feel like I'm overdriving it. After that last stop, he did get some changes. He said, you helped my center a lot, but Marty, he cannot do anything with it.
Let's go Truex, Billy says.
It's just so bad.
Eric Jones back in the 21st position, talking to Dave Ellens this morning.
So you recorded it?
Louden's not been our best track. Short tracks in general have not been our best
Go Bell.
so far this year. So we
we'll see what happens, Darren, when he gets there to him.
To improve, he said, but there's a couple of really good tracks coming up for us. Nashville next week, one where we think Eric will be very good. And, of course, the regular season closes out, Rick, at Darlington. Eric Jones has always been good at that racetrack.
Oh, definitely. That is one of the tracks that they circle on the schedule every year.
We talk about, moments in the race, first 70 laps, win green, not a lot of time to work on your race car. Now it's about who's.
What happened to Elliott?
John Hunter.
He's back at P7.
Why does
Nothing.
Just
he's
in the free pass position. Rick
JGR 1, 2, 3.
I think that's actually where Rick started to lose his voice.
Not yet, but soon.
Maybe
Danny trying to get around. Oh,
last week, so we're trying to help.
Danny trying to get out around Logano. Those two.
In the free pass position.
I did not, Craig.
The 3 who's right behind.
After the whole Roman Reigns thing was over, I just kind of stopped watching.
And we can talk about Kyle Busch.
Keep hitting that like button, trying to get to 700 likes.
It really looks more like an RCR issue, right? Austin Dillon running 30th, Kyle Busch running 30th.
He's closing in.
So, I think Kyle
when he gets to a second, I'm going to the Truex cam.
Still in the same situation. They have to find a little bit more pace in those Chevrolets.
The gap between 1 and 2 still about 1.3 seconds. Christopher Bell coming in had only led 43 laps before today. He's over 6.
All right, let's listen into the track here. Kyle Larson fan here. He actually ends up being in the race, will win. If it's a long, boring runs, uneventful race, Truex will win. Yep. How many laps till stage are closed here? Let me see here. It's lap 110 of 301. Stage 1 is over. It's now stage 2. Cindy, thank you for subscribing. Looks like they're pretty full. 1.1. All right, we're going to Truex. If it gets under a second, we're going to Truex. All right, it's under a second. Here we go. What's up, David? We come back here. We're going to watch Truex, see if he closes in on him. I used to do the pace cars at Long Beach, then would drift for fun. Nice. There's the reason he caught him, because Bell was in lap traffic.
Even. Still running with you here, quarter. Bumper, clear.
We're watching Truex's cam here.
Stretch of the year for these drivers.
Went back to a second again. How many lead changes?
Miles in the last
just
4
one.
weeks. And I talked to Jason this morning about it. He said he has had 1 day at home in 4 weeks. That was this past Tuesday. I asked him what he did. He said, nothing. I just relaxed the entire day. But Steve, you know it as well as anyone. The unsung heroes in the NASCAR Cup Series and really in all of NASCAR, the hauler drivers who make sure
one
these
lead
cars get
change
safely to and from the racetrack every week.
Every time you bring a new fan to the racetrack, I kind of seem to.
So Christopher Bell's there in front of Cindric.
You know how fast they go, how much banking, but then when you kind of give them a garage tour, you say,
he caught it. He closed in on Christopher Bell, and then
just explodes. Their eyes
Bell just kind of went away, but I think it was because of the lap traffic.
This week they're on the East Coast, and then it's New Hampshire, and then it's Florida. And Marty brings up a great point. You know, we kind of complain if we have a connection that gets canceled on commercial flights. We get home the next day and we forget. When this checker flag ends, all of these haulers load up, most of them with 2 drivers, and they start heading south.
Blood is thicker than water. That's why Kyle Busch left JGR.
To Charlotte a bunch of times. I can tell you, it's not fun. It's a long drive down 95. So all of these unsung heroes that kind of keep.
Do I have a favorite non-NASCAR track?
Week in and week out. We have the same here in the NBC group. We got a lot of haulers out there.
That's a hard one.
We appreciate it.
There's Denny Hamlin, and he's up inside the top 5, chasing after Logano, but.
I mean, I'm partial to the one here because, you know, that's where I learned to follow racing. I went to my very first race at the Nashville Speedway that's in Nashville here. Next race, Denny Hamlin wins. It'll be Rusty Wallace and Cup wins at 55. He's going to win next week because he knows I'm going to be there. That's what Denny does. He wins when I go to races.
But the difference is, it just seems to me like the 22.
Keep her on that 24.
Like they had, and I know they're not great.
He's in 16th.
Track, but at some tracks, I think he could win the race. I know the 8s had a couple good runs. They were good at St. Louis.
Like the Wolves, the leader stays in the back.
Bro.
Thank you. It's 20, baby.
Speed last week, they just had a couple mechanical issues that knocked them out of the race. But you can't, you know, when you're in this.
Go Joey Logano.
You got to have both. You have to have reasonable pace, and you also have to have reliability.
He is. Do I need aspirin?
And by the way,
no, I'm good.
Running, we saw the playoff bubble there. Logano, where he's
Cindric.
to Bubba Wallace, they've switched positions. So now Logano is.
I don't think so. I think he's going to stay right where he's at. Yeah, and he's not going anywhere.
I'm going to tell you, 119 laps completed. Got 67 to go in the stage. I think we're about 9 or 10 laps.
Okay.
Green flag pit stops. A lot of movement off pit wall. Pit crew's getting.
Commercial for them. Let's listen in here. Pit stops. Austin Cindric. Oh, talking about the 11. Okay. He aspirin. Thank you, subscribing, Andrew. Kimberly, thank you. Nice. Well, I'll be there next weekend. Next week, be there. CeeLo Denny wins when you wear the Blaney hat. Also, yeah, you're right, Lloyd. Random. Oh, Blaney trying to move on Denny here. When I was a driver for RSR, did a drift demo at Laguna, and Justin Wilson in the, when you know, I need to expand my chat so I can see it a little better. That's better. He was one that got hit in the head and oh no. Gibbs didn't take Bush's ride. Coach was going to put Ty in the 54 for the 2311, but Mars leaving and Kyle not like pay cut caused the plan to fall through. I'm sure some of it dealt with money. If it stays green for 70 laps until the end of stage 2, we will at least have 12 more cars lapped. Exactly. We're at 26 cars on the lead lap. Michael McDowell's the next one. Here comes Bubba. Any Bubba fans? Bubbles, as Menace and T-Van call it. Thank you, 10-Man Aussie. 10-Man Aussie, thank you. Here comes Larson as well. Truex, the leader. Green flag pit stops here.
And for Bubba Wallace, he said the car's pretty neutral right now. I could use a little bit more lateral grip just in the center, slight air pressure adjustment on those 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Parker.
$25 million is what he wanted, Scotty says. Keep hitting that like button, trying to get to 700 likes.
Jake Simonera, the veteran and 2-time Cup champion. He's a rear changer. Graham's daughter, the Jack.
Exactly, battle version. Here's Christopher Bell, the leader.
And Marty, the most recent winner, Ryan Blaney, going to make his stop. He said, I just need a little bit more grip as his service is complete. Chase Elliott also completing service.
27.
The back end still needs help.
It'll be a little different now because there's people pitting.
To be any tighter, Marty, as Christopher Bell makes his stop.
Yeah, he has just been terrific so far. Bell pitched from the lead. No real complaints with the car. Said he could be just a little bit tighter on the long run for Christopher Bell. We'll see where all this cycles out as the green flag stops.
They are addicting.
Here's stage 2 at New Hampshire.
Bottom screen on board with Martin Truex Jr. top. Christopher Bell leaves pit road. Jeff, you talked earlier, very slippery apron to get going as we ride on board with Truex. You see him up front.
56 laps of 115 if someone was asking how many laps are in stage 2 left. 56 of 115 complete.
He had a 1.5 second lead, so that was close enough that you could argue Truex could make it up. Now for Truex, he sees the traffic in front of Bell. New tires, Jeff. It's a little slick. They don't really get into
I picked Keselowski, but
he could capitalize as
I don't. He's in P2 now because he hadn't pit yet. But
you can see him brake lock up on Bell. That's low air pressure. You're going to see that some. Normally it's in turn 3. That time it was in turn 1 with low
Brecky
air
is 6, but some have not pit yet.
Differently under braking. It's very easy as you're trying to attack the corner to get.
Thank you, Stubby Taylor. What's up, Tim? Good to see you.
Keselowski, Stenhouse, Gregson yet to pit. They can run quite a bit longer, to be quite honest. They can run nearly 30 laps. So they may choose to do that. There's a few strategies that would say stay out, hope to catch a yellow. I like that strategy. You see Gilliland. His tire life is about worn out because he's on 2 tires, but fuel life would say he could run a little bit longer. Probably very
this is so boring.
And Stenhouse, which means probably a solid.
Thank you, Jerome.
Here you go. Go back to this replay of Christopher Bell. See all that smoke from the left front? That's quite a bit of a lockup. The concern when you lock a tire up like that is 2 things. Number 1, it puts a flat spot on the tire. If the tire's locked up, it slides across the asphalt. The concern is when you brake, it seems to find that flat spot, and then it's easier to lock up that left front again. The other concern is that you could wear through the rubber and actually
no, they did not.
damage the
They
tire,
lost.
and you could have a blowout. Now,
9 to 5.
That was near enough to blow
Matter
the
of
tire
fact,
out,
I think
but
they're playing right now.
Make it easier to lock the tire up.
You can tell that tire pressure lower for Christopher Bell when you see those left side tires. You can
yeah, not a lot of people picked Larson this week. A lot of people were just kind of quiet about him.
Single digits, Rick. I mean,
so when some people picked him in our community section,
so one thing to complicate this even more is weather's been a whole conversation all weekend long, but it's kind of been this mist. Now on the radar, we're starting to see some real storms start to generate. Now they're way off in the distance, but as they pop up, they kind of pop up towards the racetrack. 151 is officially halfway. Yep. Once you get to halfway in the race, or stage 2 today, it would be halfway in the race. So, you know, I don't think that's changing their strategies, but I've learned in this TV booth, this is 36 crew
rain
chiefs,
is coming from the west.
So someone down there might have something going on.
Yeah, I did originally pick Bell to sweep the weekend. You're right.
How long they're going to run.
All right, Marty, let's learn a little bit more about this 22 team.
Boring is usually Hamlin's thing. That's why he's not my favorite.
So what is it like when
the pickle car is leading.
At New Hampshire, and what are the challenges of that?
The 38.
Yeah, it's loud. You know, pit road slick, and you're trying to watch all these other.
Yeah,
teams. You want to be the
winging
first
it.
One on pit road,
It's gotten that wreck.
So it's a lot of communicating, watching up on pit road.
Al Larson does not pick any restrictor plate or Loudon. Anywhere else is a great possibility.
This pit road's really slick, so.
Thank you for that update.
As many key pit stops have you done in your career? Is there more pressure when you're running in the top 5? 100%. But I've always liked it. This is my 19th season in the Cup Series, so.
Oh, it's on channel 2.
This is like an Xfinity race to me because it's only you only maybe do 2 or 3 pit stops. So it's not one of those events where you get a lot of chances to make.
Might be over here tonight if Texas wins.
Short race, so
700 likes. Let's go to 800, y'all. Thanks so much. Exactly, Tony. How's Brad doing, Anthony? He is in 4th, but he hasn't pit yet.
More pressure, and what this next-gen car has done is condensed the pit stop down to 9 seconds.
Now you just pit.
I talked to a few of these pit crew members. Ryan Flores, who pits for Blaney, and I were having a conversation this week, and he said they now have new technology where it's an open mic technology. Normally, pit crew members would have to push their radio to talk to one another. Now their mics are open to one another during
I've never watched an F1 race. I don't watch F1 because it's too early to watch.
Jackman doesn't even look that way before he drops the jack. His job is basically just
Keselowski finally pit
over and over and over, so he knows he has to look to the left. So not only are they working,
we're under green flag pit stops.
Basketball team calling defense. Pit crew members now calling out.
Just one word for you from last night. I know.
Right now working to the inside of the 10.
Ugh.
And let's listen into Coleman Presley and how he calls this.
Clear, clear, clear. All right, the 20's not as good this run. Looks like the 11's fired off to be the best car. Leader just crossed the line. We are lead lap.
It is 301 laps,
as he was able to get by Noah,
but there is rain coming, and we're almost at halfway. So if it rains, they're calling it, guaranteed.
Waiting it out, maybe they're going to try to throw that strategy at this group, see if they can stay on the lead lap.
Well, whatever the 19 car has done to his race car, it looks better than the 20 now. He's inching in on the 20.
That'll be the battle for the lead when Gilliland is able to.
The pickle car.
Bill knows it.
This is the battle for the lead right here.
Up here higher. He's going to have a big run right here. He's got it.
Never marry a French woman.
Just you and him here. Even.
They do, but I guarantee they'll call it. Because of lightning and everything.
And so now the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. has
no bubble dome.
Christopher Bell. So when Gilliland hits pit road, that will mean that there'll be a new leader, Martin Truex Jr.
As soon as Todd Gilliland pits here.
Running in the 7th spot, but it's Todd Gilliland who's been out front for 12 laps here in New Hampshire.
Todd Gilliland, the pickle car. Show the 19s. All right, hold on. 19. Marshall. Truex dropping that. Billy Vogel's dropping that Truex. Come on.
On you 05 back.
30 minutes or so.
While you're logging line, think about exactly what you see. It's going to be hard for us to get you what you want. So we can try. We're this fucking trying.
What place is Butcher?
Club members went up to $2,500 free play.
P20. Justin Haley is the last car on the lead lap. Thank you, Melissa. Come on. Todd Gilliland's still out there.
Gosh, we got one around off 2. Sit in middle of the racetrack.
Spin. Caution on the track.
Center and the exit to be a little tied together a little better, James.
Who is it?
Gosh.
Can't see who it is.
Sit in middle of the racetrack. Sit in middle of the racetrack.
Finally a caution. Daniel Hemrick, that 31.
One, and now the second caution out.
And a big break for cars that were on that alternate strategy. Todd Gilliland continues to lead this race. He needed fuel and tires, so this is a huge break for him. Other guys, Noah Gregson had yet to come to pit road. Chase Briscoe had
He
yet to
hit
come
that
to
like
pit
button,
road.
trying to get to 800 likes.
They were going to lose a ton of positions. Stenhouse
Keep hitting that subscribe, trying to get to 15,500.
Penalty earlier, so a big break for a couple drivers. This could change the outcome of the race.
Take a look at what happened.
Yeah, Daniel Hemrick running all by himself.
Ooh, just got loose.
Comes around on him. They've been struggling all day.
Ooh.
Just have not had any pace.
Didn't hit anything.
He just trying to find a little bit of speed. The car just doesn't have the grip.
All right, Steve, so we see everybody come to pit road?
I don't know if everybody will come. I think there's some, like I mentioned, the Gillilands and the ones that have yet to pit. They can't make
Not halfway yet, right. They're almost there, though.
Definitely going to have to.
9 laps to go to halfway. Be nice Truex Jr. would get a win since he's retiring. That's right.
Type situations. White smoke out the right side exhaust of the 48. So what I was saying is some cars have to come. So
It'll rain for an hour tops.
Truex and Bell, for instance, they can make it all the way to the end of stage 2 for
Like the like.
pit stop. I'm not sure pitting here is going to make a big shift to their strategy.
This 48 car.
Bowman's smoking.
We talk about this battle trying to make the playoffs. This does not look good, and they are not by any means safe. They're going to make this playoffs. This could have a huge negative impact on this team.
That sounds worse than I do.
Yeah, Rick.
Not really.
Great way to put it. Yeah, Rick. If you actually think you sound better than that, then just keep sipping your tea. We got it.
Wow, very unfortunate.
Thank you, Florindo.
And you see, I know this car isn't new, but just, if you're a longtime NASCAR fan, you open the hood. Now with the hood vents, and it's really hard to access, basically anything. Pit road is open here. We will see who does what. Gilliland for sure. So
wow, all the leaders too. Todd Gilliland's going to work out well here.
There he is, as expected. What will everybody else do? Here you go, Truex, Bell. I think this will ask some guys to stay out. Maybe a split decision at the front of the field. This is a really good break for the 38 now. He can get back on cycle with everyone, Marty.
Yeah, Ryan Bergetti with the call. I just asked him a moment ago, how long until you had to come to pit road under green? He said, honestly, about 8 laps. Truex leads pit road.
Go Joey and Blaney. I guess Cindric too.
He said, I have got to turn better. We have gotten way too tight on this run.
Big benefit for the 38 of Gilliland. He's going to be able to, after a good pit stop, stay up inside the top 10 of the cars that were on pit road. So the caution comes out for Daniel Hemrick.
So Daniel Hemrick calls the caution, our second caution of the day. And we're watching NASCAR.com's Battle Cam. That's what we're watching here. And we have live audio of the USA broadcast as well. Bowman, yeah, he would come in. I guess he has engine troubles. And here comes some other folks pitting. Just got here. Is it going to rain? I don't know, David. Hoping not. So we can get this race in. We're halfway pretty soon. There's Rowdy. What about Rowdy friends? You still here? Is my Rowdy friends still here? Let me see those 8s. Where's my Rowdy friends? He's having a bad day. Rowdy. Oh no. One thing after the other for him, man. Oh. Yeah. Oh, that doesn't look good for Bowman. Not good. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry, y'all. We'll go back to the camera here and say, who is your favorite driver and who is your least favorite driver? Josh, my favorite driver is Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin is my favorite driver. My least favorite driver, just because I don't like Logano. I just don't. But I bring him up on my screen. I let y'all watch the cameras, so I'm a good guy like that. But Joey Logano is not my favorite. Free Ray, let's go. I understand that. Lots of rowdiness here tonight. Still watching. I don't know what happened there. Looking underneath the hood or something. Kyle. Can I get you a tissue, CeeLo? Denny Hamlin, P1, baby. Let's go. There we go. Back to the audio.
We don't fire off good enough on the short run. We need a little more turn in the car to get going on the short run. It seems like our long run hangs in there good, but we just got to be a little better on the restarts and those types of things.
All right, so Steve, short run speed, how are you going to find that if you're the crew chief of the 22?
If I could find short run speed, I'd still be on a pit box, Marty. No, I mean, the truth is, it's very hard to
Josh, it was Darrell Waltrip. Darrell Waltrip, and then when he retired, Sterling Marlin, and then Denny Hamlin.
I love his kind of honest answer of what their strategy is, right? We're going to keep the track position, see what happens down the road. Another good break. Jeff, you mentioned that 5 cars took the wave around, even though everyone...
All right, going back here to green, Denny Hamlin, Logano on the outside.
16, 41, 2, and
21. Oh, exactly, right.
Back around, gain a lap on the field. But now we have a mixed kind of field, right? We have Hamlin.
I became a big Matt Kenseth when he dumped Logano at Martinsville.
Truex, Bell, Elliott, they came to pit road, but only took fresh rights. They did get a little bit more fuel in. Not that they need that to get to the end of the stage, but that might
all right, back to the green
later in the race. So really kind of
enough phony yellow flag action. We got to get this race in. I haven't done this all day.
Here we go, green flag. Here we go, green flag. Let's go, boys.
We'll see now how Hamlin and the 22 do as they'll bring the field back to the green flag.
Thank you for that subscribe, David R.
Presley once again as he will call the start of this one.
Count down to the mark. 5.
It's all right, Sarah. Good to hear. Welcome back.
1, go.
What's up, James Moore?
You're going to get pushed here.
I hope so.
In line. Still there. Still outside. Still there. Door. Still out there. Still there. Tight door. Still out there. Door. Quarter. Still out there. Still there.
Come on, Denny.
Half back behind up by 3/4. Nothing in your lane. By 1 to Corey behind.
What's up with Chase? Horrible restart.
Half to Corey, still there. Still out there, Denny, a lane up door.
Like on what? Make sure you hit like the stream. We're trying to get to 800 likes, y'all. Just subscribe. Thank you, Kevin.
You got a buffer of half. Quarter of line, quarter of line. Higher, half higher, half higher. Still clear. Bells on the bottom by 1.
That you'll race every week.
So
yeah, it's coming.
I'm not sure I've heard a spotter use other drivers' names that much. I've always heard numbers. He started throwing out.
The problem with a big storm like that is they can't wait till it gets here.
First and last name.
They have to. They can't wait till it starts raining.
I mean, he was all over it.
They're gonna have to stop this race because there's tons of people in the stands.
You can see
just like a concert that's outside. Thank you, late Jake.
On new tires, you can just fly up there and take the lead, but that's not always the case here.
You need a hat 11. Yeah, I'm gonna get the Mavis stuff this weekend.
Contact made there.
I'm gonna get me a Mavis tires Denny shirt.
Bell's gonna put the bumper to the 19 as well.
Or Yahoo. I'm not sure which one yet.
See this battle between the 20 and the 19. You want to be the first car on fresher tires. It gives you the first opportunity to get to those guys and try to get the lead. Truex is going to race Bell like it's for the lead.
Yeah, another bad restart for Chase. I don't know if y'all saw that too.
You have those two Gibbs cars, and you have
just like yesterday, unless Chase is saving his tires, because that's what. Remember what Christopher Bell did last night? He had horrible restarts in that third stage, but then when it needed it, he did it.
Leaders pitted, but I wasn't expecting it. That made that call even better.
Denny jumped our favorite race.
Exactly what he needed.
I beat your favorite driver. Matt Kenseth was respectful. If he wasn't so quiet, he could have been a superstar. 1,500. Thank you so much, guys. Keep it coming with the likes and the subscribes. We're trying to go to 900 likes.
Oh, man, he could do it. They'll tell you who was driving it. The race is officially halfway, and that radar we showed earlier is still a ways away, but we are starting to hear some whispers on the radio about a time. 30 minutes, 45 minutes. Everybody has an opinion, so that could change.
Is that Gregson that crashed?
I would say change the aggression, but the drivers drive like it's always the last lap anyway.
Up into the wall in turn 2. And
oh my gosh,
Gregson
Rowdy.
And, oh boy, Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch has wrecked out of this race 3 times recently.
Rowdy Busch.
And it continues for Kyle Busch.
Him and Gregson, it looks like.
Tight. Chattering through the right front. No gain.
Third caution has come out now. Let's take a look at what happened.
Kyle Busch on the bottom of Noah Gregson. It's kind of hard to tell. I couldn't tell if Kyle got up the racetrack.
It looked like Rowdy got loose.
Either way, contact sends them both around.
You're welcome, Warbucks. Thank you, April. Thank you, Jason Hobbs, for subscribing.
I mean, just, you know, it's a short replay, so it's hard to say for sure, but it looked like that the 8, well, here we go. We're going to see this pretty good on board.
Like the 8 got
he got into Gregson.
You know, on the flat, it's really flat down there. Don't know if he got loose.
You took Gregson today? Uh-oh, that's right, James. Patty, thank you for subscribing. Martin, thank you for subscribing.
It's going to be frustrating, but what I will say is it's a good reminder that I know the 8's not having the year they want, right? But he's not in here cruising around. These are mistakes, whether it was loose or tight. You just don't see a lot out of Kyle Busch because he is overdriving the car.
Kyle Busch doesn't like this track at all.
Something happen. He is not
Thank you, Martin.
the towel in by any
Thank you,
means.
Patty.
And this is what happens when race car drivers are forced to drive more than the car is worth. And that happens.
Oh, awesome, Coach. Yeah, I'm going to be bringing out another one here soon.
And I
maybe
think
tomorrow.
that's what you're seeing there, and it's,
if I can get it done.
Randall Burnett knows it. He's trying to make the car better. Like, they all know it. It's just, it's not easy to fix. I have had years where you just
It
don't have
is.
the
It is different.
Kyle Busch is obviously one of the best drivers this sport has ever seen, but it has been a struggle this year. And, you know, he's been vocal about it, about he needs to get a feel that is for this
See, he'll keep wearing his hat. I know.
Like the car needs to be better.
Every time I wear the Denny hat, I mean the Ryan Blaney hat, Denny wins.
He's included himself in that he needs to be better, and we're going to get RCR back where they need to be. And you said it, You can see how hard he's trying.
I love that. I love that paint scheme right there.
You get behind, it is so hard to get called back up.
All right, you mentioned how good Kyle Busch is. Last week, Ryan Blaney became a driver that has won in all 3 series at a racetrack. Kyle Busch has done that 17 times in his career. So that's how good Kyle Busch is.
All right. There's Noah Gregson. Let's listen to his in-car camera.
I've been working them in as hard as I can. Coming to the green too, you know, so like that last time especially.
T-Man, I can't win with you. Like, put the Denny hand on.
We dropped the right front more than we dropped the right rear there, so hopefully it'll rotate a little bit for you, even if it is free. 2-4.
It's like 20 minutes to rain. Thank you, Kyle Busch.
Probably 115 or 20 laps of green flag running left before the rain comes. 2-4.
Yeah, if they get that, they're gonna call it. If they get 120 laps in, they're gonna call this sucker. Take that off the hat. Every time I wear this hat, Denny wins. Oh, that guy, the 10 car just said that at least.
Our stats showing they've got the first 5 rows. It's like 1 to 2 spots.
Thank you, XARZEY. Take that off.
Hey, just stay with them guys in front of me here. There's a 1 lapper there.
It is cloudy.
Okay, 12.
Got a hat for Truex to win? No. What's up, Kenny? Good to see you. Awesome, coach. Yep.
Top lane number 13. It's showing 1 or 2 positions. That's going to be 1, 2. That is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
CeeLo just wants to see your favorite driver get beaten.
11. Take the top here.
What a great crowd here today in New Hampshire, and they're hanging in here. It's been a wet weekend, but
all right, y'all, I'm gonna 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna refresh the cameras.
Gonna win here, you know what I mean? And potentially lock up a spot in the playoffs if they could get a win and haven't yet this year. Parker.
Well, Rick, for Denny Hamlin, you know, he stayed out on this caution before this one to assume the lead there. And I went and talked to Chris Gabehart, his crew chief, and I said, why'd you guys stay out? He looked at me, he said, I don't think tires are worth it. I don't know. We'll see. And I think he was proven right there on that restart. They were able to get to the lead and started to build a bit of a lead. But now with this other caution, it's allowed some of those newer tire cars to get closer. We'll see if this plays out. But a lot of crew chiefs paying attention to the 11 car and older tires. If he's able to go and get this stage win with 27 to go, that proves the tires maybe are not worth it.
That's great information, Parker. Another thing worth talking about, we mentioned the wave buys. Well, remember, you know, they got the lap back, but they weren't able to pit under the last yellow. Well, now this quick yellow kind of brings them back.
Not to get crazy, that's right.
10 of Noah Gregson. He was kind of in the yellow. He came
it'll come back here in a second, y'all.
He's got to get fuel in the car. 21 pairs of wheels now back on the lead lap. 4 tires and fuel, so it's like new life.
Green flag.
Laps to go on the lead lap.
Look at Truex. Oh, Truex trying to make it 3 wide.
Go. All right, he's got pressure, quarterback in line, quarterback in line, still there.
Local radar doesn't show rain till 6. I'm hoping with you, man.
Covered by Truex, still there, trying to force middle, still out there. Just Denny, still there.
Look at that pack of cars.
Still there, top's covered by Quarter, top's covered by Truex. He's outside now, still there on the mid lane, trying to go 3 wide, 3 bottom of 3, 2 outside. Still there.
Are you on Instagram? Yeah, coach. I'll bring up my social media here. Next commercial.
Outside Truex. Top's covered by the 20.
It's all good.
Covered by the 20. Don't let them force bed on you here.
Thank you, Daniela.
20, just the 19 if you get there. You're all clear up. Half to the 20 and then 2 to Blaney. Quarter in line. He has momentum.
just the 19 if you get there. That means there's room behind the 19. And Jeff, I hope you took notes. That's what I want to hear in race traffic when we leave here today. That gave me a lot
See,
of
we get to
confidence.
900 likes before the rain comes, y'all. Thanks so much for hanging out.
Look at this traffic.
I can't talk that fast.
Oh, Blaney Barry's off the pass there.
Crazy here in New Hampshire, and still 3 wide for position. Right in the middle of it, the 24 of William Byron.
The Magic Mile ain't so magical.
Jones in the 43.
Oh, off the pace right here. I can't really tell who
Josh
that
Berry.
is. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, Rick. The red hood 4 on the top was off the pace. They split them.
LaJoie's trying to get by on the outside.
Oh, well, they ran ovals, the wet tires on ovals yesterday, but that was Xfinity. Rain about to hit past the 11.
Josh Berry is not happy with somebody. Oh, my goodness. I'd love to see that one more time. Here he goes.
What happened? Josh Berry and
top of the screen,
the 7 car.
No, that's just a little beating and banging farther back in the pack. I'd love to see that one more time, exactly who ran who up. So the 38 gets the 4 and the 4 gets the 7. I see what Josh Berry's saying. He's like, hey, you know, now look, from this angle, it looks like the 4 just runs the 7 up. But when we backed it up, you saw Todd Gilliland kind of was stuck in there 3 wide. There was just not enough real estate.
And Todd Gilliland.
Steve, I love how calm he was on the radio talking about
NASCAR in a dome would be awesome.
Can you tell the 38 to calm down? He's a rookie driver.
That's right. They have new rain tires, but no windshield wipers.
A lot of experience, but said, hey, just tell him to calm down. We got a long way to go.
Well, and that contact for the 7 car was pretty severe. You know,
I see you, Barry.
Ollie. But the right side wheels are white, and the toe. You know, these things are pretty precise. I mean, look how much damage there is to that right rear wheel. You bend that toe link in or out, this car is going to drive totally different.
Austin Cindric, a close call coming off turn 4. Looks like he almost got into the wall.
51 of Justin Haley.
CeeLo hairline left state lines.
That black and yellow car just
Keselowski fell off and never came back. Yeah, that sucks. I really thought he had the car to beat today. 26 for Keselowski.
It's a good look. I know you don't like chrome. How about gold? Is gold acceptable?
Gold's better than white.
Haley trying to get his pilot's license. He's been talking a little bit with Chase Elliott lately. Wants to get his.
Can you roll the list? Yeah.
So he can fly.
This track has gotten so wide that it's really tough to make a pass on the bottom. You see right here, 24 car. He's all the way on the flat, all the way on the apron. No banking to lean on there. Car just does not make grip. Ty Gibbs in that 54 car up there above him, way up on the racetrack. You know, the higher the groove goes, the more difficult.
Oh, thanks, Josh. Yeah, I got the little ticker on the bottom for you guys.
More grip up there. That 2 car.
So you know what's going on with your teams.
The wave around cars. He came in and put tires on, and now he is driven up.
Where's the pickle car?
Yeah, but the 10, no,
38.
He was basically in the accident. And
he's
here
in
he is right
6th.
in front of the 2 in 18th.
Yeah, he spun when the 8 got into him.
Andy Smith, thank you so much for subscribing.
Kyle Busch being scored 1
I don't think we
lap
can
now,
get to
running in the
16K
29th
today,
position, by
but
the way.
that would be crazy if we did.
Even after the spin and contact with the outside wall.
You had the 22 of the 5 winning yesterday in chat, just FYI. There you go, Ken.
This track in the middle of the corner, it feels like you could just run out there and just push a car in the quarter panel and spin out. You know, they're just
almost at 900 likes. See if we can get to 1K before the rain comes.
Yeah, and like, where's the edge? You know, there's boy.
Byron saves it. LaJoie, that was close.
Yeah, it looked like LaJoie had issues off the corner, had to lift. Byron
I'd be
right
watching
there.
LaJoie. He almost wrecked twice now.
Right there, LaJoie up the racetrack. Yeah, got into the wall a little bit.
Ooh, he almost took out Byron.
William Byron. That's a very difficult part
Thank
of
you,
this
Tana
racetrack.
says dance.
You come out of the corner, you're kind of going uphill, and then there's a bump. And that bump right against the wall, right there, it's really hard to keep the back of the car underneath them.
Parker.
Right, Jeff. There's also that transition in pavement from the grippy sort of asphalt you have there that's darker to that lighter asphalt. There's just not as much grip. I was
What's up, Curtis? You guys in second. Yeah, he's looking good.
Because it's amazing to me the difference a week makes in the NASCAR Cup Series. Last week at Iowa, finished second, was running down the leader, Ryan Blaney, late in that race.
He actually became a member, so we're cool with Sean now. We're cool.
They fell out of the top 10 in stage 1.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, honey.
Stage 2 as we started this stage, and they have just not been able to get that race car to do what he needs in the center of the corner all day.
I know, Holly. Is Bowen's team going to try to fix his race car? I mean, you only have so many minutes to get it fixed.
They have been struggling inside that 24 car to even get in the top 15.
Really, we need a caution. Only if Hamlin doesn't jump the restart.
Rain coming towards the speedway. So I asked Paul Wolf a moment ago.
We got some time if that rain gets here.
Who is watching the weather? He said, honestly, we watch it back at Team Penske headquarters in Mooresville, North Carolina. Joe Bisson, who we mentioned before, the lead strategist, he's watching the radar for us. And Steve, if their radar is correct and their prediction is correct, they expect maybe up to another 45 minutes of green flag racing here at New Hampshire. So still a long way to go.
Yeah, we got some time to get this in.
Penske's right. We still got a lot of racing left here today.
Yeah, what's made it very difficult is while the radar is pretty accurate.
How's the pickle car looking? He got lucky on a caution, trying to stay out before the pit. Got the caution, and now he's in P6.
Spotters, everybody involved. So that's what always concerns me, right? Will lightning kind of precede the weather, and will we get a lightning hold? Once again, you know, we would be official. Now, this is an interesting conversation about the tire life. We heard Parker Kligerman's report. Well, Denny Hamlin has been able to hold off Martin Truex Jr. Now, Truex is faster, but not so fast to run him down. So now with 12 laps to go in the stage, it's not just who's going to win this stage. It's what are you going to do when the stage ends? Because I don't think it's an obvious everybody comes down pit road as we see the Toyota driver update. Hamlin leads, Truex.
No storming allowed, that's right.
Gibbs and Reddick both inside the top 15.
Joe Gibbs Racing getting a little stingy here as far as stage wins in New Hampshire. Bell won stage 1, and we're 11 laps away from possibility of Hamlin or Truex grabbing stage 2.
Ty Gibbs and Tyler Reddick kind of on a slow night tonight. They're in the back there. The other two Toyotas. And the other ones, the legacy ones, are not having a good day at all.
It's like the most popular win.
Yeah, I think Bowman's done.
You know, congratulates him to victory lane. Well,
33 laps down. I think he's done for the day.
Not that he's not a threat, but now that we know this is the end, when we see another win, and I believe it's just a win, not if. For me, it's a win. I think Martin Truex Jr. will win a race. Jeff, do you think the competitors...
Yeah, we'll see what the strategies for the rain might not come till later.
Competitors are willing to go up and say, hey, man, great job, because they know this is his last full-time year.
I think they appreciate that Truex.
Bell's holding back, Ray says.
I'm going to retire. Right? That normally doesn't happen. Most of us.
Don't forget about that NASCAR Vortex. That's right.
And Truex is proven
Rooster.
to do it. And, you know,
I remember last year's Bristol race. There was rain all over us, and we never got a bit of it.
That he made the decision, and yeah, because of that, I think drivers would say, "Hey, man, good job. You've had a great career." Now, look, nobody's gonna.
What's the camera doing? Why is he?
I mean, it is not like that much respect, but he is certainly a very popular person.
I guess he's waiting on someone to battle, and there's nobody to watch. Pick the leader then.
All the way up to
there you go. Follow Blaney.
Tony Stewart. Some of these monsters, these Hall of Famers, are these guys with such storied careers. They won right up to their last year. If Truex could join that list.
Adam doesn't like stage racing.
Whenever him and Truex decide where they're going.
Almost to 1,000 likes, y'all. Thanks so much. Keep hitting that subscribe. We're trying to get to 15,600.
From Bass Pro Shop at the announcement. They have become great friends. I think they're going to share
I know
he's stories.
He's taking a break or something. I don't know what he's doing.
On top of all the how he runs.
Aerial cam? All right. I don't think the aerial cam's working. It's just
I would not in one bit. And
it's just oh, it is working.
Nice. In his last full year with a chance to win a championship with nothing to lose. That makes Martin Truex.
What's up, Angela?
Well, in this screen now, Rick, as we see Ty
they got the helicopter up.
Bottom is kind of like the conversation of Joe Gibbs Racing. We have Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, veterans. We know Truex Truex's situation, and we don't expect any news from Denny, but Denny's not at the first half of his career.
Right.
Self-admittedly, he's towards the twilight. Then at the bottom, you see the youngster, Ty Gibbs, right? So much was made of Hendrick Motorsports maybe 8 years ago, where they lost all of those veterans. Jeff, we saw
it wasn't working earlier.
Significant different performance when
I'm sorry,
young.
Steve.
And now
I appreciate you.
Done for Hendrick Motorsports in the last 5 years. So much success with those young drivers.
Thank you, Steve.
Parker, how about the 45 of Tyler Reddick?
Right, Rick, I got my eye on him because he's the highest of the
Well, the other guy, the battle cam, was doing so well.
Took 4 tires, and he's about to creep into the top
I know,
10.
what was he doing up there?
My question to you as I look at this is you have the 11 of Hamlin who stayed out, who's proving basically that tires maybe are not quite worth what some of the crew chiefs thought. And then I look at the 45 here, who as we go towards the end of the stage, especially if you think his weather's on the other side, could potentially find himself staying out or having a very fast stop here. So I think like many of these crew chiefs watching what that 45 Tyler Reddick does and sort of was headway here because he could be in a very advantageous position, especially if you think weather's on the other side in stage 3.
Well, and Parker, I think the 45's decision really is how many other guys stay with you. I think they have too many laps on their tires to be the only car to stay out.
Thanks for the likes. Keep it going here. See if we get to 1K on the likes.
Byron, Cindric, Priest.
How many laps has been run? Let's see.
Keselowski, other drivers with
3 to go in the
tires.
stage.
If you can get 4 or 5 of those to
3 to go in the stage.
Then I think the idea of staying out works, and I believe that's a
Braves win. Nice.
I think Keselowski is the type of driver that would stay out.
And Texas A&M's up 1-0.
Ryan Priest. At some point, you have to kind of shake things up. You have to try to get outside the box somehow.
So difficult to.
You just finished your dishes.
As we ride along with Keselowski and that BuildSummer8s.com on board.
Todd Gillen for the win. That'll be something.
This car hasn't been any better today.
Come on, Denny.
Brad and this team are so good, and they've run well all year, but this has just been a struggle.
I mentioned popular wins. His win, at least for me, Brad's done a lot, and I was excited to see him win.
Marshall will be gone here in 13 seconds.
That's a big accomplishment.
Who's going to stay out? That's right.
But then imagine all the work you're putting in as the owner as well.
Well, and I'll say I was probably at the top of the list of saying.
Let's get almost there to 1K, y'all. Help us get there.
Gone there, and his last win was behind him. Like he wasn't going to be able to find victory lane again, just the way Roush Fenway was running. But boy, did that change with Brad.
This is Bristol all over again.
The ownership role and
Truex chasing Denny.
Victory lane again this year. Well, it's Hamlin who's out front with Martin Truex Jr. trailing. It is going to be a Joe Gibbs Racing sweep of the 2 stages. Bell got stage 1, and now Hamlin. This is his 4th stage win.
Let's go, Denny.
Martin Truex Jr. finishing in 2nd. Logano, Bell, Blaney. Looks like they will round out the top 5 with Gilliland, Larson.
All right, let's listen to Denny here.
Chastain. And so Christopher Bell and Logano both earning 17 stage points for today.
A lot of
That's
guys
big.
hit on lap 166. It's 186 now, that last caution. Weather is 30 miles away. I'd say if I had to guess about lap 250. We're obviously going to pit here, but let's say we got to restart 8th to 10th. What do you think you need?
So Denny said he's going to pit.
Good. Overall, just maybe need a little bit of turn. And a 30-second rolling, 1 and 2, and then initial gas back to it. But you can't free up the late exit. Rolling, 1 and 2, and then initial gas back to it. But you can't free up the late
Almost
exit.
1K, y'all. Thank you so much.
Okay, 10-4.
See if they show the pits here.
Your exits both in was considerably better, but even when he would get a good center drive off, your late exit by the wall was still considerably better.
Sorry, this is a dumb question, but why is Denny's thing blank under the manufacturer? He's in the lead. Thank you, Teresa, for becoming a member. Thank you, Teresa. Woo!
10-4. We'll be pitting when it's open.
What's up, sir? Good to see you. That's and then it shows you they're way back. But Denny's in the lead. That's why.
Sure you got your bias how you need it.
We'll keep right here. Thank you, S10 Stalker, for subscribing. Pit road open. I know Denny's pitting.
It's open. Open. Not sure what they told you. Just don't pass the pace car. Back them up if you need it.
No, it's this is New Hampshire, Big Drew.
Second gear, one red. Second gear, one red here. 10 away.
Now 5, 3, 2, and 1. 4 tires on the jack.
Search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial today.
And it looks as though the field is going to make their way onto pit road, and they'll come to you first, Parker.
Right, Denny Hamlin leaves them there, the stage winner. They got it on strategy, and his crew chief, Chris Cabart, said, all right, we think from what we're seeing now, you might have to restart back 8th to 10th. If that's the case, what do you need in the car?
What's up, Russ the Hunter?
4 Goodyear tires for Denny Hamlin, the 11, Marty.
Parker, a massive day for Joey Logano. 17 stage points. Again, they came in below the cut line. Paul Wolf said
they needed that good run for Joey Logano.
And a slow stop for the 19 you see on the bottom.
Let's see who gets out first.
They proved 2 tires.
Where are they positioned here?
But this stop will lose them.
Larson, +6, 2 tires. Gillinan, 2 tires. Gregson, 2 tires. Cedric, 2 tires. And Burton, 2 tires. Oh, look at Larson.
Time and time again, it's a battle for track position. You can overcome mistakes.
Larson,
early. You
P1.
Them late. Let's see what happens. Right side looks pretty normal. Oh, right side. You cannot drop the tire without the right rear being tight.
Oh, bad stop for Truex.
Position's lost for Truex.
Oh my gosh. Truex, bad pit stop. Cam. Oh, he's okay from his crash. Okay, good deal. The 5. Let me see those 5s. Because he is in the lead. Larson's going to win. What a call. What a call. Well, Tyler Reddick and Michael McDowell stayed out, so Kyle Larson, unless they pit here. Dude. Those 5s. Good call, Cliff Daniels. 2 tires. So you got Reddick. What's he doing? Okay, come on now. It's like he's on dirt. Yeah, we'll see how those 2 tires do. But this should be interesting. Well, you look at that. That's right. Rowdy? Did you say Rowdy? Rowdy's finally back on the lead lap? Oh, wow. So he's still racing. All right, there you go, Rowdy. I see you, Rowdy. I see you, Rowdy. Thank you for making a boring race interesting. You're welcome. Just try to entertain you guys, man. You guys give back by watching me and subscribing and hitting that like button. I try to do my best for you guys. Your phone battery's on life support, so farewell to the stream. Thanks for amazing stream. You're welcome. It's just me. All right. This race is boring every year. Rowdy's coming back. He's going to come back for Gregson, probably. So Reddick and McDowell staying out.
Welcome back to New Hampshire here. We're going to catch up the crew chief, the 45 of Tyler Reddick, who just took the lead up by a strategy call, Billy Scott. So, Billy, You had the rain coming. You guys pinned on lap 156, and now you've assumed the lead. Do you think you have enough fuel to get to when the rain comes?
Yeah, I think so. Everything we're showing is
stage caution. Stage caution.
It's a matter of how well we can hold on up front there, and if we even start green flag cycles.
Almost to 1,000 likes. Thank you guys so much. You're welcome, Mike.
Have some more pace to get you guys if you don't get a good restart here?
Yeah, they matter for sure, but
bad call for Reddick.
Hopefully the guys on 4 tires that have been.
Thank you for Daniel. Thank you, Toby Lou.
Big call by the 45, Marty.
Boy, Parker, you can just feel the sense of urgency pick up here on pit road.
Keep hitting that subscribe. We're trying to get to 15,600.
For right side tires, he said, easy call in my opinion. Rain is coming. We needed the track position.
It's really. You know, the toughest thing about a rain is you're
Ty and the 54 team are points racing. I hate it.
Right,
take some chances. I know.
And the pit stop. So if we go back and remind everybody what happened.
You're welcome, Tony.
Up, everything looks good. Watch the right rear. Jackman drops the jack. It's a little bit of a slow to the right rear, and the tire changer knows the right rear.
We'll watch the green flag from right here.
The lug nut cannot pull the wheel up tight enough.
Since our battle cam guy is kind of going crazy.
If we take a look at our virtual Toyota, we can kind of show you exactly what goes on, right? Behind the wheel itself are those drive pins.
Well, we know when the aerial cam guy goes away, the storms are getting close.
The locking mechanism needs to pop up. With the weight of the car, it just doesn't pull up enough. So this is the example of what you're trying to do. That's kind of the visual the tire changer has to say, I know this isn't tight. So I know it's a mistake, but that's much better than leaving and having a right rear wheel come off on the racetrack.
So Reddick and McDowell, they did not come to pit road.
Come on, commercial. Come on, commercial.
And you've got Larson Gilliland.
Gilliland pulls off the upset. That would be crazy. The pickle car.
Harrison Burton, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Ryan Blaney, all inside the top 10. Maybe racing against weather.
Well, we've talked a lot about.
Here we go.
And you know, you just heard crew chiefs talking about they think it won't go all the way for a fuel stop before it rains, but that doesn't count lightning, Steve, that you've talked about so many times.
Oh, bad start for Gilliland.
Lightning strikes, puts a hold on the race, and then the rain comes. So that could.
Who's fun? Who's fun? Chase.
Yeah, we're hearing 25
Chase
miles
spins.
Lightning. So when it gets within
Logano too.
So it could be here. 15, 20 minutes. Here we go, Rick. It's all on the line.
Chase and Logano.
Green flag is out. Final stage here in New Hampshire.
Oh.
3 wide per second.
Oh, contact between the
Logano spun Chase.
Spun around. They were already up the racetrack. We're going to have to see how that started, but big damage on the 9. Heavy damage on the 22 as well. Right front.
Oh, bad damage for the 22.
For the 22. Remember where he was in the points.
And that makes those stage points that he's earned so much more important. 17 points earned today by those stages.
Here we come, guys. We're middle of 3 and 4.
You hear the radio? Here we come. We don't get to listen in. Left
Phase 2.
On the 9. Let's listen into the 22. Just see exactly how they go through this damage repair communication. Paul Wolf in the spotter. Right front, heavy damage. Heavy damage.
All right. He's going away. That means it's time to go away. Okay. Battle cam it is. We just said when that thing goes away, it seems like subscribers are the main course in NASCAR is the salt on this channel. This is how the algorithm works, Ronald. The subscriber count, the more subscribers, the more YouTube pushes you out. The more YouTube pushes you out, the more people come into the chat. The more the likes go, the more people come into the chat. That's how it works. It's all about algorithm. The more your channel grows, the more YouTube pushes you out.
You have to coach that.
That's the main goal. To grow your channel. And NASCAR is our bread and butter. You are right.
Chaos, but it's Paul Wolf is a general. He's leading this team. The coaching really shows in these situations.
What's wrong with that pilot? Yeah, he was like, I'm out of here.
Okay, so that tape on his steering wheel, that's put there for multiple
awesome, y'all. Thanks so much for the 1K likes. Appreciate it. Y'all are awesome. Bill says hi from North Carolina.
There,
awesome.
Something is bent. He also said that it's moving
Just
around
like that,
a lot.
1K. Thank you, guys.
Trying to assess the damage.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
That's the result. Let's see what happens.
Did the battle cam come back? Let's see. Did the aerial cam come back? Or are they gone?
This is taking the green.
Oh, they all got bottled up on the straight.
Nope, they're done.
Oh, Joey locked the left front up. He locked the left front up getting in the corner, and it just wouldn't turn.
It's funny, though, because he locked the left front up, and even as he slowed down, he couldn't get off the 9. Do you think it was...
Ken says every channel is needing subs and likes. Y'all, they put you on, put them out on YouTube. That's right.
Just got the left front locked up, and now they're just...
It's not the race. It's not the live race. This is on NASCAR.com. Anybody can watch these cameras. They're on NASCAR.com. This is not the broadcast.
Damaged. That contact.
Chase Elliott's thinking, man, what's your deal?
You're rooting for Chastain. Awesome.
So what it looks like to me...
Thank you, Gary. Hope Campton is fun.
Is that
McDowell needs the win. Chase back and forth here.
On entry speed is so difficult when you're not
in the top 10 all day.
You've got a lot of cars on all different types of tires. And it looks like Joey gets in there a little bit too deep. He knows he's in there too deep. He's almost into the back of his teammate. Gets on the brakes, locks up the left front, and now it won't turn. And he couldn't lift off the brake because he would run into the people in front of him. Lifting off the brake would have helped it turn, but then he's into the back of his teammate.
This is the 5th car
what a hoot.
Come out, and I'm guessing right now Reddick and McDowell are loving it because that weather's getting closer.
All right, let's see what happens. Weather's getting closer. Leaders are in. Thank you, Ken. That 7 car looks good. What's your Instagram? Oh, let's do that real quick. Here is my social media, guys, for the 2,800 that are here. On the Go with CeeLo's our Facebook page. Sealord16's our Twitter. On the Go with CeeLo1 is our Instagram. And On the Go with CeeLo is our TikTok. We also have a Twitch channel, On the Go with CeeLo. So, all one word, On the Go with CeeLo. So those are our social medias. Make sure you check us out. Follow us. We also have a Discord as well. Make sure, Predator fan, love the mascot you had. Yeah, I'm a big Nashville Predator fan too. We'll see how we do next year. So the 22 and the 9 crashed, and that's why we have a caution. We're under caution. If someone, a Butterfly, if you want to drop the Discord link, we have a Discord as well. That's all those. You'll never miss a stream. Yeah, Chase just wrecked. He's been going in and out of the pits. He's back in 29th on the lead lap. Thanks so much, guys, for everything. Bring back the audio in a second. The aerial cam, the camera, the helicopter left because the weather's coming in. All right, here we go. We're going back to green flag.
One from New Hampshire.
Do a boogity, boogity, boogity.
On the final 100 laps, but
here we go, green flag. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
Let's talk about some other things that could upset the playoffs. How about Michael McDowell on the front row? This is a driver that's outside the top 20 in points. If he could win a race, it would upset everything. Todd Gilliland is going to restart right up near the front as well. Same thing out of the points. Gregson in 6th. There's a lot of drivers up there that a win would change.
About the snow. Let's go, Mets. Oh, Gregson!
McDowell in the 34. Yellow and blue. White hood. You see Joey Logano backing back into his stall. And here comes the restart. Reddick, McDowell, side by side.
No DW, Chuck.
And look who jumped into the picture in the 5. Kyle Larson up here as well.
Nice job by Reddick.
Look at that battle.
Top. You see back in line, popping out of the picture.
Look at the 21.
Wide on the bottom. trying to make this time on this new tires. I'm sure he feels the urgency as well with potential rain in the area.
Contact there, 3 wide down the straight.
15,700 is our next goal, y'all.
It's like the green light. You know exactly when everybody gets off the gas. And
I think we have a caution.
Front row guys with McDowell and Todd Gilliland.
Caution for rain? What is it?
There's a battle here now for the lead.
Oh, LaJoy.
Spun down the backstretch.
It was LaJoy that
no
spun.
Contact, caution's out. To see the leaders were side by side. NASCAR would be very interesting to see who
Listen, Burton and Knight.
scored as the leader because of the loop lines.
LaJoy was set 20th when he got around and brought this caution out. This is caution number 6.
And all of these cautions keep making track position even more important if that
Thank
rain
you,
is
Coach.
coming. Corey LaJoy, 7 car, outside.
Thank you,
3
Tabitha, for
wide.
following us on Facebook.
Ooh,
4
now
wide.
4 wide. And we're being
4
told
wide doesn't
45
work.
Of Reddick is scored the leader. Oh, that's what happened there. Ryan Priest
Priest.
on the outside when LaJoy was trying to get up.
Ryan
there.
Priest got into
Priest might get to
LaJoy.
the wall a little bit and comes back and catches the left rear of the 7. From that angle, the opposite. From that angle, it looks like the 7 might just keep coming up. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's probably. Yeah, Corey just had no idea he was there. And it was a late move. It was a late move on the outside. Very top of the frame, you can see.
It's one of those situations that Corey doesn't know Priest is there. He has no idea somebody would even try to be there. Priest is
Best program
not
director.
loving the move,
Thank you so
but
much.
He has to go. You know, listen, we keep talking about the radar. So aren't the radios. Every spotter, every crew chief, they are literally just churning this up, just building this pressure cooker up and up and up as the rain gets closer and closer.
Oh,
You
it's
see
so
now
close.
Basically,
about 8 miles.
yeah, I'm about 8 miles away to that first little bit of green. Now remember, while there are wet weather tires, the goal of the wet weather tires are not to run in falling rain. They are to run on a wet track that they expect to be drying. I don't know what NASCAR would do, but if I'm a crew chief, I'm racing like rain would end this race. I don't believe wet weather tires were designed to try to run the last 50 laps of a race. They were designed to get the race started.
Now, this is it.
If it would have been wet. Or
This restart here is it.
Remember, there's a grandstand full
Thanks
of
for
fans
hitting that
came
like
out.
button. Keep on
We
hitting
wanna
that
put a
subscribe
race
button
on,
for
so
us. Let's
it'll be
finish
interesting to see
strong.
what
Let's see if we can
Tower
get
says, but
another
I have
100
heard
subscribers.
nothing that says we would go to
Peace.
wet
Thank you so
tires and
much.
finish the last 50
Lantern,
laps
thank
of
you
the
so much.
There they are, though,
Yeah,
if you need them.
They're there. And a storm coming in, the possibility of lightning there as well, and they can't run, even if it isn't raining or the track isn't wet. 4 wide, it didn't work out well for Corey LaJoy or Ryan Priest. This is caution number 6. We're getting ready for the restart.
All right, there's Corey LaJoy. He's the one why we caused the wreck here. Let's see what LaJoy is saying.
Entry to 3.
Nobody's pitting, I don't think. CeeLo, duh. It's a tornado. It's a tornado. Thank you, Michael. Peace Poet. Thanks for subscribing.
Moss, go over and fix that left front hood flap right there.
And this is the 7-car audio you're listening to. Yeah, 3 wrecks. McDowell with the upset. We'll see. Yeah, I heard about that, Holly. It might end his. I mean, he was wanting to retire anyway, so that might be it. Keep hitting that like button for us. Keep hitting that subscribe.
Right, go
Thanks so much, y'all.
Don't speed.
Go the field. Entry to 3.
100 that Bubba doesn't finish. What's up, Sean? Yeah, it's coming, Sean. 8 miles away.
hustle hard.
There's green flag here. Yep. Green flag. Let me refresh this. Oh, here we go. See if it's a little faster than it was. Green flag.
Back there behind him. And now we've got McDowell on the inside of that front row. Green flag's back in the air. A fight for
Sharknado in the 5. The shark.
The weather is imminent. Every position so important.
What a mess back there from the 4th row back.
Hide.
Micah McDowell drives deep into turn 3 on the inside of Reddick, slides up.
Oh, Reddick, McDowell. Can McDowell win this?
Here comes Larson again.
I know.
Gonna chase the
pit crew messed up Truex. Go, Denny.
Move him or hope he slides up. A combination of the two that lets the 5 get to the left side of Reddick to be door to door down the backstretch.
For the lead, here comes Larson to the inside.
Larson all the way down.
Larson!
To roll the center with a lot of speed.
Let me see those 5s.
Reddick not having it.
Behind them, Denny Hamlin has worked his way to the inside of McDowell. Remember, Hamlin ran well at the end of stage 2. He's trying to get back into the fight.
Let me see those 5s.
See Larson on that flat. He just cannot carry the speed to corner exit. The 45 in that upper lane, he's able to go to the gas a little bit sooner.
Reddick's still in the lead.
Trying to show him something different, and here comes the 11 of Hamlin.
Hamlin throwing it inside here, trying to get by the 5. We've seen him use up Larson coming out of a turn. There's contact made. Saw it at Pocono, and once again, we'll see if Hamlin uses up the 5 here.
The 5 is right on his door, Jeff. Not
so
using
Brian.
the entire lane, forcing the 11 to turn the wheel and to stay lower. And Reddick is loving this. You guys run side by side for
Reddick
a while,
out
so
front.
From you.
Yeah, Hamlin saw what Larson was doing, running that bottom grade.
Here comes Ryan Blaney on the inside.
Oh, these guys are shipping it in the corner with tons of speed. The 11, Hamlin just runs Larson out of the lane.
Blaney comes through into 3rd.
Those 2 tires for Larson.
For the 19 of Martin Truex.
Ah, Martin Truex spins.
Lost that track position on a pit stop where they had issue with the right rear wheel.
Take that
Such
out,
a good
CeeLo.
car all day long. Once you go to the back, you're into all this chaos.
Caution.
He was running in the 21st position. Trying
Truex
to recover from that pit
spins.
stop.
Bad day for Truex. A bad pit stop causes this.
Nope, he got it fired up.
No repeat for Truex.
See Truex in the middle of 3 wide.
No, Keselowski got into him.
He and Brad Keselowski. I feel like Truex was trying to get his car turned to go to the
All right, let's go to in-car camera because
Kes is already there.
He's not doing too much. Bruh, please give me a Haley top ride. Please give Haley a top ride. I know he does. He's a good driver. 10 minutes left.
That's racing. It just happens, you know, battling for position.
Coach, going to become a member.
Judge, because rarely do you run the exact radius of the corner, right? So you expect
99 cents
drifting up. You expect the 19 to be coming down.
Brad thinks
99 cents get you that.
Brad, you know what I mean? They both think this is my spot.
What happened to Larson? Those 2 tires are finally coming to effect for him. Remember, he took 2 tires. Him and McDowell both took 2 tires.
He's going to lose 4 or 5 spots for doing it.
Thank you so much, Trice, for being a member, dude.
Even if they do make contact, they don't spin out. Let's listen in what Truex had to say.
Let's see.
Nope. They just passed clean. Just get caught up here.
So that
it's on USA Network.
A fair assessment of how Truex sees current racing, because it wasn't that he wrecked me. His statement was, "I just passed him clean," and I think from everything I see out the window in these races.
So Keselowski took out Truex.
Racers in this new double file restart craziness era. he felt he passed the 6 clean, and then he felt like
the 99 cents gets you access to the emojis. And
the intensity is picked up on these
Pro
restarts.
gets you access to early vlogs when I release them. And the emojis, and MVP gets you the emojis, early access to vlogs, and we have a live stream at least once a week. That's just for the MVP members. But in the month of June, we do all channel members, but starting in July, it'll be only MVP members.
And these yellows are really pretty good for Reddick, because if you look at time on the watch, if we had been running under green, Reddick might be out of his fuel window at this point. So the fact that we're having all these yellows, Jeff, is helping Reddick extend his fuel.
Martin, fantasy killer.
Restart, which means chaos again. That's going to happen here at New Hampshire. The Grand Estate seeing a great one, but race against weather is what's on the forefront.
All right, a commercial here. Let's listen to the officials, see if they have anything to say about the rain. What is this? Pickles 5th, watermelons 15th.
Pit road is closed. 7 will choose last. 3 past 19 into 22. Restart of the tail along the line for pitting too soon. It'll be 1 to go in here. To the first load down, Red. 1 to go. 31 make a lead lap, so it'll come up at, or excuse me, 41 at 8 and 15 can come up behind 41.
All new Oak Grove Gaming Players Club members went up to $2,500.
Pitting too soon, restart the tail along the line.
Super sticker tag someone's going to have to show me. I'll figure it out. I'm just a football coach. All right, hold on a second. I'll get it for you, man.
22 to the tail along the line. Lights all around, just showing them 1 to go. 45 is control current shows the outside lane.
Tim, thanks for becoming an MVP, Tim. All right. Who's going to win this thing? Tim, thanks for becoming a member, man. Appreciate you. And there it is. Become a member. Click on that link. And you can decide what you want to do. All right, here we go.
Mentioned the way the 11 and the 5 were racing. Listen into the 5 radio.
You run you like that every time. You know why? Because you let it happen. Shut the f*** up.
Well, those two have had some goes. And Tyler Ma, the spotter, saying, hey, man, quit letting him do that to you. And Kyle Larson's like, hey, man, I got this in here. You take care of that up there.
That might be a Monday conversation.
Oh, yeah. All right. It'll be 87 to go. But will we get all 87 in? The green is closing in on this racetrack as far as weather.
Goes Reddick.
Hamlin. Hamlin on the inside. Reddick on the outside.
Look out the window, see 11. Yikes. Dow.
Todd Gillen, that green and white car rolling around 3 wide up top. Great move.
And Haley in that 51 car on the bottom of 3 wide.
Blaney won a week ago in Iowa. Now fighting for second.
Reddick,
against Hamlin.
Blaney, Hamlin. Reddick, Blaney, Hamlin.
Right on the back bumper of Reddick.
Billy Bill's dropping that 5. Here comes Blaney. Here comes Blaney.
Again, a little contact there out of Hamlin.
It's raining.
Going around.
Oh, Kyle Busch goes around.
Caution comes out.
Tyler Reddick's going to win this, baby.
Cautions.
Joey wrecked him and Chase.
Kyle Busch was 24th.
been a few weeks that Kyle Busch wants to forget.
And a track you might never want to come back to. Take
Out for a Sunday drive.
It's hard to tell. They're 2 and 3 wide.
Who spun him this time? Uh-oh.
But I don't know. You know, that's the
Was it Stenhouse? I think Stenhouse spun Rowdy. You can't tell.
Yeah, I just can't tell. I mean, they're beating and banging. They're banging into the wall. 41 apiece is getting turned into the
Spinhouse
wall.
got his revenge.
I mean, look, they're 4 wide at this point.
Oh, Lordy.
All right, so that looks,
there.
yeah, that
Yes,
looks like
he
4
did.
Wide, 2
Oh.
wide. The 41 is catching the 47. Listen, you know what that
Stenhouse
is?
got his revenge.
People in the back trying to make something on this
Oh, Tim, I do football. I do college football, college basketball, Atlanta Braves baseball.
It's amazing they can make it through that without wrecking.
Yeah.
Oh.
We had heard some rain on the radio.
Revenge.
The window, I don't really see
that might have been Reddick screaming it because he was out front.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. It might have been Ryan Priest, actually.
Chaos that was going
And he
on
just
in front
came
of him,
across his front
and
end.
there just wasn't anywhere to go. It's just a wild restart.
Yeah.
We don't see more of that.
We don't see rain on this.
Red House.
Well, maybe we do a little bit.
Oh my
NASCAR
gosh.
has, it's been several races in the past few years where one of them here, where they dropped the
But
green
Tim,
flag,
thanks for becoming a membership.
and it didn't look like it was raining on the front straightaway, and they got to turn 1 and it was pouring down raining. We had it at Daytona, had it at a few places. So NASCAR has a new process about having a way to look around the entire racetrack to make sure it's clean before they go back green, Parker.
I'm on pit road, Jeff, here down near turn 4, and we're getting some raindrops. But that I can confirm that was the 45 Tyler Reddick who was screaming about raining when you heard that radio. He actually did that on the restart as they got to the backstretch.
My gosh, here comes the rain.
The radio saying it's raining, it's raining, it's raining. And
How many laps left we got here?
Eventually start to drizzle here. The team is confirmed.
83 laps to go.
Marty?
Yeah, and Parker, Tyler Reddick is not lying. It is starting to sprinkle here on pit road. So it's interesting because the radar really could show that it's a little ways away. It could show that it's on top of us as well. But we certainly do feel sprinkles, Kim, here on pit road.
And Marty, a disappointed Ryan.
The new Danica. Thank you, Brenda.
He does have sprinkles on his windshield. He's in that second position. He actually thought he had something for Tyler Reddick. So you know if Blaney is saying it's raining, when he thinks he has a shot to win this thing, then it definitely is coming down here at New Hampshire.
Blaney says it's not raining.
Blaney wanting to go back-to-back after winning in Iowa. Love to get back to victory lane and keep that momentum up, but a great run here.
Seeing it ways away from local radar. Yeah, it's weird. That's what other people were saying, too.
Maybe more than one person. But the 45 team, that's it. Everybody else here is like, let's go.
Well, let's review how we got here, right? They pitted a little bit later than most of the leaders in that stage before this, and then he was 14th.
Picking up down there?
When he decided to stay out.
Thank you for subscribing, Mike.
Say, hey, we think this is going to end before the
Are they going to call this race? Probably so.
Just another great strategy.
They're not going to dry this track for 80 laps.
As we see drops picking up.
And he was very clear. Yes, I think new tires.
People are starting to.
But I don't think they can get to us before the rain comes. And so far, he was exactly right.
Well, you mentioned the Jeff.
It's 80 laps, 82 laps left.
Have to be a little more concerned. This is the track where we saw the green.
Thank you, $2 super chat. China Reddick is all hype. Bubba is the GOAT. He's getting the W. China says. Thanks for the $2 super chat. Awesome. Race in the rain. Put those tires on. I would say we're done too.
For the 45. Remember that so impressive win back at Talladega with the owner, Michael Jordan.
I mean, they gotta. If this comes, they gotta get everybody out of the stands.
A huge wreck between Keselowski.
There's tons of people in the infield.
And then the Jumpman car, Boss Man on the hood with the Jumpman logo.
And they're coming down the pits.
That's a pretty impressive burnout. Great.
What's Reddick doing? Is it everybody pitting?
Michael Jordan.
Bo was there with him.
And you think about this race team, it is a very young race team, relatively speaking.
Are we red flagging the race?
The job that Denny Hamlin has done. We talk a lot about Denny Hamlin. being a great race car driver. Well, he has done a phenomenal job of building this race team. He has a great partner, Michael Jordan. But Denny is the brains
This is over,
in regard
y'all.
to putting the team together, all things performance, and you have got to give Denny tons of credit.
So all day, that's right. It's done. This is over. Tyler Reddick's going to win this.
Road, they kind of stop in line. Well, NASCAR at tracks where wet weather tires are available, they have changed the procedure where they go under red, they stop
South
the
Virginia,
cars in the pit stall. They do this because if they believe there is a chance to restart
wet
the
tires.
race, perhaps it's necessary to go to wet weather tires.
Wet tires
teams already are in their pit stalls, so the tires can be changed without an undue delay. Now, it'll be interesting because if you go back to the radar, right, it is sprinkling a little bit, but behind this, there are some heavy showers that I think would end the race for a visibility standpoint. When we talked to NASCAR this morning, they said, we will
get out there and do those donuts, Dan.
On a wet race
Thank you, Jason. Thank you so much, Jason.
Falling rain, if so much water on the racetrack, the mist covers the windshields. You see there's no windshield wipers, there's no tail lights. That was the discussion.
Keep hitting that like button for us. Keep subscribing. Trying to get to 15,700. And there goes the wrap.
And the flashing lights look like a strobe light. There's so many of them, it drives you crazy. So we'll be interested to see what the next 15 minutes looks like.
I think the other thing that's important to note in regard to wet weather tires is we have never run wet weather tires on an oval with this much speed. And so with this far into the race, with a win on the line, to put drivers on the racetrack, and they have absolutely no idea what's going to happen going this fast on a very, very wet racetrack. We did it on a damp racetrack yesterday. That we understand, but to be on a wet track, we do not understand it, and that would put NASCAR in a difficult position to make that call. That has to be factored in because you are rolling down these straightaways. It is tons of speed.
And I think the choices aren't made in a
Come
vacuum.
on.
You know, if this was a passing shower and there was no more rain behind it, and they thought we could easily get the last 82
1 second, y'all.
I think that would be a decision one direction. But when you look at the radar and you look at, it's a little bit of a passing shower, but there are some heavy storms. There's even been some storm watches in effect
Come on.
in neighboring counties. I think that's a different, we always talk about the competitors, but there's also a grandstand full of people. NASCAR has to kind of take all that into account. Denny, he was trying to beat the car he owns.
Oh, are you happy or mad?
Oh, no, he's mad. He's mad until some point it probably shifts over. But he's race car driver Denny right now. I don't think he's car owner Denny.
Does Kyle Larson come over to Denny Hamlin and talk to him and under this red flag condition?
No.
Not at all?
No.
I don't think that Kyle Larson's not that guy. He'll have a conversation, but he won't do it. He won't do it in public. Well, he might, but it just doesn't seem to be something that Kyle would do.
Go, Bubba, go. China, thank you for that $2 super chat again. Thank you so much, China. Appreciate you.
And again, the caution is out now for
Mad
weather.
Steve says crappy race.
There is rain in the area, and so they have brought them all onto pit road. And Parker is right now standing by with the guy scored number 1.
Correct. Tyler Reddick here just hopped out of the race car. So tell me about those restarts there once you got to lead, and did you kind of know what they were brewing there when you stayed out at the end of stage 2?
Yeah,
Tyler Reddick.
We unfortunately just weren't as good as we needed to be on 2 tires earlier in the race, and just got really, really tight and lost a lot of track position. So, yeah, I was kind of frustrated, and Billy was like, we only got a couple spots to lose. So we put 4 tires on it. A lot of people stayed out, and we kind of got back up to like 14th or there with aggressive restart. So, yeah, we had an idea what was brewing. So we decided to stay out and hope that I could hold them off on new tires. Some of the cars that were a buffer, obviously we've lost, but we've had a lot of cycles too. So obviously us sitting on pit road here is going to help us. Everyone's going to kind of equalize a little bit. So just got to think about what's going to come next if we get back going. It's going to be important to get the tires heated up, and going to have to be able to hold off Blaney and Hamlin, obviously.
How difficult were those restarts? You're on older tires. I heard you talking about getting the rears heated up and sort of in the correct phase. So how difficult were those to hold off those cars?
It was a challenge for sure. The balance was a lot different there once we were on the front row on the restart. So I was very fortunate I didn't spin out or give up a lot of time. Thankfully, Hamlin, Larson, Blaney were racing each other really, really hard because they're aware of what's been brewing as well. So that kind of allowed us to kind of sneak away, and certainly don't know if we would have been able to hold on under a green flag run, but we kept catching those cautions, and we kept getting opportunities to restart and get away a little bit.
Do you have a rain dance or superstition here?
I don't have a good rain dance, but we'll see what happens. I'm obviously excited if things go a certain way. It'd be a big deal for us, but can't lose sight of what might come next. Got to be ready for the next restart if we get back going.
Staying focused down here in the 45 team, Marty.
Let's chat with Denny Hamlin, and I can't quite read your mood. I don't know if you're happy on the car owner side or you're processing being upset that you
This is Denny Hamlin here.
Your driver in the 45.
Yeah, just need more time there. You know, you at this point you always kind of like second guess, like which lane did I choose? How do I approach the corners? Like how could I have made up more time? But you know, it's going to be a tall task for us to get back to the front in with just a few green flag laps. But we had a few good restarts and a few mediocre ones, and right now we're third. So it's frustrating. Certainly, you know, feel like our car is really good, but yeah, these are the variables that we deal with.
How would you describe the racing once rain became the predominant conversation, especially with how hard you and Kyle Larson were racing each other?
Yeah, everyone knows that, you know, rain is imminent, so you're just trying to do everything you can to gain any spot. And anyone that knows that, you know, if they can just get up front, you know, they can control the pace, and it's going to make things a lot easier. So we're all battling as hard as we can because we know it's just a matter of time.
So what do you do sitting here now, being that you're the car owner, the car that could maybe win the race if it rains out, but you're also the driver of the 11 who could maybe win the race if you get back going?
Yeah, I just I hope we get back going because I feel like we got a good, you know, Yahoo Camry, and we'd love to get going. But if we don't, then so be it.
Helpless feeling. Denny Hamlin sitting here in third right now, but the car he owns, Kim, leading the race.
Fairly dry. I don't know what it's going to do with the tires. I don't know, but overall, good effort by the 12 boys today, no matter what happens.
If we do see wet weather tires, concerned that your car will handle totally different than it's been giving you?
Yeah, I have no idea I don't know what to expect. I have no clue. But the good news is no one does. No one knows what to expect. So, yeah, I mean, everyone's car is going to do something different. It's going to be hard to predict. So, yeah, we'll cross that bridge if it gets to it. I don't know.
Ryan Blaney currently sits P2 on the board.
And how did we get to?
All right, I wanted to thank Todd for giving me a super chat, $5. He says Blaney-ac forever. I want to thank Kathleen Hurst, Bixmerster, whoever that guy is. I can't really say that, but thank you so much. Austin World says $1.99. Bubba deserves to continue. I live in New Hampshire. I'm here. Thank you for that subscribe as well. Thank you so much. So we're going to wait here. We'll see what happens. Not sure what they're going to say.
Also a fast race car, jumps on the outside. Christopher Bell takes the pass for the lead.
Then the yellow 31 of Daniel Hambrick. Kind of a single car incident, just loses a little bit of rear grip, goes around, brings out the yellow flag.
Alex Bowman in a tight point battle trying to make the playoffs. Engine failure, day done.
Well, then Kyle Busch's season just can't seem to get going in the right direction. Contact between the 8 and the 10, sends the 8 around into the wall. Heavy contact to the rear bumper. Noah Gregson kind of caught up into it. And then it was Denny Hamlin who went on to win stage 2 after staying out on some older tires.
Martin Truex Jr. in position to win this race. Comes down pit road. Right side goes up. Right rear tire goes on. Jack falls too quickly. Cannot get it tight.
You're welcome, Irvin.
Urbex got to come back around, start it last.
And then Joey Logano, another driver like Kyle Busch, trying to find some points to get into the playoffs. Straight down into turn 1 left front tire lock.
That top 10's weird looking.
Goes up the racetrack. Pretty heavy.
Look at Justin Haley, top 5.
The 22 sitting kind of behind the 8 ball now with heavy damage.
wait a little bit here. Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Todd Gilliland. Now, his day got turned around when he stayed out for... Let me move this up a little bit. At least we have a cam to watch. At least they didn't turn that off yet. When Todd Gilliland stayed out before he had to pit, and then a caution came out. So he ended up staying in the top 10, and he's been in the top 5 ever since. But Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson kind of got together a little bit there. Michael McDowell, he only took 2 tires, and that's why he's up in the top 10. Kyle Larson took 2 tires as well. He's in P7. So Christopher Bell dominating this weekend, just not enough. He's there in 9th. Gregson in top 10 so far. So I think this race is over. I don't think they're going to, with the big crowd the heavy rain coming, and they have to evacuate. I mean, when that rain gets here, it's going to be lightning popping and everything. They're going to have to get the crowd out of there. So I don't know what they're going to do here.
Tires on it and find a way to try to flip the field. That's what he did. This one doesn't upset the playoff standings, much like some
definitely.
Wins,
Tom will definitely see you on Friday.
Go that way.
I got your number.
You see him there with 1 win currently and 8 playoff points because of that win back at Talladega. You see the penalty now for Logano, not too bad, still only 10 behind. But
I mean, we see what you did. They did in Charlotte. They made y'all wait 2 hours and then can't call it.
Task to make up the points. I think Logano can easily think 10 points is manageable, Jeff, but that's the past 1 car. Remember, you could have a new winner.
Yeah, we keep saying that Logano is going to get in, but he doesn't. You know, and it's
What's up,
easier
Kenneth?
said
Good to
than
see you,
done.
buddy.
That is a fast enough race team to make the playoffs, but speed doesn't always get it done. And Joey's talked about it. He's concerned about the races coming up.
Karen.
And they just, fortunately, they got good stage points today.
It was,
17 stage points, but not a good finish, Marty.
So let's chat with Justin Haley sitting in 5th right now. This team continues to show speed. If it rained out from here, this would be the best finish of the year. So I'm curious how you're viewing
see with a home run
racing, or do you want it just to say, hey, we'll call it here, I'm all good?
A little bit of both, right? You want to finish it off, and I feel like Colonel Order of Eagles, number 51, Rickway Racing, for performance Mustang is fast enough to go up there and compete. But yeah, what an awesome day! It's pretty cool to be able to have this opportunity. I'm very thankful.
You're a hot dog salesman.
And Lisa Ware put me in the car
Chicken nuggets,
and kind of let me and Chris Lawson, my crew chief, showcase what we're capable of. So we've kind of hit on something magical the past month, and like I said, just super thankful for Rick and Lisa. Without them putting me in this car this year, I probably wouldn't be racing. So yeah, we're gonna keep going. Hopefully, you know, we can get a good finish, however that comes to be. But yeah, super proud and thankful.
Yeah, I want to reiterate, you guys have done this on speed. You put it at 188 with everybody else. So walk me through the thought process. It has let up here. It's in essence not raining now. Would you be good going to the wet weather tires?
Probably not. We're kind of in a window, and there's some severe weather coming right behind it. So, you know, obviously there's a lot of fans here and things, right? I'm playing both sides of it, but yeah, either way. Just,
yeah, his nickname is Chicken Nuggets.
But Steve, to that point, I mean, it is in essence stopped raining here, you know, and that's the point you brought up earlier. Maybe some severe weather around, but the rain has stopped here in New Hampshire.
$1.99. They better not stop the race. I'm here. We mad.
We never used to see any wet weather tires, and we found some.
Austin World, thank you again. $1.99. Appreciate you.
NASCAR, the industry, the drivers, there's been a lot of compromise to get these treaded wet tires to be an option at shorter tracks. We saw them an option at Iowa. We saw them on cars at Richmond.
Thank you so much for all the super chats tonight, y'all.
All-Star race, we'll see them in play at Martinsville. And I think their use is important. What are they here for? They're here to finish a race, to get to halfway, to get one legal, to just get one started. They're not to try to get 20 more laps before that yellow storm gets here. You see the red, which is kind of like a high wind warning.
Thanks for following us on Facebook. Appreciate you. Kaza.
Where these wet weather tires will come into play, and you better be ready to bolt them on. This is a very fast racetrack. Look, if we were 30 laps short of halfway, I would be, why aren't we putting the wet weather tires on? Because we can get to halfway for these fans that have bought tickets today, and they can see a complete race or a legal finish to a race. But we're past halfway, and to ask these fans to sit here until the high winds come for 10 or 15 more laps, I don't see there's a way we're going to get to the finish before the heavy rains get here.
Exactly.
What would be a total distance.
The wet weather tire is an evolution, and we're in the middle of evolving and understanding how to use it and how not. And they have made some mistakes.
They can't
with the
let the storm get here.
The race
yeah, it is, Barry. We're growing, man.
That was nuts. They made a mistake at Coda in the Cup Series, big wrecks. So they're not going to make that mistake again here today. When there's a short run on the table, right?
Not much, just seeing what happens here.
Where they got to go push. And real quick,
I think it's over, Coop.
Justin Haley, I want to give Rick Ware and that team a shout out because Rick Ware has made a major investment. You know, they got A motors, they got A pit stops.
I think that's too South Virginia. I don't think he did it on purpose.
He can't do it by himself. Crew Chief Chris Lawson and that entire team, it's a different team than they were last year. Rick Ware stepping up his program.
Red flag has come out. It's for weather, and the weather is going through. We'll see if it gets worse. If it does, NASCAR might have to make a tough decision.
Let's listen to PRN radio.
They're just a small drop. If you wanted to have a scenario to try out these wet weather tires, this seems to be tailor-made. We've not completely lost the racetrack. It got damp. You'd probably have to put the jet dryers out for a little bit. But just me, this is just my opinion. I would love to see them give it a shot. We've spent all this time and effort and technology in designing these things. Let's put them on trial.
And that would kind of flip the script here. Usually you're talking about using wet weather tires to start a race where the track would be damp. We might then get a chance to finish on. And with 4 sets of those per team, Doug, that would certainly be plenty to get us here from lap.
The officials radio is quiet, and Matty F, what's up, man? Good to see you. Just a program alert to next week. CeeLo is at Nashville. You'll be at the track. So if you guys are at the track, come find me. We'll be live somewhere. So message me on Instagram or Facebook, whatever, if you guys are there. I know I'm going to meet up with our good friend Tom. So, but if you guys are in Nashville next week, make sure you're there. We'll be no streams like this next week. But we'll pick back up the Chicago race the following week. So I hope you guys are enjoying it. Hope you guys have made our racing season amazing. Our channel has grown so much. So we'll probably bring some live streams from the track next week. Walk around doing maybe a live stream with the merch area, and we'll be doing a vlog too. So yeah, I'm sick of wet weather. I know. Looking at Bubba, just looking for the last Toyota. Martin Truex, John Hunter Nemechek's actually the last Toyota. He's 1 lap down. Truex Jr., he had his problems began in pit road. His crew messed up the right side tires. And Truex in 27th, and then he wrecked. So that's the issues with them. But Indy F1 would be racing. Come on, NASCAR. The only problem is that they know it's coming, and they got to get the people out of the stands. That's the problem. So I'm just so disappointed about Chastain. Yeah. But next week, he should be strong next week. Running a live view system. Yeah, I'll stream on my phone, and we'll see if we can bring in the audio of the PRN network and all that stuff. We'll see what we can do next week. But hope you guys looking forward to meeting some of y'all that are out there. It'll be awesome. People in the stands want NASCAR to finish the race. Otherwise, it's a complete ripoff for them. I completely understand, but they also gotta make sure that they're safe too.
With their pit crew. So we'll be embedded with Chase Elliott and Brad Keselowski in stage 2.
How can you not love going to Nashville? It's a great stop for the series. Broadway's so much fun. The whole town really supports it. Nashville Super Speedway. Look, it's a small drive outside of Nashville, but so wasn't Iowa outside of Des Moines, right out there in Newton, Iowa. It's not a very bad drive. It's a great racetrack. It's put on
It's a mile long,
races.
I believe.
I'm super pumped to get there as now we start to see the rain start to pick up. This is kind of what we saw on the radar.
Kim.
And for Todd Gilliland, as it stands in the 4th position, if the race was called, you would tie your career best Cup Series finish. So with that in mind, do you want to go green, or are you okay with that finish?
Yeah, like you said, I don't really care one way or the other. It's something we can't control, so try not to think about it a whole lot. I think
Chillo's Pickles.
Rain tires, I think we can go out and win the thing. So that's what I'm trying to keep my mindset at. And on the other hand, just really proud of what we've been able to do all day.
Just speed up and laughing. It's
done. The last month or so, we've been chipping away at it, and then today, another solid run, kind of start to right now. So. Had some
Thank you, Chris.
Way. Ryan Bergini's he's been hitting it really good recently, so I'm nervous for when it flips the other way, but we're gonna keep taking it right now. And yeah, it's super cool to have Grillo's on board. Our Ford Dark Horse Mustang's been really fast, and like I said, we've been chipping away at it last month or so. So perfect time for a snack, and we'll see if we get back going here. It's starting to pick up a little bit right now.
You mentioned your crew chief putting you
I was
on
at Pocono 24, one rain, short fans hit by lightning. Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the 12 and the 11 are really fast. I'm more of a realistic guy. I think, with them even racing really hard.
Thank you, Steven. Appreciate that.
So anything happen. That's why it's racing. That's why we keep doing it. All these restarts have been hectic. I've been losing spots, gaining spots.
Just waiting, real news.
And, we're kind of right back to where I was before that pit cycle. So, yeah, I'm just, like I said, really proud of what we're doing, and hopefully we can keep this Ford up front.
And all those aggressive strategy calls this season have paid off. They led 19 laps so far here today, but Parker over 100 led on the season for Todd Gilliland and this team.
It's been an impressive season for Todd and them, but catching up here with Noah Gregson, who sits 10th right now. How'd you guys get in this position? Didn't look that likely you were going to have a top 10 car at the beginning of this race.
Yeah, we spun out. We started out super loose and just kept working on it, kept grinding all day. And
Gabriel Rain's coming.
Sturfer does a great job, keeping me focused. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Yeah, with the 8, I'm not really sure what happened. I don't know if he got loose underneath me, or I haven't seen it yet. I was asking Drew what happened. He's like, I don't really know either. But all in all,
exactly, DJ.
Great, calls on the pit box today. We've been changing air pressure, putting wrenches in the back window, making a lot of changes. Our pit crew's done a great job. With that spin, it allowed us to come down, put 4 tires, and we really hit the balance really well. I think we went from like 24th and got up to 14th, 15th. So really happy with where the car was. The second last tire run, and then we put right sides on that last time.
Nice, Angela.
Still kind of chattering the right sides on restarts. Not really sure what it's gonna do anymore. Not like that run before, but oh well. It's part of it. It's a lot of fun. The fans, they've definitely come out here. It's been a lot of fun going out to the merchandise hauler. They got great food up here in New Hampshire, and the fans definitely show out. So thank you guys for all the support, and we're just having fun. I don't know if we'll go back green or not, but we're sitting in the top 10 right now, and from where we've been all day, we'll take it right now.
And guys, I love how he always gives the fans a shout out. Noah saying how much support he's seen here today.
Well, we've talked to NASCAR about exactly what kind of the situation is right here, and if we put the radar up, you'll see that we're in this light green area, but it seems to be a heavy wave right behind it. NASCAR is kind of in a wait and hold situation. They don't want to make this official and call the race yet until they see what that next line is, because if that comes through and it's not very severe, they may leave us some opportunity for racing. If it does come through with more severe weather or hail or winds or anything like that, the decision will be made. So I think at this point, Jeff, it's a little
I also
bit
have the officials thing on, and I don't hear anything yet.
Approach. I think there's no reason to commit to anything yet. Let's just see how good the tools are. If the radar is honest, I will say from being a New England guy, we're kind of right on the edge of the mountains here. The White Mountains do change what actually hits to the racetrack. So it's been raining for 2 days with nothing on the radar. So who's to say what's on the radar?
Only one Chevy in the top 10.
Steve, the White Mountains affecting the weather.
Thank you, Rad. Appreciate it.
It's over 1 mile high, one of the tallest mountains.
I do.
I got it all, Jeff.
I see that. I do wonder how the drivers and the teams, how do you keep your focus?
Look at LaJoy.
This time, and it's important.
That's funny.
To kind of take a step back a little bit. I always felt it was best to say, all right, I don't know what's going to happen. So let me just get away from the race for a moment. Let me collect my thoughts, even if it's watching television or doing
Ball's
something.
Ball's up 2-1 in the 8th.
Race, to get away from it for a moment. Because if you
looks like we'll be doing a game tomorrow.
This entire time when you get in the car, you're exhausted. So emotionally, you need just a moment away but you have to stay ready. You have to put yourself in that position when they say we're going, then you flip that switch and you go back in race mode.
And Kim is standing by with Austin Cindric.
Yeah, Austin currently scored in the 8th position, and he just told me it's been an adventure today. Why?
The wilderness needs to be explored. It's
look at LaJoy, just
not going to be easy. So kind of been fighting for
Real Shark
all day, and
let's see,
some really good adjustments. To end
Christopher
stage 2,
Bell won
up,
stage 1, and Reddick
then, just trying to
won
find
stage 2
because I feel like our car's good enough to stay up there. We've been really good on the bottom, really good on restarts. So there's just a couple short runs really played well for us and our Illustrated Ford Mustang, and whatever happens with the weather, I think we'll be in good shape.
As we look at all of the different strategies played out today, so many, including you guys, took 2 tires. How much trust do you have to put in your crew chief, Brian Wilson, when things play out like this?
It's either trust or ignorance. I feel like it's a trust standpoint from I'll do my job, he does his, and ignorance from my end, and to the point where it's just you're just going to drive whatever you got, and there's not enough fall off in the tires here. It's always kind of a play here, so definitely was always in the playbook, definitely was always an option for today, and thought it was the right time for us.
You guys have been looking to correct some inconsistencies. If we were to call the race and you had a top 10 finish here today, would you consider this a consistent day, or do you have to look at the full picture?
Considered an adventure.
All right, so it has been an adventurous day for Austin Cindric here at New Hampshire.
Adventurous, all right. The other thing that NASCAR has to look
trying
at,
to look to who won the stages.
They came out in droves, and they're going to stay here until they hear that this race is over. So if this next cell or this next front that comes through is a dangerous one, they've got to think about the fans too, that they're keeping them more or less out.
Christopher Bell won stage 1. Denny Hamlin won stage 2. Sorry.
Go back green.
Yeah. Bell won stage 1. Denny won stage 2.
I do too.
It's been good enough. I'd like to see how this all plays out. I really think that, Reddick is short on fuel versus the other guys. I'd love to see who can adapt. If we do see those wet weather tires, it was pretty exciting to see yesterday in the Xfinity Series race.
I want to see if Rick can make it.
So they're just waiting. That's what they're doing.
At the moment, but he's been a soldier, been powering through it.
I've gone up a couple octaves, and I think it was 13 the last time I had an issue like this with the voice. But yeah, thank you guys. You guys have done awesome.
You see these kids sliding down the hill. This is one of those places from the very first time we came to this racetrack. These are such nice people in this area. It is so much fun to come here. They're huge race fans. They've always supported this racetrack, and they just always come out and they have a great time. And
right, so it's 5 o'clock. They only got 2 hours.
I mean, I ran the
You're calling 6. If it rains, it's an hour. 6.
Even today coming here, it's just fun.
Yes, there's a weather delay.
Well, we're here in New Hampshire. You talk about the fans in New Hampshire. Don't forget, next week, another great location, great city, and a great time. It's going to be all weekend from Nashville. Saturday, 4:30 countdown to green. 5 o'clock is Xfinity Series racing on USA, and then back on NBC, 3:30 on Sunday. And we're going to get a little sneak peek again. We saw Joey Logano's team, Paul Wolfe, today. Well, next week it'll be Chase Elliott and Brad Keselowski, a pair of champs. Will let us sneak onto their pit box on stage 2. We'll get the inside of what
We've been a Hamlin fan since the Xfinity days. Nice. I am a Denny Hamlin fan.
It can be really nice to you, or it can be a big challenge.
Very tough racetrack coming up next Sunday here on NBC Sports. And so let's chat with Billy Scott. And so how's the mood up here on the pit box as you sit?
But I can't wear Denny Hamlin stuff this week. Not allowed.
Oh, well, when you have power around, it's easy to get distracted, but well, we're in a better spot than anybody else.
And Reddick add fuel if they change the wet tires. I think they have to go around and then pit. They can't just do it right here.
So whose call was it? And was there any maybe indecision about making that call?
No, he made it easy. We took rights and went straight to the back. So we kind of...
So it's his fault.
Yeah, we'll give him credit. We like to give him credit. But no, we kind of had no other choice, to do something different. And we got 4 tires there at that late yellow. So figured we'd give it a chance. And we knew the rain was coming, just a matter of how long it lasts. And he was able to have some great restarts there, stay up front.
As you sit and wait, what will you do to keep your mind off of what could or could not happen?
Just making sure we're covered on everything if we do go back racing on wet.
I think they're waiting for it to pour down. That's what they're waiting on.
On a dry track.
So you're thinking about, if they go wets, you're thinking about what would happen.
Oh yeah, got to be prepared for anything because this is a lot of rain building up here. Severe thunderstorms at the moment, but it could move out.
As soon as it pours down, they're going to call it.
Thinking of everything he can, Parker, right now, but they're watching the radar, and Tyler just pointed out, I don't think we're going to go back racing because there's a lot of red headed our way.
Can't imagine what his incentive is to feel like we're not going to go back racing. Catch
4-1 now.
Burton, you're back in. You're in
4-1
right now, which you started this race back in 27. How'd you guys get all the way up there?
Yeah, it's tough, you know, and these cars, everyone's so close. You can feel like you're good all day, and I feel like we've had a pretty good Ford Mustang all day, and just trying to build and build and build and get track position, and kind of got off schedule on 2 tires there, and been able to hold on pretty decent. So, yeah, I feel like we're in a good spot, even if it goes back green. I like how my car's been driving all day. The one thing I do want to say is all of my picker guys watched Todd's guys, like, acting like they didn't know the cameras were on them back there, and then, like, cleared out. So they're not as brave as Todd's guys are to make fun of themselves on camera. So I need to get on them about that.
You guys love to give each other.
It's Harrison Burton right there.
Sometimes I've seen this before. I've seen this play out before in a rain delay.
Top 20 for Harrison Burton.
In the pack, it looked crazy at times there, especially as we got those later restarts, knowing the weather was coming. What was that like?
Oh, it's fun. You know, it's chaos. It's a hornet's nest from, I'd say 15th to 25th is like the craziest racing you'll ever do in your life, and you're 4 wide, 5 wide, and people are just putting it places, trying to just do everything they can. Like I said earlier, it's so important to get track position that you get back there.
Thank you, Ken.
So desperate. The show gets pretty good. So, yeah, I've been racing really hard. In,
I mean, I would just call it so they can get these fans out of here. I mean, it's raining good now.
Up in, you know, 8th or 12th or wherever we've been. So, a little bit calmer up front, and out back has been just absolutely chaotic, but pretty fun doing it too.
If we do get back going here, are you prepared for wet tires possibly? What's your thoughts on that?
What's up, David? You have to tell me. You did more laps on it than I have, and you know, I think so. I think we all kind of know what direction it's going to go with the lack of stagger and all that. It's just
what good are rain tires if they never use them?
To go in the race, if you miss it, you're just so in trouble. So, yeah, if we get going again, we just really have to hit that balance right.
You can hit as much as you want.
You don't want to be the first guy.
I can't get rid of it. It's a YouTube thing.
And drops to the back of the field, and there's always a couple guys that bleed like 30 spots before the caution comes out, so you just don't want to be one of those guys, and see if you can gain or maintain and go on from there.
Just wait and see what happens here, David.
Well, for Travis Peterson, who calls the shots for Michael McDowell, currently finds himself in the 6th position, but you told me this morning you were going to be very aggressive on strategy. We've seen it today. You last stopped at lap 144. So what does this situation do for you guys? How would you like to see it play out?
Yeah, you know, if we end up getting the rest of the race in, I'd want it called now because we won't be able to make it on fuel, and some guys might be able to. So, but I wouldn't mind lining up for one more restart with wets on it, see what I can get on even tires to everybody because we need that win. But you know, it was great. Michael fought it out as hard as he could. I think, you know, if the 45 doesn't make the same call, I think there's a chance we're leading right now because the clean air was worth so much, and you get those good restarts. So,
yeah,
would have been pretty exciting to have a chance at the front, or not just on the front row, but in the actual lead. But you know, Michael did a great job. 6 would be great for the day. We never really struggled to try to get back up through the pack. So,
no wipers,
you know,
no brake lights.
6 would be good for the day, but you guys aren't necessarily looking for points when it comes to the playoff picture. You said you needed a win. As you look at the next stretch of 5 races, best opportunity for you guys.
I'll take a second. Call it. That's right, lady.
But I think there's other places. We're close most weeks. Obviously, today wasn't great for us, but it historically hasn't been. So I think we always do decent in the summer stretch, and we just got to keep our heads down, keep bringing top 10 speed cars, and see what can happen.
No wipers on cars. That's right.
That Front Row Motorsports team of Michael McDowell.
So, you know, he just made an interesting point that I hadn't thought of. So it's one thing to put some wet weather tires on it, but right now we have Tyler Reddick on older Ford tires from lap 156, and we have Blaney and Hamlin.
Seek shelter now, it says.
On 2 tires. McDowell on even older tires. We just heard from his crew chief. So, you know, every time we've seen wet weather tires, it's kind of been at the start of the race to get the thing running. I'm going to be interested to see how
they just said seek shelter now.
That. Like, is it an automatic reset for everybody? Like, even though you're short on fuel and you have the oldest tires, you just get the same fresh tires that everybody in the field has? I mean, the reason I ask is because it's going to be a real interesting conversation.
They still have a bet for Justin Haley at 3,500.
You see right here the severe weather. and the rain's falling. I just want to remind everybody there's wet weather tires, and they will run on a wet racetrack, but NASCAR, even at the beginning of the day, said we're not going to run in falling rain due to visibility. It's not grip of the cars. It's the drivers with windows can't see where they're going. So right now we kind of have a steady rain falling.
And lightning. Lightning also was an issue just moments ago, a lightning strike in the area. And so the cameras that we have up, as far as up on different areas around the track, they will have to come down.
And all these people that you see walking have to walk to their cars in this stuff.
Right now, and
they should have just called the race.
Shelter, as the severe weather is in the area, and it is coming. And so this is that front that, Steve, you mentioned earlier, NASCAR was going to look at to see if it goes through, how much rain is put down, if it's still light enough to run, because there aren't lights here.
Look at all those people walking there.
We are waiting out a rain delay. Lightning has struck, and the kids are still having fun on the back stretch. So we'll wait it out with you. Make sure to stay with us.
He's in his socks. That's funny. Let's see what this other cam's doing. Is this the battle cam? Which one is this? Yeah, this is the track cam. So this is Budweiser, please. See, all these people now they're evacuating the stands. Like, come on, let's call this. You know, this is ridiculous. Coca-Cola 500 get called faster than this. Yeah, the 600 got. Yeah, dude, you're right. Seal of that truck needs no speed on wet tires because Larson would have moved up, and they're sitting on steel aluminum is conducted. Yeah, I know. Like, they're evacuating. They should just call this. Like, come on. I know they're evacuating because of lightning, but they're hoping that maybe it doesn't rain pretty hard here and they get this track dry. There's no shelter. The parking lot is mud pit. You don't like Toyotas, but I dislike Spalin more. I got the officials on. Nothing yet. I know. Tennessee up 4-1. So I guess I'll do the game tomorrow night. Winner takes all tomorrow night, unless A&M comes back here in the 8th and 9th inning. As we're watching all those people file out of here. Maybe it's just me, but I don't have a beer for breakfast. 11 was set to take the lead, but then the yellow foiled his plan. Yeah, we can do that. Now we'll just turn it on.
And they're on there at
what was that again?
The first sports.speedway-sports.com, or you can go to Speedway Motorsports Properties and find it.
Look for merch.
And look for merch. And you can buy the T-shirts. The first little batch sold out. It wasn't a lot. They flew off the shelves by 5.
Were they autographed?
You know, if you kick in a little bit more to the charities, I'll be glad to do that.
Okay. All right.
The first little batch sold out, so they rerun it. But the thing that I was getting from my friends on all my social medias,
he's on the lead lap.
I hate to say, there's no XXX. And
so we got bigger sizes coming.
Oh, I'm watching it right here.
Healthy variety. Yeah, go ahead. You know, so
I'm just glad that there's not a target on the back. That they just list the race.
Some people may have put one on there.
48.
But it helps the Speedway Children's Charities. I never dreamed that would be a request. And to get clarity on the weather here, we did have a lightning strike a few minutes ago within the parameters that NASCAR freezes everything for 30 minutes of action. And as soon as we find out a little bit more information, we'll be able to pass that along. If this race gets called, Tyler Reddick would pick up win of the year. And Mark, two guys that would not benefit at all from this would be Joe.
It went off too. 1 second. We'll come back. Radar looks promising.
Logano, he doesn't get dinged. That may not. And I keep thinking, well, that can't happen. But the further they fall back, the more likely that could happen.
Well, Doug, when you take a look at the point standings, the one thing that kind of, throws everything off just a bit is that two guys who have won, Daniel Suarez, Austin 18th and 19th. So the drop-off point right now, the bubble standings, the one thing just a bit is that one, as Austin Cindric, 18th and 19th.
Okay. Sometimes it gets locked up there.
Smaller tracks where you use the brakes, flatter tracks, even bank tracks like Iowa, they did have great speed. That's kind of the next evolution for the 12 car, but that win definitely takes the pressure off.
And I think bigger picture, I think 2022 was a defining moment for Ryan Blaney in his career. You think about they had good speed, in great shape to continue making it to the playoffs.
Reddick will win if they call the race. You're right.
Championship floor with a chance to win a championship. And
or
he
11.
made multiple mistakes back-to-back in races, and that took them out of the playoffs.
Go to your car or aluminum stands. Which one do you want?
Capitalizes on those learning moments and wins the championship. And there was a ton of pressure on him. And he said it publicly. He said, I've made mistakes. I cannot let that happen. Many times when you try to avoid mistakes, you get slower. You stop making those moves. You stop putting yourself in those positions that take speed away. Ryan Blaney didn't do that. He kept putting himself in that position, but he had been through it. He had experienced it. And he came out of that a stronger, better race car driver and ultimately won him a championship.
And right now he's sitting in the second position under this red flag. But remember, he wasn't able to get the win, but he wins the championship. He couldn't get by Ross Chastain, who ended up winning in Phoenix, but he did get that first championship.
Also, NASCAR has USA for broadcast for probably another hour, so I don't want to just end it and then have to deal with that stuff for an hour. So
another one, there's a few drivers that I think you don't want to line up against in Phoenix, and he has to be one of them because of what he pulled off last year. But when you look at the playoff standings, it's going to be a really interesting summer because we're going to talk a lot about the guys that have won and can they find the right speed at the right time to move forward in the playoffs.
Rain hating hot dogs.
When you get below and you get down around that cut line, it's not.
Yeah, they'll come back, but
good, even
I doubt it.
Ty Gibbs, but below them, when you look at Bowman and Buscher and Wallace who are in, Logano and Kyle Busch, Chase Briscoe.
I've sat through rain delays, man, especially at Bristol. It's bad.
20th and 21st in points.
It's not fun.
Both inside the top 6, right? So it's like a real. It's going to be a real battle because when you look at someone like Chase Briscoe, well, we have street course coming up. We have Indianapolis. We have Pocono. We have such a variety of racetracks. Not to mention, not even on this list are a list of drivers that I believe could win at Daytona. And that would upset this even more.
And we look at, there's 9 races remaining, counting this one. So 8 after this one, as far as before the playoffs, and totally different racetracks. 8 totally different tracks that we'll be going to.
And nothing matches anything you're going to see in the playoffs.
Yeah, you're right, that DJ.
Right, I mean Nashville.
Right, Bristol has lights, not New Hampshire.
Pocono is Pocono. Indy is Indy. They're one-offs.
Awesome, TJ.
Richmond is a short track, but the surface is so different. I think it's very. Michigan is really the only one in my mind where you can work on your equipment. If you go to Michigan, that high-speed racetrack, you can bring that to Kansas and some other areas that we may see. Daytona is, I mean, it's not like Talladega that we'll see in the playoffs, and then Darlington used to kind of be the kickoff of the playoffs. Now it ends the regular season, and it's as tough a test.
It'd be crazy if he wins Chicago again.
So, I would much rather have my name in yellow and to know I don't have to depend.
I wonder how they're going to do the aerial cam and the battle cam for downtown Chicago.
Just interviewed his crew chief, and he's already looking forward to Chicago. They can win there. He sat on the pole at the drafting style racetrack, so they have good speed at those racetracks. And there's other people throughout the field
Braves
that can win and completely.
Yeah, it doesn't say final.
So, yeah,
it doesn't do
as
final.
The temperatures go up, the pressure's going to go up.
It just shows you the score.
Honestly, that's what's fun about the playoffs. And the other thing is, who's going to get hot, right?
It does its duty, though.
Penske has won the last 2 championships. And I don't know of anyone at this point in the year that would have said one of those two cars is going to win the championship in either one of those years. They did not look like they had the pace. They did not look like they could contend for wins.
You're right, Keith.
And then they did
It's
what
tough.
they needed to do. And if you take them to Phoenix, you know, they've shown they can do it. So it is a matter of time, and you got to position yourself.
You're welcome,
and then
sir.
You got to do all the right things in the playoffs.
With 82 to go, sitting on a red flag. You see the rundown on the left side of the screen. Reddick leads, Blaney, Hamlin, Todd Gilliland, Justin Haley, Mike McDowell, great runs, Larson, Cindric, and Bell. Bell with a very good car early. I think he was one of the guys that if we get the other 82 laps in, we have to look at whether he can kind of recover and try to get a little higher than ninth, Jeff.
You know, we go further down, Ty Gibbs. He's kind of run that position all day long. Harrison and Busher. Bubba Wallace. Ross Chastain has been surprising to me today. Really just hasn't had the pace. William Byron, for that matter, he hasn't had the pace either that I thought he would have. William in that 24 team, they've just been fast everywhere they've been, but just have not been able to bring it here today.
Yeah, you got Carson Hoster on the 77, running 17th. Eric Jones in 18th. How about Austin Dillon in the 3? In the middle of stage 1, they were getting lapped with their teammate, the 8 of Kyle Busch, yet Austin Dillon has persevered and find his way inside the top 20. Josh Berry started, ran in the top 5 for much of the beginning of this race. He's currently back at 20th.
Go a little bit deeper into the field, and surprisingly, Chase Elliott is currently in 21st, and if this race ends, that would be the worst finish this year for Chase Elliott. He's already got an average of 9.6, I believe, as far as the start of the year.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he was in that incident. Brad Keselowski just hasn't had good pace. Briscoe, I wonder how much damage he has on his car. I believe he was in one of those situations. Stenhouse, Ty Dillon running one of the, he's a limited schedule this year. He's in 25th. Kaz Gralla, back in 26, Kaz Gralla does a really good job when he drives that race car. Truex obviously in an incident, and Priest, he's got damage. The Joy's got damage.
That's 7 o'clock when it clears Loudon.
He is on the lead lap in 30.
Nashville, Steve.
Yeah, and then some drivers just have not had the day they were looking for. You mentioned it. We go further down, right? You have Kyle Busch, you mentioned. John Hunter Nemechek in 31st. Daniel Suarez in 32nd. He was complaining
He's sitting at 95 degrees
from the beginning. He's a couple laps down. Hemrick also 2 laps down. The 71 of Smith, 2 laps down. Joey Logano, that big damage, he's 3 laps down. And then the only driver out of the race, Alex Bowman. Engine failure. First time at Hampshire Motor Sports in over 230 starts. Only really the 3rd one that I can recollect this year. We've seen a couple Toyota failures, Denny Hamlin early in Sonoma, and now Alex Bowman. Be interesting to see how that continues. Remember, they seal these engines. They run multiple races on them, and I have no idea whether that has anything to do with what we're seeing for failures. But the fact is,
do they have campgrounds? Oh yeah, they do.
We'll have
all around the track.
On them here in the second half of the year. Will this become more of
you see there, and you really can't really see it, but
right now,
right in turn 4, there's some motorhomes out there. Or going into turn 3.
Tyler Reddick would be the winner of this race. You see the storms that NASCAR is still waiting on to see how severe they are. They are just to the west of the racetrack.
There wouldn't be.
All right, so we're seeing if this one, it looks like the way it goes, it's going to go fast, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. If you eat the vehicle before leaving, you're usually fined. If you eat the vehicle, I want Deegan to get a win in the next few seasons. We'll see what happens, Christy. Is this the worst thing about NASCAR is how a race can end like this? Campers usually leave the next day. That's not true, Steve. Some leave that night. Sunday night, they'll pull out. I've watched it happen. Just call it. I know, Bronny. Like, this is... Everybody has left the track, so... And I don't know how New Hampshire is. I know Bristol, you at least have some covering because it's so big, but this here, there's not a lot of area to hide under. So the rain beat your favorite driver again. You're right. There are huge campgrounds out there all the way around it. Yeah, so a lot of people went back to their campgrounds. A lot of people went to their cars. It looks like if you can see on that road right here, I don't know if you can see my mouse or not. Right here, there's a long line of cars. There's a parking area right over here. But there's a motorhome. You can't see that part. There's some motorhomes sitting over here if you see where the mouse is. Let's see if the other cam is on. Yes, it's the same shot. So yeah, so all these, you really can't see it there because it's not zoomed in correctly. There's some motorhomes right here. Right here, some motorhomes right here in line. And then they're running trams right here with people on it. So for real, you're risking the safety of the fans. The big storm hasn't got here yet, so there's no coverings at all on open fields and long lines getting out. Right, Dave? You're right. There we go.
Put away because of this severe weather in the area. Well, we do have a rain room, and so right now we've got Marty and Parker, and I'd love to hear you guys' input as to what you guys think of this race up to this point.
Rick, we're excited to give your voice a little bit of a rest. You've done a great job troopering through this all day long. So Parker, what a crazy
1100
race
again.
I first want to get, since you were on the track yesterday, your evaluation of the restarts, were they more intense?
No, I think it was 1,300 last week.
I think
we had 1,300 last week.
We saw Larson was the first
but that's okay.
above that sort of dark.
Y'all did awesome today.
That sort of allowed others to think, wait a second, I could do that as well. And then we saw that through the green flag.
You always leave on Monday, Keith says.
It allowed 3 and even 4 wide. When we had the Quarterly Joy and Priest get together, they were 4 wide at that point. I mean, I didn't think that was really possible.
Right, so and they have the TV till probably 5 o'clock.
And then we spoke to Harrison Burton and a couple drivers who mentioned just you had to go. And especially when they saw this weather coming, when we got to stage 3, you felt like every position could be the last one, right? Could be the last chance to get that position. So everyone went so hard at it, and basically the
I know, Justin, right?
You ended up with a lot of altercations as a result.
Tell me the truth, as a race car driver, you hear Rain and you hear your crew chief talking about how close
it's a good
could
pick,
be.
Though, Car.
Are you more
enthusiast
aggressive on those restarts? I don't think drivers would maybe admit to it, but do you drive differently in that moment?
Yeah, I think you have to, right? It's because you think it might be your last chance to make an improvement on the day. And, it doesn't mean you're going to go do something that you wouldn't do normally, but maybe you're a little bit more aggressive in using that bumper. If you push someone out of the lane, you don't think they're going to get back to you because the race is ending, right?
Me too, Jacob. I'll be there.
Sort of quell their fear, their anger a little bit. But, I think that's the place where we talk about the intensity going up. Everyone gets to that position, right? Everyone gets that idea of, wait, I should push it a little further. I should push it a little further. And that's when we end up with what we saw in stage 3, where we just had so many incidents.
So there's a lot of conjecture that we may wait this out. We may run on the wet weather tires. Give me your experience in stage 1 in the Xfinity Series.
I went to the Coke 600 in May. It's like every race I pay attention to gets rained out.
New Hampshire being such a fast racetrack for those wet weather tires.
It is, and I had a lot of the Cup Series garage ask me today as I went around doing our rounds, be like, hey,
give us some advice.
They didn't give it 30 minutes in Charlotte.
Like, okay, here's the deal. It's a race car on a racetrack. You'll be just fine. But it's definitely a difference. One of the largest things that everyone will tell you is that they don't have stagger in those wet weather tires. So what that means is that in the normal dry running slicks, we have stagger, which means the right side tires are larger than the left side. It helps the car turn through the corner. You don't have that on the wet
Where's
weather
Ricky
tires.
Bobby?
So they're just even all the way around, just like a road course tire. And
yeah, I'll be there all 3. Truck race on Friday, Saturday night race, and then Sunday afternoon.
Off the right fronts because we could not get those cars.
Be there for it all.
And that's just something that you have to adjust for. Now, for the Cup Series, one of the things a lot of these crew chiefs talked to me about was that, they knew how much they have to loosen up for those tires. But if we'd started this race on those and then had a competitive stop, if you loosened the car up enough that it would work.
It should be interesting what he does.
The way you want it to.
He's going to be racing on Saturday.
Take those things out without spending an exorbitant amount of time on pit road. So that makes you have to make that trade-off of, hey, how much do I
I went there last year, T-Van.
And then I can take that out
I beat your favorite driver.
A very long pit stop when we have a competitive pit stop. So if we were to go back running here, I think that's going to be one of the questions for a lot of the crew chiefs is, all right, if we're on wet weather tires, do we then have a dry
21st?
Switch? And is that a competitive stop? If it's a competitive stop, you might not make as many adjustments as you'd want because you can't afford that time on pit road. So that's going to be really interesting to see if this happens.
So real quick, if you're a Cup Series driver, you're sitting on top of the pit box waiting out the rain. Are you game to go wet weather tires here in a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, we've got them here, right? We might as well. We got the fans.
Why not?
Why not give it a try, see what happens? And the one other thing I'll tell you is that this track is probably one of the fastest we've done this at. Jeff Burton has brought that up in some of our meetings. And the thing about that tires, it's the same from the Xfinity car to the Cup cars, the same compound, is that it sort of, the car moves around at the end of the straightaway because it wallows on those the grooves in the tire, essentially. So you get a lot of movement on the entry of the corners. It's an entirely different experience than what we run on normally.
You know how we're embedded with race teams in Stage 2. We had Joey Logano today. We appreciate Team Penske's access. I'm not sure you knew, but we had an embedded mic
JRH, what's up?
Yesterday, yes. So we're gonna hear Parker's day yesterday on Saturday. Listen in.
Hey, USA, NBC. Welcome to an adventure. I have no idea what you're going to hear because I've worked for years to not press this button and talk.
You're welcome.
But I'm not exactly sure what I verbalize. So we're all going to find out together if it's any bit fun, exciting, or just a lot of frustration. Hopefully today's a lot of positive things. But I have no idea what I'm going to say. So enjoy the show.
Well, that's when he spun. Just showing Parker Klingerman. Yeah, I think Xfinity. I'm gonna just mute this. You really can't see anything going on, so I think the Xfinity race has become very talented. I think there's a lot of good drivers in there, and I mean Corey Heim in there enhances it too. So I wonder if there'll be any Cup drivers driving on Saturday as well, but it's a night race, which I'm looking forward to. But definitely will be out there for all that good stuff. So I might buy some stuff and do a big giveaway. I'm thinking about doing that. Buy a bunch of stuff from Nashville and do a big giveaway for that. So, but definitely looking forward to it. My first race of the year. We wanted to go to the Daytona 500, but it sold out pretty quick. And I'm not sure about Bristol yet this year, but Enrique, I won't be streaming on Friday, but I'll be at the track. So if you guys are out there, come see me.
Kligerman, so they kept it clean for you.
Thank you.
All
Appreciate
good.
that.
So it was fun for you to give us a behind-the-scenes peek as to what goes on in the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Hey, Rick, we got some drivers showing up here in alternate victory lane. We'll chat with them coming up momentarily.
I believe that means that you guys will actually have to interview drivers as well. Parker's a driver. He raced in the Xfinity Series race.
There are so many jackpots at Oak Grove Gaming. It's winsational.
Drivers going to victory lane. That's interesting.
Foundational nutrition that tastes
Only
great
one
too.
more out till they decide. I know, filthy rat.
Quality comes first. Using subtly fruity
That's with the 19 and the 6. So the 19.
Pineapple and vanilla.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
Sugars.
Mute. There we go. The 19 had an issue on pit road where his right side tire, they dropped the jack before they could change the right side tire, which messed it up. And then he was in the back of the pack, I think a lap down or so, and then that's what happened where you got into a wreck. But the 6, he just really hasn't added anything today. He spun somebody, and I can't remember who it was. Was it Truex? I'm going to wait for this thing to react here. So the 6, Keselowski's in 22nd spot right there with Chase. Chase and Logano got into each other, so those guys wrecked. Logano 3 laps down. He had some major issues. But yeah, so Kyle Busch, he's wrecked multiple times today. He's the last car on the lead lap. Chase Elliott there. When they come back, they're going to interview some drivers. Just come on, NASCAR. Everybody's gone. Let's go ahead and get this canceled so we can get the IndyCar race underway on time from beautiful California. Oh, A&M doing something here. What's the score? 4-1, runner at first in the bottom of the 9th. So Tennessee trying to pull this out. Could have had the race done by now, yep. I know, Bronny. Yep, just saw that. Just looked up here. I got it on my TV right here. Daytona is swell, but I love the racing at Dega. Yeah, that might be one of the races too. Here we go. Let's listen in.
As we stand in the alternate room with Michael McDowell, who played an aggressive strategy role. Before we get into what you guys did in the race, you saw the radar. What's your best prediction? Play weatherman for us.
Well, I think Parker Kligerman's the best weatherman, but right now it is raining. Track is very wet. But I hope we get back after. I really do. I mean, we desperately need a win in our Long John Silver Ford Mustang. We took a shot at it there and stayed out, and Travis Peterson did a good job.
Virginia.
Being aggressive on the strategy. Didn't quite get clear of the 45, and, that's what we needed to happen. But, it was a fun race today. The racetrack was really wide. There was a lot of grooves, a lot of moving around, a lot of different strategies. So if we do go back racing again, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, because some guys have fuel, some guys have no fuel, some guys need tires. We're all going to go out on rain tires, so it's kind of a mixed bag. But, not what we needed for the day. But like I said, we need a win, so hopefully we'll get back out there.
You mentioned that the aggressive strategy didn't exactly play out. You couldn't get Reddick on the restart. We didn't see tires really become a factor, but you had the oldest set out there. Last stop was 144. Could you tell a difference on some of those restarts?
Well, I think when you get clean air, you could be okay. But we knew that we had a very short window to try to get the lead and hope that the rain came out. I mean, the 11 car was coming on 4 tires. Obviously, the 5 had 2 tires, I believe. And so being on the oldest tires, we knew that our window was fairly short. We weren't as strong as we had hoped we would be today, but we gave ourselves a fighting shot at it, and that's really all we could ask for.
You guys told me you were going to be aggressive from the get-go, and you kind of talked about your season saying you've had speed, but when you've had speed, there's been catastrophic incidents.
Timothy, they're hoping it'll go by quick and they won't have much rain on the track. Track's soaked right now.
Is that catastrophic, or is that just kind of a minor mistake?
Well, these mistakes definitely set you back. I don't think we had a race-winning car today that took us out of contention for that. But every little mistake that you have, track position's so important. And so we were able to drive up into the top 20, top 17 on our own. And then with that penalty going back to last, it was a dogfight back there. So we had to get creative strategy-wise to try to get that track position. So at the Cup level, everything has to be perfect. And you have to do everything, and you have to execute well all day long. And then sometimes you got to get lucky too, right? You got to put yourself in position and see what happens.
You mentioned needing a win. We talked to Travis earlier. He said, yes, we need a win. He said the best track was probably Chicago Street Course. Look at the next handful of races for me. What for you do you feel like you have circled on the list?
Really, I would put Chicago, Pocono, Indy, and then Daytona as, shots for us. Those are good racetracks for us. So, every weekend we have top 10 speed. Top 5 in race winning speed is different, but I think we'll have a shot here in the next few weeks, and we just got to keep putting ourselves in position. It's hard to win a Cup Series race.
Green. It's a rain delay. 80 laps to go.
Front row cars were today. Todd Gillen had a really great car. Did a great job on that restart there to get himself in a top 5 position. So we're all fighting hard and trying to get these front row cars in the playoffs.
Michael McDowell currently 6th on the board.
Well, you heard Michael mention that penalty early in the race. Well, you see right here, 2 tires, gas can plugged in, and he just drags the gas can out. That's removing equipment. Basically, when you take that gas can, there's 2 really penalties that are potential there. If you're still plugged in when the front of the car crosses the line, you're technically servicing the vehicle outside the box. But as soon as
no, he's not. He doesn't race today. That was yesterday.
Drugged through the front line. That's
I think they call it. I don't know what they're waiting on.
Some on 2 tires. This new dry brake system, just the way it seals, it's efficient. But laterally, it doesn't have a lot of movement. So if you don't get it unplugged before the car leaves, it kind of locks it in.
There's another look at the 45 team as the rain continues to come, and it's actually getting a little bit harder now, the rain coming down. And, Marty, I believe you've got the 17 team driver.
Yeah, let's chat with Chris Buescher. And I told everybody about our conversation last week where you're like, I'm actually looking forward to New Hampshire. I never thought in my
Justin
life
Haley, man.
you would actually say that. So not your best racetrack. You'll admit probably your least favorite track. But Scott Graves told me, hey, if we finish top 10, top 15, that's a good day. And right now, that's where you are.
Close. We're close, yeah. That's it's certainly not been my favorite track through the years, but I had a handful that I hated a whole lot worse, and we figured out how to win at Richmond. So that's certainly put this one back to the bottom of the list, but we've been making some progress.
What time does it get dark there?
I did the test last year. Got some good information
7?
out of that. That's helped.
So
me.
what's it?
Much
5:30 there.
For myself as a driver, I've been able.
It's gonna take an hour to clean the track.
his experience to be better at it, and showing that we're not in a bad spot. Our Faststone Mustang's been able to.
If it stopped raining right now, which it's not going to,
today, and we're kind of really needed some laps. All these cautions in a row. We've just we've got
cut it close.
A lot of cars in front of us don't or have to, so we're in a good spot. We just needed more laps, and we just haven't. We haven't had that, so kind of hanging out, hoping maybe this thing would go back, but. I don't know, McDowell's changed already, so I guess I'm a little more optimistic than he is.
Well, if it goes back green,
just watch the John Force out to look at it.
Is that something you would sign off on?
I'm not going to say that would have been my first vote, but at this point, we've got them here. The track.
I know, Thomas.
Really, I guess now it's wet, but it's just damp at a lot of points. I feel like we could have probably run already, but if we go back and if it stops raining. It won't be damp long. I mean, we can get on track, run 10, 15 laps. It'll get a dry line pretty quick. And, I feel like we have plenty of daylight to finish out. So, just kind of sitting here in limbo, figuring out.
Oh, no.
Well, not figuring anything out, just wondering what's coming at us next.
We have talked about the speed for RFK this year, but I want to talk about the two close calls for you, the second at Kansas and the frustrating finish at Darlington. And we chatted about this as well. How did you not let those frustrating finishes sort of get you down in how they played out?
Yeah, I mean, they're only frustrating because of the end result. But everything that got us to that point is great, right? To be that fast, to have those kind of opportunities to
Thank
be
you, Donut Chaser.
That's all we ask for. So,
it's moving
to be upset
north,
about it as far
east.
as the situation and the circumstances that put us in those spots. Ultimately, just haven't been.
I don't think so either.
And that's what gets you, but. Having speed fixes everything in our sport, honestly. We talk about that all the time, and when you can go to the racetrack and be fast and come out.
Need to race the end at $10 on Reddick to win.
Week that these aren't our only shots, our only opportunities, and we got to turn back around, win out, and have been close again since. So we really need to get just that last.
So you're taking at least 1 hour to dry the track. At least 1 hour.
And be ready to make another run towards Phoenix.
You and Tyler Reddick kind of make amends after Darlington?
He within reason. Yeah, he reached out and we did have a conversation, and obviously it was no less frustrating. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I understand we're racing for wins, and everybody's going to go hard. I'm not going to fault somebody for that. I just to go from a chance to win to I think a 30th place finish or something like that on the day. It just that's what gets me more than anything. Coming to the checker and we have a battle like that, and you go across the line and slide across second, third. You'll be frustrated, but certainly glad to be in the hunt, and ultimately just we lost every opportunity that day. So within reason, we're okay right now.
9 races left in the regular season. I believe you're plus 22 as it sits
Get on
right
Fubo
now.
and see how
What's
long
life
they're
like
supposed to be on the air.
Try not to think about it too terribly much. For us, I try to be pretty adamant about not being a points racer, and try not to get caught up in those conversations too heavily. But understand that it's a massive part of our sport, right? And we got to have it at least on your mind somewhere. So I think that.
So they have it till 5 p.m.
Like we've talked about, we've had fast race cars.
They have it till 5 p.m. So I think we're going to make a decision here in 20 minutes.
And ultimately giving up stage points early in races because of that. That's not points rate necessarily. That's just saying, look, racecraft's got to be better in some different areas. So with that, we can.
And if they go off the air and they come back, I think if we go off the air, I'm probably going to call it.
Really, I look at the tracks we have coming up, and we got a lot of really good opportunities for wins and lots of stage points along the way. So
that's when the IndyCar race starts on USA. So NASCAR has the time slot till 5
this season, and we're not going to get.
That's what I'm saying.
Points racing at this point yet.
5 p.m. Central.
By the way, I owe you 10 points. You're plus 32 above the cut line. That sounds better, right?
That sounds way better. Why didn't you start with that? Yeah, that's way better.
Steve, you know what life's like on the bubble. Every point matters, so I didn't mean to short Busher 10 points. That was my bad.
He was way nicer to you than I would have been. If you shorted me 10 points, that's 10 hard-earned positions on the racetrack.
Almost like two wins.
Yeah, exactly. But
it is pouring down rain right now. It's intensified.
This is the worst of it. So, yeah, we're looking at the radar, and this is the back of that band that was going through, and so this is going to be the heavy part. And this is what NASCAR wanted to see. How much rain is going to come down? Can they clear it off of the track so that they could get out there? Because, again, visibility
It's raining at my house, too.
about these wet weather tires.
It's going to be kind
You're
of
welcome out,
fascinating
Billy.
to see what decision they make. You know, I can make a good argument for both sides. I think that the wet weather tires are here, like kind of Parker said, why not use them? But at the same time, and I mentioned this earlier, I struggle to know how you put everyone on equal tires all of a sudden. We've run 219 laps, and everyone in the field doesn't have the same tires on the car. They don't have the same fuel load in the car, right? So it's hard.
And there's a tornado warning south of the track.
With like this fictitious.
And Rodney, I won't be on next week. I'll be in Nashville, so it'll be a live event from Nashville. It won't be like this.
I haven't thought about. I continue to think about wet weather tires getting a race like started, because that's what we've used them for, to continue to race, especially this close to the finish. 82 laps to go.
You gonna pick up Chase Elliott?
That's what. And if the spray is too bad for drivers to see.
All right. Yeah, we'll be back for Chicago.
And who lost the lead while that was going on,
correct.
right?
That's where, we're at the beginning of this rain tire evolution. We're not at the end of it. And it's just having it has us waiting here. Because if we didn't have them, I don't think we would be here. I think we would already called this race. But the fact that they're here, I think, has opened a window. But then NASCAR has to determine, okay, how are we going to use them in this situation? And the trouble that they have is that if they do it and it works great, then they should have done it earlier. If they do it and it doesn't work well at all and there's problems from it, then there's championship implications in it. And that's just a tough spot for
Thank
them
you,
to be
Sarah.
in.
So as the rain continues to
Rain
pour
X.
down, let's see what Ryan Preece has to say about this weather.
Yeah, Ryan Preece, let's play weatherman. It's raining a little bit harder. Would you like to see us eventually get back on the racetrack and maybe try the wet weather tires?
I think we had an opportunity there right when we
Some
came
Geico
down the road, but I mean, it's tough to say. I don't know if this cell, I haven't looked at the weather and saw if it was going to clear out, but how long does it really dry, because we don't have wipers, right? But I mean, I'm all for doing whatever we end up doing just because we're so far back at this point anyways.
Yeah, 28th in the running order. What have you guys been battling today? Where have you struggled?
I mean, honestly, our ar wasn't terrible. We had been moving forward, just an untimely caution.
Me
just
too.
lost pretty much all of our track position, and then, I mean, restart after restart, sometimes there's absolute chaos. So, yeah, it's just kind of when it rains, it pours.
We saw contact between you and Corey LaJoie on the racetrack. Just a racing incident. Can you give us any insight onto what happened?
Yeah, I think I just ran out of room. Couldn't go any higher. There was the fence, and I haven't seen a replay. So, yeah, it's just we're racing hard back there. It is what it is, and I think you're rolling the top, and not really sure. Yeah, I don't know. Couldn't go any higher, but at the same time, I understand Corey's trying to get all he can too. So, we're it's a battle back there.
I know this track means a lot to you. You have over 24 mod starts here. You've come here with your father, your grandfather. A day like today that you're having, does it make it that much more frustrating because this track means so much to you?
Yeah, I'd say this weekend was pretty trying. It started off really well. We had a really fast modified, and I felt like we had a pretty good cup car. Just ultimately sometimes, when it's not going your way, it's not going your way, and you just got to continue battling and fighting and wait for the good days. Where it seems like we've had a lot of bad days, but, one thing I will say is I want to thank United Rentals, Mohawk, Northeast, RaceChoice.com, and everybody that supports me, Haas Tooling and Sir Haas. So the good days hopefully come. I know there's been a lot of news out there, but we're going to keep fighting.
So let's talk about the mods. Justin Bonsignor, 3-time mod champ, made his Xfinity Series debut. I know you watched the race. This community is so tight-knit up here. I know you know what he can do in a modified. Were you impressed with what he did yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, we Justin had been calling me probably for the last 2 months talking about it, and, it wasn't surprising. I knew Justin's won a lot of races, and he's very capable. So I feel like for a lot of us up here, I joke around and call it tuition. So
Justin,
we don't
that's a good one.
have those opportunities to do that.
No, I'm not, Adam.
But certainly, when we all do get those opportunities to go out there and feel like we can win in that car, we're going to go do it. And, ultimately it didn't the end of the race didn't go his way, but he impressed everybody. Honestly, I love the way he came to pit road. That was pretty cool. Pretty cool.
And finally, with the news that Stewart Haas Racing will shut its door at the end of the year, but that Haas factory team will be in play with a Cup car and 2 Xfinity Series cars. What does the trajectory look like for you? Is each week an audition?
Man, I don't know. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? But you never know.
Would you go Xfinity Series racing full time if you had the opportunity?
I think I just want to win races, so we're going to do whatever we can to do that. That's what I've done all my life, and we're going to work hard for it.
After sitting here for 4 hours, it's tough to sit here for another 3.
What we can expect from him in the future?
Well, right now we're seeing the most rain we have seen really all weekend. I mean, it is pouring rain here at the track.
Campbell on a cool
A
down.
lot of rain this weekend.
Yeah.
It is, you know, and if you looked at the weather on, on
It
Tuesday,
says 7 o'clock
there's no way we were going
when it'll be clear.
Everything was done. The weather was.
So there's no way. Just call it.
Clear below, water coming in, and
I think they just called it the way they're reacting.
Today, the mods got in, and it just was, zero chance any race.
I think they just called it the way they're reacting here. Hold on a second. Let me go back to the other channel.
Determination what's going to happen on a Sunday. We've seen it over and over and over.
And making sure that rainwater doesn't get too deep on top of the pit box. They cleared it off and probably didn't tell the people below.
Maybe not.
So much winning at Oak Grove Gaming. It's fun believing.
Hit under my hat for a good 3.
All right, so I'm going to stay here till 5 o'clock. Another 12 minutes or so. Hopefully we'll have something. But it is really coming down now. And I don't think it's going to move out anytime soon. They're telling the fans to leave and not stay. So there you go. So Bubba Wallace top 15, we'll take that at least, not a top 20. If they're telling the fans to leave, they called it finally. Finally, they called it. I know, man. I was just thinking, I got 1,400 people in here watching a rain delay. That is awesome, and I thank you. Tennessee wins 4-1. Awesome. So tomorrow we'll do the championship, the last one. The way they were reacting, just got another emergency tornado warning for Connecticut, so. I don't hear nothing on the officials yet, though. See what happens when they come back. We're used to rain delays, exactly. We are. Call it. The way they were reacting when NBC was showing the booth that they called it, but we'll see what happens when they come back. Not official yet, Steve says. We'll see what happens here in 10 minutes. Yeah, it'll take forever to get off the track. It is pouring down. Put some tornado tires. Yeah, commercial on USA right now. We'll bring it back here in a second. Have a great week, Seal. Thank you for letting me watch the race. You're watching Barry. And like I said, next week, we'll be doing some lives from the track, so make sure you guys are tuning in if the signals... Last year, the signal was not good. We'll see how it is this year. And I don't have that NASCAR media signal, so I can't use that. See what they say. Oh, yeah. We used to race on the beach. Let's get this going. For the UK, great coverage. We'll be watching again. Subscribe. Thank you. Thank you so much, Carl. Bless you. Thank you, Sarah. 45 for the win. We'll see. They're going through what happened last year. Now the visibility is you really can't see that road that goes between those two things there.
Junior is because of the announcement he made a week ago in Iowa where he said this would be his final year of racing full-time.
MRN says the announcement shortly. Yeah, that's what I thought.
On the horizon for Martin Truex Jr.
It looks like only sprinkles.
Incredible career already, a Hall of Fame career that we have seen.
Yeah, we'll be watching it tomorrow.
Martin Truex Jr.
Got to.
So many years that were unknown.
Winner takes it all.
The last decade, he's been the winningest driver in the Cup Series.
Yeah, been phenomenal, really. And, you know, you heard him say, you never give up. There were multiple years where he did not know if his career was going to continue.
Yeah, it was fun interacting with everybody. That's the cool thing about it, you know.
And he ended up continuing and then just kept just plugging away and working and 34 career Cup wins, 2-time Xfinity winner, Cup champion.
Paul says, oh, come on, Hawk 2 on that thing.
I mean, he really has done it in a way that he can look back on his career and say, hey, man, I may have wished I would have done some things different, but he never wavered on who he was and how he was going to race and how he was going to conduct himself. He was always true to himself and was able to do that and be successful.
We mentioned most respected. I think that's one of the biggest things. The numbers are, like I said, Hall of Fame numbers.
I mean, that's great, Ethan, but they're going to run out of time.
His career. I think all of the drivers that he's ever raced against have always thought that he's raced them fair.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's had some
laughing.
pretty heated battles where people didn't love him. They had to battle against him, but I think that's part of being a competitor, right? If everybody's your best buddy, then I'm not sure you're a very tough competitor. I think Martin Truex Jr. is a very tough competitor, but to your point, you know, it's hard to think of a time where he took more than.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
take from him.
They want everybody to watch the race while they wait. Yeah.
How about this? In the changing landscape of what is considered acceptable racing,
They got 7 minutes.
His kind of guiding principles haven't seemed to shift much. He still races the way he did 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago, and yet still finds a way to be competitive, right? When everybody says, well, you just have to race that way, you know, the question is, well, do you? Because he's chosen not to, and he's still won some races. I'm sure he's lost races that if he was a little bit more egregious by beating and banging with people, he probably could have won, but maybe somebody would have taken other ones away from him.
And this is a cutthroat business. It just is. And you know, when you have that as a job, they are lined up trying to take it from you. And it pushes you to do things that really are out of character for you. And
you turned the TV off an hour ago. That's awesome.
Well,
Thanks,
I had
man.
to because and it's actually harder to say no. I'm not going to bend. I'm going to be who I am. We saw it with Mark Martin. You know, he was that kind of guy as well. And Martin has he's been that same guy. When I think about Mark Martin and how he raced, he reminds me a great deal of Martin Truex.
That's a huge compliment too. Hall of Famer Mark Martin was definitely. As far as racers went, probably the most respected.
Still shocked to that top 10, yeah.
What a day it's been already for Martin Truex Jr.
Kid's soaking wet.
Back up to that respect of other drivers. He brought it up on the radio. But we saw Martin Truex Jr. running up front, and as we saw fans standing in the rain. This was before the rains came.
Not yet. You're listening to it right now.
Battling up front for the lead.
Yeah, he was a car that was completely in contention, had found some track position. You never
They
know
got
how the
5
race is
minutes.
kind of fall, but this right here is when it all.
All right, NASCAR Jimmy, look for all his live stuff next week.
And then the jack gets dropped.
We'll keep you
No
updated.
option but to come back and tighten the right rear. That puts him in the back, Jeff, and then an accident.
Yeah, you lose that track position, and then every driver has talked about the chaos of the restarts. You know, this is. You know, the chaos causes wrecks.
Well, it's cleared.
Multiple cautions here these last few restarts.
Gotten a lot better. Thank you so much for subscribing.
And now you have to step it up because the end of the race may be near.
So it's interesting because
thank
now
you, Isaiah, and thank you, Miguel.
Has gone through. So now this is the decision I'm waiting. Right now we have sat here long enough that kind of has allowed us to get to the backside of this storm, and now there's a very large clearing. So what will the decision be from NASCAR? Are we going to? It would shock me to think we can get all the way to dry. I don't know. What do you think this place takes? 90 minutes, 2 hours to dry? So, you know, if we think that we're going to go back racing now, it would assume that wets are going to be the best option. It's going to be very interesting to see what NASCAR is going to decide in this situation.
Those of you that are tuning in to watch the NTT IndyCar Series from Laguna Seca on USA, it will actually start. That race will start on Peacock. So you will be able to see
so they're going to wait this out.
That coverage beginning in just about 5 minutes at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. 3 o'clock local for them out on the West Coast. But again, the NTT IndyCar Series race at Laguna Seca, that will begin, coverage will begin on Peacock at 6 o'clock.
Maybe on a race.
Oh my gosh. That means they're going to wait this out, y'all.
The rain's going through. I have a lot of unanswered questions. I want to see some more racing, I guess. I mean, it's a hard conversation. I'm glad I don't have to make the decision because I can make an argument both ways. The whole point of how everybody's going to be on the same tire, but we've been here this long now.
I don't think we have sat and waited this amount of time to just not do something. You know, right? So it's going to be interesting. And, you know, there's plenty of darkness, plenty of light left, for sure. You know, and again, if this happened last year, we're done. Like they have called the race. It's over. The rain tire, the wet weather tire, rather, gives them an opportunity to look at it. The question is, does NASCAR want to learn in this situation where we are so close to the playoffs? People are trying to make the playoffs. Is this the situation they will learn in? Putting tires on with a race to be determined.
Oh my
not
gosh.
the start of a race, the end of the race. And we haven't been in this situation.
No, but we're not in the playoffs. I mean, I do see what Jeff's saying, but other than another race down the road, at some point you have to kind of try it for the first time.
Steve, one of the questions that I would have of you then, since we have not seen wet weather tires at a track that we can see the kind of speeds we're going to see here, we have 4 sets of these wet weather tires.
They're going to run this thing with no fans.
Through those to the
because they all went home.
Could we get all the way through the sets that they have?
I actually had that concern if we tried to run the whole race in the rain, but now if each team has 3 sets, which we know they do, 82 laps, as wet as this track is, that shouldn't be a problem at all. It's just going to have to be a little on the conservative side. Like if you think you can run 30 laps on it, maybe you run 25. You know, you just have to make sure, to Jeff's point, you have to manage it with a little bit more realistic expectation.
The one thing that happens when you put rain tires on and everybody gets on the racetrack, a groove dries quickly, right? And that's going to be where you want to be. The problem with that is as that groove dries, that eats the tire up. That actually gets the tire overheated and it blisters the tire, but there's speed there. So again, we're in this learning process, and you know, if you put them on, you're going to send them down into turn 1, 2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide, and eventually you're going to get lanes dry, and that will eat the tire up. And then what happens?
Yeah.
Then what happens? How do you make the decision? Okay, we need to throw a caution. You know, it's just, we're in uncharted territory.
If they had lights, it'd be different.
And again,
they don't.
I want to keep reminding you that the NTT IndyCar Series at 6 o'clock, so just a couple of minutes away, will be on Peacock. That broadcast will begin on Peacock from Laguna Seca. As you can hear in the background, the fans here are chanting, and they are trying to influence NASCAR's decision right now.
But Jeff brings up a great point. The one advantage that New Hampshire does have, the longer straightaways, while they do create some speed, you know, you might be able to search out like at a road course. Let's talk about how racing works at a road course, right? The corners end up drying out, but then down the straightaways, you see them finding puddles kind of at speed to cool the tires off.
Oh, they have lights? I didn't think New Hampshire had lights.
Some opportunity to maybe find a little bit of water. And now, in a perfect world, I would like to have this get us back on the racetrack quicker and then be able to go back to slicks.
The Air Tundras right now are coming out from the infield, so it does look like the crews are going to try to at least get the puddles cleared off. That was the one concern, too, is they couldn't run in the puddles because they don't have windshield wipers. The spray would be an issue for the visibility.
Well, yeah, I think what they learned is the windshield wipers just don't help.
Yeah.
They just can't keep up with the spray in the heavy rain.
Well, what is the spray at this speed?
Yeah, I didn't think there was lights at the track.
Get to find out here.
Yeah. That is what, you know, there's so many questions at this speed. Driving
that's what I thought.
Turn 1 or turn 3 and you're 20th in position. What can you see? What is the visibility?
I did not. They won though, I heard.
And those are the things that, you know, it appears we're going to find out.
Well, so let's just now talk if we are going to go to wet tires. I don't think we should just put them out there right now. If we spend another 20 minutes getting the track, what we'll say 50% race ready, right? You know, get most of the standing water off where it is a damp racetrack. Because when you watch drying, you know, those air tenders, they blow a lot of water off right away. We kind of get to a damp racetrack pretty quick. It's getting from damp to dry that takes a long time with the temperature of the jets. So if we can get this very wet racetrack to just a damp condition in a short period of time, that's the best of both worlds. Because now with 82 laps, I think you could put a set of wets on. Right. You could run for maybe one set of wets, dry yourself a line, and then you could go back to slicks.
So fans are starting to come back out in the grandstand. We've heard them, and we have seen air tundras make their way out onto the track. NASCAR is trying to dry this track enough to where they could get cars back out there. 82 laps still remain. The NTT IndyCar Series has begun their broadcast on Peacock. Tune in for that.
All right, so we're going to hang out here, I guess, for 80 laps, and they're going to dry this track enough to get the wet tires on and go, go, go. Unbelievable. I thought for sure. MRN offline for 30 minutes till next update. My goodness. And so NBC broadcast is not going to go anywhere. So they moved the Indy race to Peacock. So that tells me that they're going to get this race in. If they would have gone to the Indy race, if they would have not gone to Peacock, this is over. But it looks like Tyler Reddick's easy win is not going to happen. So, I mean, y'all stayed here, 1,300 people staying here watching this for an hour that we've done nothing except listen in and talk. We'll stick it out. 80 laps. But you want to get a bet in, Justin Haley to win this thing is plus 3,500. And Ryan Blaney's plus 130. And Christopher Bell's plus 1,100. If you want to take some bets. Chastain's plus 1,800. So, but you can start to see some of these fans coming down through here where this my mouse is on my lights here. They were going to put lights on for IROC, but never did as far as I know. But could have because their new owner's using other functions. Levin will get his second chance to get the win. He was making moves when the rain caution came out. Yep, this race is going to get juicy when wet. Oh, here we go. Back on.
Hampshire Motor Speedway, and they have put the air tundras out on the track. They are drying. They're moving the puddles out of the way. This is looking very promising for us to see potentially those 82 laps that are still remaining. While they're drying this, we're going to go back and take a look at last week's Iowa race.
Okay.
Welcome to NASCAR Cup Series.
So they've ran out of things to talk about, so there's going to be at least 30 minutes. A NASCAR night race is a good first date. There you go, DJ. So, I'll be back in 30 minutes. All right, so we're going to hang out here for a little bit and talk a little bit. I'm going to go get something to drink. If you guys want to hang out here and enjoy watch the jet dryers take care of the pit road here. And we'll leave it on here for you guys. I'm going to go get something to drink, get me something to eat. Mods, if you could just watch the chat, make sure no one goes crazy in the chat. I'll be right back. I need to get something to drink and a snack or something, and we'll be right back. But we'll leave the cam on here so you guys know what the update is on the track. But we're going to see what they're going to do. They're going to get the track about half dry and then put the rain tires on and have at it. Now Justin Haley's at plus 3,500. You want to throw your bets on Justin Haley to win this bad boy. 3,500. All right. I'll be right back, y'all. I guess I can listen to last week's race if you want to.
Suarez hit him on the right rear.
Like the
left rear.
Yeah, 99 car right there. Gets up the racetrack. Gets into the left rear of the 5, and then he's just out of control along for the ride. Denny Hamlin, wrong place. See the 9, you saw it wiggle? He got loose, and when he got loose, he had to turn to the car to the right to keep from spinning out. That's where the contact came, right along with the 20 of Bell.
Bell got into the back of the 22.
That's how quick it happens. Bell couldn't even see the incident.
All right, Kim.
Well, before the incident, Kyle did say the car was trending loose. Kyle, though, coming on the radio, telling Cliff Daniels, the crew chief, that it is not driving straight, so they will have to look at the suspension of that machine.
Not running straight there for Larson, as the crew will take a look at that. Looking at the toe link, Steve?
Yeah, looking at the rear. Probably take a look at the front through the hood flap. Yeah, you see he's peeling up the hood flap. You can kind of take a look at that right front toe link and the upper suspension.
3-wide racing. The 99 of Suarez gets into the back of the 5. He goes into the 11, into the wall, and brings out caution number 7 here at Iowa. And again, that was last week at Iowa. Now the teams have been told, prepare the cars for wet weather tires, which is great for fans because they will see something we haven't seen before, and that is high speeds, wet weather tires. So the teams are going to work on that. The crews here are working on the track to get the puddles off, and it looks as though we're going to go back racing here in New Hampshire.
Sweat isn't sweet. It's salty. Element. More electrolytes, zero sugar. You feel the difference when you get it right. Stay salty.
It's Wednesday.
Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network reminding you we are in a weather delay at New Hampshire Motor Speedway and will return with an update at 6:30 Eastern Time. 6:30 Eastern Time stations for your next weather update from New Hampshire Motor Speedway on the Racing Network. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network reminding you we are in a weather delay at New Hampshire Motor Speedway and will return with an update at 6:30 Eastern Time. 6:30 Eastern Time stations for your next weather update from New Hampshire Motor Speedway on the Performance Racing. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network reminding you we are in a weather delay.
So that doesn't mean it has to be completely dry. They want to get rid of all the puddles that are possibly on the racetrack. They want to make sure that visibility is the most important thing if they do go to wet weather tires on this track.
Yeah, visibility and level of grip, right? I mean, every racetrack is different. And what kind of grip do these tires make on this racetrack? We saw it yesterday in the Xfinity Series. That seemed to work very well. And keep in mind, I mean, we have done this before. We did it at Richmond. The question has been, are they willing to do it here because of the speeds, right? This was the beginning of the race, not the end of the race. This was the beginning of the race at Richmond. They put tires on it. It accelerated the drying process, eventually going to the dry tires. But You can see here the visibility, right? That is a concern, but right off the bat, there was grip, and the drivers got accustomed to it, and most of them had really positive reviews from it.
I mean, yesterday we only saw the Xfinity Series cars about a second off in the damp conditions. Now, I'm sure that, probably changes with the level of wetness on the racetrack, but the Xfinity Series car and just a slightly damp racetrack, they ran one speed. When they put the dries on, they picked up about 1 second. So it wasn't really a huge grip change, to Jeff's point.
One of the bigger differences, though, is there have already been 219 laps run and raced at this racetrack. We're now talking about the end of a race when we're going to put wet weather tires on to potentially end a race.
The only thing I would say is I agree with all of that, except for every lap counts. If you wreck at lap 1, or if you'd have wrecked lap 1 at Richmond, that ended somebody else's day for the whole race as well.
So while the crews are working on wet weather tires and getting the cars ready for a wet weather potential finish to this race, and they continue to dry the track and get the puddles clear, let's go back to last week and the Iowa race.
24 car was 6th. He gets a line of inside row 2. That's 6th to 3rd just with the choose. We'll see if it pays off.
84 to go in Iowa. Blaney Logano back into the gas.
It already paid off for the 24.
Penske drivers side by side, Logano on the inside, Blaney on the outside, and surprisingly enough, they're the two Penske drivers who haven't been to victory lane in 2024.
Stenhouse in 3rd, great run for him.
Saw Logano get up the racetrack a little bit. Kind of slowed that outside lane down some.
Stenhouse Jr. holding on to 3rd. Haley in the 51, cutting right in front of the 6 of Keselowski. Now Keselowski trying to fight back. A little contact there from Bell, and into the wall goes Kyle Busch.
Kyle's struggling with his race car right now. It's not driving the way he needs it to.
Well, Jeff, you told us 270 laps ago that the drivers were scared on how these things drove on new tires. As now the 8's jumped the cushion. He's in the loose stuff.
Marty, what's happening with Kyle?
Kyle Busch just said, I think I have a tire going down. He had been extremely loose on both extremities, on entry and on exit, as the battle for the lead continues up front. Actually, the battle for second. But Kyle Busch says he thinks he might have a tire going down. Here he comes to pit road.
So Kyle Busch will make his way onto pit road, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. moves up to 2nd. Logano has fallen all the way back to 4th. Dave.
Rick, when I talked to Stenhouse Jr.'s crew chief Mike Kelly this morning, he told me with the 3 wins here he had in the Xfinity Series, I know there are a lot of unknowns today, but I think Ricky is going to be able to get to the front. And then my thought recently was, yeah, people will stop hitting him like when Byron got into him, but then Josh Berry hit him under caution. So they're still bumping into Ricky, but he's fighting for this win.
Chastain had Chase Elliott way up the racetrack.
Here comes Byron trying to take 2nd away from Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Go back to that tire issue with the 8 car. That's a big deal. We talk about points, and he's right there on that cut line to have those issues this late in the race. Can he recover from them? He's all the way back in 32nd.
Yeah, and I don't think it was a tire issue. When he came in, it looked to me that all 4 tires were aired up, but yet the car was sparking on the racetrack. I think there's something bigger wrong with the 8 car. Marty?
Yeah, it was contact on the racetrack. Randall Burnett just told him a moment ago, I think something is wrong with the left rear. Something is either broken or it is loose on the car. So they sent Kyle Busch back out. They could see it was still loose with the left rear. So that's an issue probably from contact on the racetrack. Steve, you think about the last 3 weeks for this race team. They've easily had top 10 speed, and they're going to walk away with 3 bad finishes in a row. That's what they cannot have. And Randall Burnett just told Kyle Busch, take it to the garage. We're done.
Yeah, something.
All right.
He's broken in the back of the car. Day over for the 8.
What y'all were listening to was last week's Iowa race. We're back here. Looks like the cars are getting undone. And wet tires are on the cars. That camera's still the same. Welcome back. Thanks, man. Just a little something quick bite to eat. And something to hold me over till we have dinner. But see how this goes. See what the aerial cam looks like. Same. So we'll look at the leader because the cams are on the cars. Is PRN back on yet? What's up, Nathan?
Stations along the network line. This is the Performance Racing.
Well, we're under rain delay, right, Nathan? But we're getting a track ride, and there's only 80 laps to go.
At 6:30.
Bad wreck and in the hospital.
6:30 Eastern Time station.
Whoever came up with the Iowa Raceway is a genius. Yeah, it was a good job.
Hampshire Motor Speedway on the Performance.
So PRN is still off. Listen to officials to see what they have to say. But it should be over here. I'm hoping by 6:30. They're just going to get the track halfway dry, and then they got the rain tires on, and then they'll be finishing it. All right, here we go.
Before the race, so the teams have the opportunity to make approved adjustments. What's approved? It's basically everything you would do in a pit stop, maybe a little bit larger. Think about a slow pit stop. Reach in, you can adjust the shock, some other small things. So all of those adjustments are now approved. You put fuel in your car, so with 82 laps to go, everybody will be within their fuel window. Everyone will swap to the wet weather tires. So at this point, whatever a crew chief thinks their balance needs to be for wet weather tires, you would put that into your car. They're a little bit different size, so you have to get your heights right, move your car around a little bit. Now, the thing to keep in mind is what we don't know is how long will we stay wet? Will we see 82 laps of wet weather racing with a couple stops? Or if we are able to dry the track, if these cars dry the track, then we would go back to slicks. Now, the interesting thing, if pit road is dry enough, they would be competitive pit stops going back to pit or going back to slicks. If pit road is wet, which will probably be the situation looking at it, that it's non-competitive pit stops again, you just kind of put, slicks back on it. We were in 41 laps at Richmond. I imagine here at a 1 mile track, maybe less, maybe 30, 35 laps would be a great safe bet here.
Yeah, that's what Goodyear is thinking. That's what Goodyear has communicated to NASCAR. 30 to 35 laps, these tires should last, should go that long. And that will, and again, that is determined on, how dry the racetrack is. If the track dries exceptionally quickly, then that's going to wear them that much sooner. Again, NASCAR, they're going to have to be monitoring this situation very closely. What they're going to do is they're going to be scanning drivers, listening to drivers. How are the conditions? What are they saying? They probably won't listen to the leader because the leader's going to want it to be terrible, right? But they're going to listen throughout the field from a visibility standpoint, from a grip standpoint. They've already communicated with Goodyear. What is the tire wear going to be? I don't think they'll step past that.
41 and 47. You work on the cars for the DVD damage. That's when they can come in and their clock will be restarted. But we will open pit road once before we get going under green conditions.
There's others that go forward. There has the Richmond experience, the North Wilkesboro experience. That has all taught them something, and now they're trying to apply that right now to today.
And the fans, I don't know how, if you're a ticket buying fan, you don't love this, because now when you're deciding on buying a ticket to a race, the window to see more racing just improved, just grew. It used to be, it had to be dry, it had to be great conditions, and now if this works like NASCAR hopes, then that just opens up your opportunity to see more racing. Now, poor Tyler Reddick.
And we did see, by the way, we saw Michael McDowell is back in his driving suit.
Yeah.
He got out of the street clothes and back in his driving suit. He was actually walking around on pit road.
There were 3 events that I was really glad we didn't have rain tires in my career.
Were they all here?
No, but there were 3 events where it got rain shortened and I won the race, and we probably would have gone back going green.
It was like a lap 103 win at Pocono that I'm thankful we didn't have any rain options.
Well, it is groundbreaking. We have raced on the wet weather tires before on an oval, but this one is 219 laps into a race already when we are switching to wet weather tires.
All right, Black, I got the door down, please. 2-4, good.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm muted. Thank you. Right through here, if you see my mouse, these are puddles of water right through here. So, and on the back stretch as well, puddles of water. I got you now. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can go to races again. That's right. So yeah, all this water right here, they have to get rid of because those tires, so they're, as you can see, they're drying the track right here with these jet tracks. So they're doing a good job. They don't have to have it completely, dry. It is still a delay.
Fans that are looking for the NTT IndyCar Series racing from Laguna Seca, that actually coverage will be on CNBC as well as Peacock starting at 6:30. So about 7 minutes from now, that coverage will go to
At least they moved it to CNBC for people that don't have Peacock.
Right now for the pre-race and getting ready for that race to get underway. But again, that's the NTT IndyCar Series racing from Laguna Seca on Peacock now and will be on CNBC also at 6:30. Now, we've been watching a little bit of the rain or wet weather tires and the switch that the crews are making. They're still drying the track. We're getting ready for a restart. While we're waiting, let's go back and watch more Iowa.
Welcome back to NASCAR Cup Series Victory Lane Review.
The damming on the outside of the track has helped, just a little bit of residual.
All right, so 10 minutes. I don't do the TV, so depending on you, CeeLo. Oh, I'm right here, man. I've already made the commitment. I'm going to hang out with you guys. There's 1,200 people that have stuck here waiting, so I'm here for it.
Let's get a wave along the front stretch for the quick lap, just knocking heavy off. We're not trying to drive. I see any water can hit the inside wall of the front stretch. Some of it's going across pit road and then Elliott track back there.
Can you imagine if you bet on Reddick, right? You're welcome, guys. If you guys haven't subscribed yet, make sure you do. I mean, heck, we're less than 300 from 16K. Like, that would be crazy. Last week was our largest stream ever. I'm just betting the way things have been going here, we might be surpassing that. But we appreciate you guys so much. I try to bring the best coverage for you guys. And just listening to the officials here to see what they say, but about 10 more minutes. As you can see, the stands are starting to fill out, so for us to have 1,200 people here still, these are loyal fans. That's right, Warren. That's why I'm here for you guys. I could have turned this off 45 an hour ago and said, good luck, see you guys, bye. But I appreciate y'all, so I'm here for you. And next week, I feel bad. I won't be here with you guys next week. I'll be at the track, so definitely going to give you a show. So, and another 300 subs, and he gets a pie to the face. You're right, Coop. Another 300 subs, a pie to the face. You're right. And no more Denny. So, let's see. So, Denny would not... That would affect the Chicago race. So, no Denny till after Chicago. So... You go, Matthew subscribes. He's like, okay, let's do it. I need Reddick to stay in first. I have him on my DraftKings lineup. Ooh. The race is coming back. Drivers coming back here in 10. You don't look upset that you'll be on the track next week. Oh, I'm going to have fun next week. Anytime, I mean, as a NASCAR fan, if I gave you a choice to stream this or go to a NASCAR race, everybody knows what they would do, right? So, you got to take some breaks and have some fun, and every once in a while. So, but thank you for subscribing, Stevie. So we're less than 300 now to 16K. Wow. You're welcome. You're welcome. I like to interact with you guys, and I was there where you guys were.
Please one to your left. Do we have any more standing, deep water in there, or are we getting here?
Yeah, so they're trying to get rid of the standing water because the tires won't mix there, but wet pavement.
Inch or two of water, still a tire left.
How far off the wall does it come in relation to the white line? 2 feet.
You like the rain delay chatter better? There's Suarez. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. As a guy who used to sit in a chat with a host, I always wanted them to talk to me and respond back to me. So that's how I know how important it is to you guys, how important it is to feel wanted, how important it is to feel like you're there with them. I know how it is. So that's how I try to talk to every single person. But this, 1,300, where was it at? This number used to only happen at the end of the race. As you get bigger, as the subscriber count gets bigger, the more people watch. And it's going to be, I might have to keep it on slow mode for a while because the chat really moves. I don't think you guys know, but it really moves. And I try to see everybody's comment. I try to answer everybody's comment, but sometimes it's just tough. But tomorrow we're going to do the Tennessee versus Texas A&M game. I don't know how it's going to go, but it's my boys in the championship last game for the Natty. You got to be doing it.
Lower speed along that. Can I help push it more towards the drainer pin out? Do you think that'll help?
It is a program I pay for a subscription. It's not bad. I can't remember the name of it though. 15,700. Wow. Thank you guys. No, he was not. He became a member, and that's fine. But I understand I know how that feeling is if you say something a couple times and the host ignores you. I know how it is. Yeah, it is a community. That's what I want to build. And my Braves community is the same way. We have an Atlanta Braves baseball community, and that's what we do.
I don't want to be dry or anything, so I can proceed.
Thank you, Pazzo Gamer. Thanks so much. I try to get that NASCAR, and it doesn't happen overnight, y'all. Just because it does not happen overnight. Where's Tyler Reddick? Let's listen to him. They went away from the Iowa.
I guess at it. So hopefully it works out. You and your crew chief, Billy Scott, were just going through a bunch of things on the computer there. What were you looking at, and what was he telling you about what you're about to experience?
Yeah, I think just thinking about past events where
this has come into play. We're just trying to, I don't know, go through as much information as possible to take my best guess at it, like I said, right? So see how it goes. I mean, like I said, we're in a good spot with, either way, the race ending or getting delayed like it did. We're going to put tires on, and we're in a good spot on fuel. So we'll just go out there and take it one lap at a time. We'll take advantage of the track position we gained, and hopefully we can maintain the lead and still contend for the win. If not, get a good finish.
And guys, I think, as you know, it's a guessing game for everyone. And one thing just to note what Tyler said there, they were allowed to put fuel in the car. So remember, this 45 got to the lead through pit strategy. Now they're on equal fuel with everyone else out there as they all go to rain tires here.
So think about the simple question that Parker just asked. How do you know when to lift? And he said, I don't know. We're going to have to figure it out. He's the leader of the race. He's got to drive into turn one, having no concept of where the grip level is. If you drive in there and you lift too early, they go flying by you. You drive in there and you drive it too hard in there, you're in the wall. And that's a fundamental part, a very simple part of driving a race car. Where do I lift? He knows where he's lifting the dry on a restart. He has no idea where to even lift off the gas. Not only that, but how do I accelerate on the restart? How much grip do my rear tires have? That is the situation that all these drivers have been put into. But what I liked about it is they're like, let's do it. Let's go.
Marty.
I wanted to chat with a driver sort of mid-pack. Josh Berry's had a fantastic car today, but you're going to restart 20th here. So how do you judge how aggressive you can be?
There's so
feel
much
this
winning
out,
at
Josh,
Oak
with so
Grove
limited
Gaming.
experience
It's
on the
fun.
wet tires?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. Obviously, we did it at Richmond, and I mean, honestly, really, I thought it went really well. So,
Should we get the pickle car in more races? Dry enough. Let's go.
Towards the end of the second stage.
Dry enough.
And kind of throughout all the restarts and everything, we lost some track position and kind of got mired back. But now we got a new opportunity with these rain tires. So we'll hopefully our car handles good.
Oh, I know, Tony.
We'll go to the front.
So do you approach this with, hey, yeah, I'm on board, this is awesome, or what's your thought process right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's, for us, especially right now, it's a new opportunity, right? And I think that, honestly, at Richmond, it worked pretty well. The only thing to it is, hopefully we let it play out naturally. Hopefully we don't, throw a caution right away and ask for another set or whatever. Hopefully we just run through it, try to get to the end of the
I will,
stage
Reverend.
and finish up.
I'll think about you.
Other than Tyler Reddick, I've not found one driver who's like, bad idea. I think all the drivers are on board. This should be fun.
Including Michael McDowell, who, by the way, is back in his fire suit, but he's a team. They were the ones that were going to have to come first for fuel. Last stop, 144. How does this change the game for you and the team?
Yeah, back in the game, have another shot at it. Rain tires, damp track. It's really anybody's shot now. So feeling really good about getting the restart here and see what we can do with our Long John Silver Sport Mustang.
This is going to be interesting, y'all. Share it out. Tell everybody. We're about to go live with rain tires in NASCAR Cup Series.
Laps into this, we'll probably be getting slick. So be interesting to see if it's a competitive stop, how they'll do it. But excited to have a shot at getting the victory lane.
How cautious do you have to be on that first restart?
I'm not going to be cautious at all.
All right, you heard it. Look for aggression from Michael McDowell, Parker.
So turn one wreck.
One thing
Call
he
it
just
now.
mentioned was the idea of going back to slicks if we start on these wet
soon,
tires.
I'm
So I
sure.
want to explain something that's a bit of a conversation down here for the crew chiefs and the teams, and that is how much adjustment you put in these race cars for the wet weather tires that you can then take out of the race car in the event they go to slicks and it's a competitive stop. So what most of the teams are doing is rounds here in these wedge bolt areas. You'll actually spin a wrench around. Well, multiple teams have done as much as 3.5 rounds.
Slip
here
confirmed.
on both sides. What does that mean? Well, if you have a competitive stop, you got to take those out. That adds a tremendous amount of time to the pit stop. So for some of these teams, they've decided
Winging it.
to put
What's
less
up?
adjustment in these cars, thinking that when we come back down pit
All
road,
right, Jake.
they could
See,
have
buddy.
a competitive stop.
Yeah, I don't know when
and
they're
therefore
going
be
to
able
start it,
leapfrog some
but
other
we're going to
cars
be
or
here
just
for the
have a
long
shorter
haul.
stop
So
than the cars who have done a lot of adjustment for these wet weather tires, which just don't have the turning ability of a slick tire. So it's some of the discussions right here as we go through this. It's not just the drivers trying to figure it out. It's the team.
Jamie
as well,
leaving?
how much you do
I
to
didn't
these
see
race
Jamie say
cars,
bye.
and then are able to peel out in the event.
all right, sounds good, Jake.
That is if pit road is dry or safer.
Yeah, and it's more than just balance. These tires are a little bit different, right? They are definitely a little smaller.
What's up, Beth?
So you have to change the height of your car a little bit as well. It's not quite as
Thank you, Richard, for being here. Butterfly, all the mod, Jake, Coach that was here earlier, Triton. Thank you guys for looking out for us. Green Bay Packers.
There's a lot of
thank you guys.
Educated guessing going on right now.
643. Tell everybody.
They have that rear diffuser underneath the car, and you want to get that as close to the ground as you can. So lowering the back of the car does that because that creates downforce. The other thing, Steve, is that we anticipate these tires will have less grip than a slick, so the speed will go. It won't be going as fast, which also raises that rear diffuser off the ground. So you want to get it as low as you can without it bottoming out. If it starts bottoming out, then it drives horrible.
And I misspoke. The right side tires, rain tires, and slicks are the exact same. When we go to the left sides, the rain tires are actually just a bit bigger than the slicks, unlike the Xfinity Series. So the car itself raises up on the left side, so you want to drop it back down to get it to the right location. Either way, it's just the height change is the difference. But Brad looks like he's ready to go.
Who turns the fastest lap?
Tyler Reddick.
Tyler Reddick?
Yeah, I mean, no different than slicks. I would say whoever's leading the race.
So we saw
Tony, that's a Phillies fan. Make sure you go check out Play-by-Play with JJ.
Well, the fastest lap.
He's a huge Phillies play-by-play guy. He does a great job.
I would say they're going to continue to pick up speed as the track dries, but I mean they're going to down within 1 second once the track gets to a point that's dry enough.
On wet weather tires, they'll be around 31, 31, 32.
Not right away.
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind the wet weather tire is a softer rubber than
Larson. Drive it like a sprint car and wreck them all.
When the track does start to dry, it is a softer rubber, which means it makes more grip. Now, what that also means is it makes more heat and it makes more wear. So that is the question, right? How far can they go once it starts drying out?
I don't think so. I don't think you're allowed to touch the cars.
But as a groove starts drying out,
let's do it, Marsh. If we can get a signal,
because that's
I'm all game.
Will be, but again, that's going to wear that tire out.
NASCAR has told the drivers to get in the cars at 6:40, which is in 3 minutes. We're seeing also some drivers already climbing in, and they're going to fire the engines at 6:43. So we're going to see this, guys. This is the end of a race. They have switched from the slicks to wet weather tires to try to get this race complete.
Well, and I think you heard McDowell. That's what I really
we can try it.
Right? I think if you're Reddick, Blaney, Hamlin with race wins, there's a little apprehension because your season was already kind of trending in the right direction. You didn't need a monumental moment to shift what is happening. But we have McDowell back there in 6th. We have Todd Gilliland in 4th, right? We talk about Noah Gragson in 10th. I'm looking at names that a win. Harrison Burton in 12th.
Thank you,
Bubba
Tony.
Wallace is yet to win. A win by one of those teams. I mean, this could change the whole season for a team like that.
We've talked a lot about the reasons why you wouldn't do this, Steve, because we spend a lot of times with the teams. We understand what their concerns are, but the reasons to do this is because of all of the people that are watching right now at home or at track. And that is give these fans, this is what this is all about. This is not about the competitors. This is about giving the fans an opportunity to see these cars back on track. And again, it's an evolution, and we're learning our way through it. And, NASCAR is taking a stance that we're going to try this today. We're going to get the track with all the standing water. We're going to get that cleaned up.
Thank you,
Edgar.
Edgar.
Take time to do that right. We're not going to
NASCAR makes America great.
With it, go out there and it is what
Hawaii,
it is.
awesome. Good to see you, Astro Face.
Difficult situation. Give the drivers the best opportunity to be successful at it, and then see what happens and learn from it.
And they were selling pizza because I saw guys bringing plates of pizza out. They're ready for the end of this race. They want to see a checkered flag here. They don't want it to end. There it is. They're enjoying themselves.
Third floor, guys.
They're
Third
coming
floor.
back.
Bring it on up. Third floor.
Hunt Brothers Pizza.
A great situation here for these fans. Party.
We need 3 quick cautions for Joey to get back on the lead lap.
Over here to us here on pit road. Hey, put 2 more votes in the category of I love this. That would be Kyle Larson and Cliff Daniels. And there seems to be a bit of a confusion. They're trying to figure out from NASCAR of how this is going to go because Cliff Daniels just made the point.
Astro Face living off that Hawaii time.
Drive very quickly. We may not get 20 laps on the wet tires. So
you like that Hunt Brothers Pizza?
Him is, hey, what's going to happen? Is it going to be a non-competitive
Martin for the win?
When we eventually do go back to slicks, that's what they did yesterday in the Xfinity Series race.
Yeah, Marty, similar story here with the team of Ryan Blaney. Actually checked in with front tire changer Ryan Flores. He said, right now pit road is so wet, so we don't know what our pit stops are going to look like right now. But Ryan was one that was frustrated frustrated when the red flag came out. He said he had it on Reddick, just needed one more lap before he felt like he could overtake him. We'll see, though, what he can do on these wet weather tires.
This is going to be interesting, y'all.
We think it's going to be dry.
Wonder if the aerial cam's going to come back.
It's not going to be long, Parker, they think, before slicks get put back on these race cars.
And I think that's just a similar consensus up and down pit road. I was just hanging out here in the 11 pit of Denny Hamlin and spoke to Chris Gabehart, the crew chief. You see,
keep hitting that subscribe, y'all.
He had just recently spoken to Denny, and I asked him, what did you tell him? He said, hey, it's unique circumstances, but there's a win on offer. Let's find a way to go win. Let's go. And so basically, if we wreck, we wreck.
Hey, Austin coming. You're right.
The 11 cars were
what is going to happen here?
The dry portion of this race. So I think it's just continued consensus. There's a lot of unknowns, but this is a race, and these are race car drivers with race cars. Let's go find a way to get up front.
Rick, I was in the garage at Watkins Glen.
Just subscribe to the man so we get a pie to the face.
To run in the wet. And this was, I don't know, 15 years ago.
Less than 300 now. 279 to go.
Why would we do such a thing? This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. And now I only say that because the evolution is now when we are road course racing, NASCAR stays out of the tire business. They said, good luck, put what you want on, wets or dries, you know, figure it out. If I shake my crystal ball 3 years, 5 years, that's what we're going to see here. You know, all these questions by the teams, it's going to be, you put whatever tires you want on it. Not our problem. You figure it out. And I think that would be the most entertaining point. But at the same time, the notebooks are nowhere near thick enough. We don't want just, you know, darts being thrown, guessing on what to do. You know, the decision on the road courses are because the experience is built up where you know you get to a certain lap time or certain drive. Now, there's still a question mark, and I think that comfort level changes for each driver. That's almost a skill set to the driver who can make slicks work in the damp or can keep wets working when it's dry. We got to get 4 or 5 of these oval tracks behind us before we start making those decisions.
Yeah, and NASCAR has not been the pioneer on rain tires on road
courses. We're up to 1.2K. Awesome, y'all. Thanks so much for the likes today. It's been an amazing stream. We've been doing this for 5 hours, 12 minutes. 5 hours, 12 minutes.
We've learned from all the other series on road courses.
Thank you, Rab. Thank you, Brandon.
And folks, at the start of the show, the cars were already rolling, and so you're going to be able to hear the engines fire up here.
The roof portion of the race control, everybody back.
And listen to the fans.
Cars are fired up, y'all.
They've stuck it out. They want to see the end of this race. And
Sarah.
Drivers are firing the engines up now.
Let's go, Astrofans. Oh, I know.
Because this doesn't happen, right? Many fans say,
well, if you're not first, you're last. Here's a guy who's you're not first, you're last shirt.
They went home. So we're all learning at this at the same time.
I will tell you, I wasn't.
You're welcome.
You're going to see this. I'm a bit shocked.
I got like 100 subscribers during the delay. That's crazy. Here we go. Cars are rolling.
No. You gotta pick. You gotta decide ahead of time.
Pile up on the restart. Oh gosh.
You bring it up though, Jet. You know, you keep saying there's so much on the line because of this, but there's never really not a lot. We've already done it at the All-Star race.
Thank you for watching, Mole.
Like that's it. Those are the only 2 races that don't affect the playoffs. I think I would have a different opinion if this was in the playoffs. But now that we've done this here, that might give us a chance when we get into like it continues to grow.
Yeah, there's been testing done with rain tires, and you know, but that's not.
Bell, Suarez, Larson, McDowell, Haley, Ty Dillon.
Competition. Now the negative of that is.
You're welcome, Johnny.
You're points and all those types of things. So if it doesn't work out, it really harms people. But you know, again.
Oh, me too,
race team,
Johan. I am. Me too.
Wet weather tires, and be prepared because we will put them on if we can.
They'll be lining them up on the back stretch. Again, they were
You're welcome, Todd.
directed to go into their pit stalls for this purpose, so that the teams could put
the baddest boys with the baddest toys. You're right, Johnny.
That we could go back to racing, and that's what it looks like right now. So the teams are going to line back up the way they were.
Thank you, RJR Motorsports. Thank you so much.
Doing that on the back stretch now. They'll roll around, and we heard Tyler Reddick mention
RGR Motorsports. Where do you race?
Caution. He's going to feel what kind of grip he has right now with these wet weather tires.
Just got out of the hospital, and this was my first stop to see what's going on. William, prayers for William. Hope you're okay.
You will even
we're under a rain delay, but we're back up.
That thing in restart gear and trying to launch to see how much rear tire spin that you've got.
Roman Reigns.
Double file
restarted, which I support. I agree. I agree. We are a double file restart series, and except in rare incidences, that's what we do. And so we've done it on other racetracks, so why not just do double files here as well?
Well, let's not forget we saw a street course single file.
I'm glad I'm here too.
So, I mean, we've seen a lot of firsts, so I agree. I think give the double file, and if it doesn't work, we can try it again a different way. But
there is a lot of water on the inside of that track.
Road, and the 42 is the last one to make their way off of pit road. Let's listen in on the radio.
Steven, I raced dirt street stocks and pavement pro. Nice.
A lot of spread. The bottom down the front stretch here, especially from the entry to the pit road to the flag stand, has a bunch in the bottom 6 or 7 feet after you get out of the restart zone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will tell you that is too much water to run through, but that's an area that if you're at, the water, I think, might be the least of your concerns.
Exactly. The water is right against the wall.
And the caution is out. So they've rolled off of pit road. They're going to be getting in line, and they're going to do a few pace laps here.
One thing that is interesting is
you don't want to be up front.
On the outside of the racetrack, there's actually a road course. You turn off of the back straightaway, you turn right, you go up the hill, you run through the road course, and that's what you're looking at right there. And you can see the elevation behind that. And so I'm very curious if that water is going to continue to run across the racetrack, which, by the way,
if you're going to hit that water, you're going to hit the wall anyways.
They get into turn 3, and we see left front lockups, and we see the cars bouncing. That's where the braking zone is. And so it's going to be interesting to see how that impacts where they can.
I cannot believe we're doing this, y'all.
2 hours and 14 minutes was the red flag portion of this race. As they were.
You were correct on that one, Steven.
They now have wet weather tires on these cars. They've adjusted the setups. They have filled them with fuel if they wanted.
Thank you, BVB.
Take on one of those puddles. Marty.
Rick, all the drivers wondering what's going to happen once we go green. Christopher Bell also wondering what's going on inside my race car. Listen to this conversation.
Adam, does my defog, is that an actual switch? Like, does it work? Yeah, it's just a little fan that blows on the inside of the windshield. You're welcome to try. Once the car gets back up to temp, I would say most of that will go away.
Steve, I can almost promise you never had Jeff Gordon or Dale Earnhardt Jr. ask you if the defogger worked inside the race car.
The defogger?
Oh, well, we did, and it didn't work. Matter of fact, our windshield wiper.
This was the right decision, Jeffrey says.
The defogger didn't work, so we didn't know what we were doing. And that's the only required thing. So let's talk about wet weather.
It's awesome.
This oval specifically.
Thank you guys for tuning in. My name is CeeLo. If you're just joining us,
to have a defogger here.
we cover NASCAR. We cover it all. And this is your only spot.
NASCAR said they would take a look at it.
Next week, I will be at the national race. I won't be doing the races, but we'll try to do something from the track. But we'll be back for the Chicago street race.
With the crew chief, that once we get some temperature in the car, that will help that, I think, quite a bit.
I am going to point one thing out. They were just rolling across the start-finish line. That all is
CeeLo, that's my name, CeeLo.
So that's going to be a little slicker as they're coming up through the gears, and on these restarts, that'll be.
I'll check on tickets in Nashville. Sold out on everything but Sunday. That's all I could find. But go Vols. Awesome, Don.
Let's listen to the 11 radio.
It's really slick, just FYI. Oh, yeah. It's going to be extremely challenging, but there's no doubt about
this
that.
This is going to be something.
81 laps and counting. They're going to.
I don't think so, Corey. He's on the lead lap.
So we should do the best we can.
I like that answer. I mean, I agree with what Denny's saying. I don't disagree that he has his opinion on this track. But to the crew chief's point,
welcome, Chad.
Someone's going in the record books as the winner in New Hampshire. Someone's going to score the rest of the points available.
I find it interesting. Where are they going to run? You know,
I know if we go to Nashville next week, I'm just going to the race.
I've really seen on ovals where drivers have run offline like we do on road courses. On road courses, it's very common to see drivers not run in the preferred lane and when it's dry because it's slicker there. There's rubber.
Last time I saw
all kinds of things there, but here we have seen drivers.
Kyle Busch, 30th place,
way above
on the lead lap.
Older asphalt that has more aggregate. It has, see right here, there's this shinier black. That's a different asphalt than above it. And they've been above that even in dry conditions. So where is the grip? And below that, below the white line, that's older asphalt as well. You can see the color changes. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what lane you want to be in. No one else does either, but we're all going to figure it out together.
I might start at the bottom just to give myself a little bit more room if I need.
Yeah, you're right, T-Van.
He said we're going to figure it out together. I'm glad that I'm in the booth figuring this out as opposed to behind the
I want to thank NBC for bringing us this. I mean, we haven't had this all season.
There are unique situations that get presented to you, and finding a way to excel in those moments, that's what the best do, right? And tough moments, challenging moments, and that's what this is.
Well, there's 30 cars on the lead lap. Everybody has wet tires. Everybody has enough fuel. So at this point, you know, there's really no gamesmanship on strategy. It's 30 cars trying to figure out
Chase
the way
doing?
towards the front. Parker.
Well, just to add on to Jeff's question about
Chase got really close to the wall. He was like running in the puddles.
Interview, he told me that he felt like maybe the
Thank you, Steven.
Of the darker asphalt, the newer asphalt was best, and his reason because there wasn't
The Arc Ministry.
laid down there when we were running.
Apologetics Creation Science.
No man's land, and therefore,
Thanks for it.
In his mind, that might potentially be the best place to run, but you won't find out until they get running, Marty.
So, Parker, remember that question that Cliff Daniels asked me, is it going to be a competitive stop once we get off?
Yeah, I will highballer, you're correct.
And go to the slick tires. Still hasn't gotten an answer from NASCAR, so who went public with that question? Listen in.
Hey, NASCAR, we would love to know if we're going to run to a caution when we think it's dry, or if you're just going to leave it open and pitting is on us. Would love to know that.
So that question went out. He's still waiting on the answer from NASCAR. Meanwhile, Kyle Busch, who's sitting back in 30th, is having an issue on the track, and he has climbed out of the car, Rick.
Yeah, he parked the car, and that is on the exit of turn 4. Parked the car and got out of it.
They're just trying to get the track a little more dry.
For this team.
Carl, NBC Fox, not as good as CeeLo. Thank you, Carl.
As crazy as it sounds, as much trouble as they had until this, whatever's happened here, they were still in the lead lap.
Oh.
And who knows what's going to happen?
What happened to Rowdy?
Picked up a lot of spots.
Oh, he hit the wall.
Oh, he hit the wall.
I don't know if something broke on the car or he just lost traction. I know they've been working on the car. Back to the Cliff Daniels conversation.
Rowdy was it?
So here's really what his question
What
is.
the heck?
NASCAR has said that there are really two decisions to be made, right? There's the cars on the racetrack and the race condition and all of that. But then there's also, hey, if we have to either put another set of wets on,
Rowdy's just like, take me back to the pits.
That decision needs to be, considered with a little
NASCAR will get you wet.
Because you have these humans that have to jump over and do the pit stops. So, looking at pit road, I mean, it's basically soaking wet. I don't see any dry spots. I would be a little surprised if we went to competitive pit stops.
It looked like he turned right.
I would prefer competitive. I think that I'm a big fan of competition. The more competition,
We're all sharing a beer. That's right. Cheers, everybody.
There has to be
Cheers to everybody, y'all.
We'll see what NASCAR says. There's no real standing water on pit road.
Thank you, Twitsid, Tom, Joey. Thank you so much for the subs. Keep it hitting it, y'all. See if we can get to 15,800.
Those puddles trying to keep their tires cool. That's the opposite of what we normally see. Normally we see drivers trying to heat their tires up, but they're trying to cool them off to make sure they don't wear out quickly. Now, this was a very strange event. Right along.
It turned hard right immediately.
Mechanical issue. If he had some sort of, I don't know. It's hard to imagine. All right, Marty, what do you know?
Why were you pulling so hard for a cancellation?
I have no idea. He said it just absolutely took off on him. He said, I don't know if something broke as you guys.
After you do it for a while, it's just like, okay, I'm ready to do something else. I've done a lot of streaming this week. I don't know. But I'm glad we're with it. I'm glad I stuck with it. I don't know. After a while, you sit here for long enough. Sometimes just like, I just wish it would end.
So, Reddick takes the top, Blaney takes the bottom. I couldn't even tell you where to choose, Jeff.
I wouldn't know either.
Thanks, guys, so much for coming back to me.
As you just
We appreciate you.
Yes, we are.
We are going to see what happens.
Trevor, thank you for subscribing.
226 laps of this 301 lap race complete. That leaves
47 got his revenge.
It will be 74, and they are on wet weather tires. This is a damn
So still one more lap here.
They dried it, they cleared the puddles, and now there's 34 cars that are on the track. Busch and Bowman out, but the 34 cars will be making a restart here to find out who does get that trophy at the end of the day and those points. They're going to send it around one more time.
All right, here we go. What do you think? What do you think? Who's going to win this? Who you got?
Maybe that tells us what the grip level is going to look like.
Man.
Okay. So I've seen 2 cars.
2 cars have now spun.
Have issues under caution. And if I'm a spotter, what am I saying to my driver? Like, there's just been 2 cars, 2 really good race car drivers. Just apparently, Corey clearly just lost it. We don't know what happened with Kyle Busch, but I mean, that just makes me even more nervous for the start of this race.
It's gonna be nuts.
There's an argument.
Yellow on the second lap. Ronald's calling it. Caution under a caution.
I'll say at Briscoe, Stenhouse tied.
This is gonna be crazy.
There's only 3 or 4 cars behind you on the lead.
Here we go. Boogity. First time on an oval with rain tires.
I know that might be an unpopular conversation, but the best
Lord.
These guys might be the wait and see. Hang on back. You know what? You let me know how much grip is down there. I'm going to give it a lap.
Been a few races won like that at Talladega.
Right.
They are going this time.
Look at him cut look at Christopher Bell.
And again, it's Reddick and Blaney making up row 1. Reddick on the outside in the 45. Blaney on the inside in the 12. The crowd is looking forward to this. A restart on wet weather tires in New Hampshire.
Oh my gosh.
Here we go.
They're all over the place. Look at this.
Blaney running the bottom. Christopher Bell, 3rd lane on the wall and on the
Look at Larson.
Has 4 or 5 cars in one set of corners.
Look at Larson. He's like on the inside.
Outside the black and white car. Here goes Bell again to the top.
4 and 5 wide going through the turns here in New Hampshire.
I want to applaud the drivers. This is an amazing effort.
That's right, D-Man.
Willing to try something that has never been done.
And Blaney fighting for that lead with Reddick.
This is, yeah, exactly. That's what you see at Phoenix.
Blaney got a little loose, lost some ground. Bell is up there now into 2nd. Larson 3rd.
Oh my gosh.
Seems to be a little more comfortable to answer your question.
Time to find out who can really drive. That's right.
Up there or they're pointing there.
Thank you so much, Luke. Go Blaney.
Reddick that time by about a 35 seconds, so 5 seconds slower, but we expect that to continue to improve as Bell dives to the bottom of the racetrack.
That's crazy that he's running on the inside like that.
One on the cushion.
Yeah. Larson up high. Those two.
Let's see you chase. Chase.
How about Todd Gillen, that bright green 38? He had enthusiasm when we heard from him. He saw this as an opportunity.
This is
and here
nuts.
He is chasing it up to the fence.
Larson's got that thing dialed up.
34.85 for Reddick that time by.
Yeah,
Reddick, Bell, Larson, Blaney.
Confidence, maybe a little bit drying, although you can't visually see it drying. I think it's more of a confidence situation.
Look at him going on the. Look at Chastain. That's amazing.
Look like they're running at Knoxville from a week ago. The dirt track down the street. Looking for a little bit of traction.
Oh, you're right, Matty.
You know, when the dirt base gets slicked off, you try to keep that left rear in the moisture.
They look for moisture. That's what they're doing here.
They are.
Oh, there's Rowdy.
See Kyle Busch walking away. Not the day
he's
he
done.
hoped for. What a show these drivers are putting on.
1.6 seconds separating Reddick and Bell.
Hey, can we spray the track all the time now? Just run on wet.
The very top of the racetrack and make good position doing it. Some others on the very bottom of the racetrack.
And remember, there's progressive banking here at New Hampshire.
They're going to turn this into a new rule.
7 degrees at the top. That's not a lot of banking, but there is more banking when you get closer to
this
the
is nuts.
Josh Berry, Chase Elliott up over 10 positions since the restart. So drivers are finding it, figuring it out.
Wow.
Lap time.
Oh, I am glad. Oh, Chastain.
Is improving.
Don't hit him. Don't hit him.
Not bad at all.
Agreed.
Caution on the track.
Up 14 positions. Josh Berry up 12.
Caution on the track.
What he has got himself in the middle of. He is 21st.
The cameras are a little faster than the audio.
Apron there, right in front of Brad Keselowski. And the caution comes out. We got a spinner. Ross Chastain. Ross was running in the 6th spot when he got around, and the caution comes out.
You're welcome. It's almost as good as dirt track racing.
Okay, I want to give it to Ross. To ask him on the radio, what'd you hit? No, sir. Not screaming, not complaining about conditions, not anything. Just focused at the task at hand.
Yeah. Look at them all running in the water to keep their tires cool.
As we take a look at what happened with Ross Chastain, there he was around.
Yeah, just it's kind of late to tell. He was on the flat, which is where everybody looks like they're kind of.
See you, Chase. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, it's hard to know what happened there.
Scroll up here.
We were wondering about the pace. I mean, we were running 35-second laps, which is, about 4 seconds off.
He was on the apron and then came up off the apron, got into the gas, and that's when he went around. Maybe even on the paint.
Yeah, well, I don't know if
I'll have to wait for it to scroll up. It's taking its sweet old time.
You see everybody looking for these puddles to cool their tires off.
Which is interesting because, without it being a dry line, I don't know what the tires look like if we took them off right now.
Well, I don't think this hurts anything, right?
Agreed.
By going down there and trying to cool them off, I don't think that you would be looking for that under green flag conditions.
Not yet. There might be a chance if it gets dry enough where that might kind of, whatever they're doing, they're all kind of agreeing on. I kind of like what Reddick's thinking, though. Let's cool those right sides off.
NASCAR is writing a new rule as we speak.
It's Reddick, Bell, Larson, Blaney, Gilliland, Justin Haley, Josh Berry, Michael McDowell, Denny Hamlin, and Chase Elliott. They are the top 10 scored here.
Saw John Hunter Nemechek flying by on the screen. He was the first car 1 lap down, so he's getting back in the lead lap. That could be huge. He's back there in 30th, but we saw some guys make huge gains toward the front. So getting back in the lead lap's a big opportunity.
I'm going to have to admit, I was entertained. The drivers, I said it early on. I want to say it again. They did a heck of a job. I mean, to do this under competition. Guess there's a reason. Best stock car drivers in the world.
Parker.
Hey guys, I was just listening to the radio of Tyler Reddick. He has not said much on the radio describing what that race car is doing, but his team has done a lot of description around what Christopher Bell has been running line-wise. So they were explaining to him basically the line and how he was exiting the corner.
Thank you for finding the channel and subscribing. Thank you, Ibulo.
Sort of stuck to that middle lane, which he told us beforehand. He was going to go to the middle because he felt like there was less rubber laid down there when we were racing in the dry. Sure enough, that looked like the lane, but that Christopher Bell was starting to find speed using that apron on the X of the corners. The team was describing that to him. And I know for all the unknowns and all the uncertainty, when I listened to their radio, it sounded just like some Cup Series teams and drivers trying to figure out how to go faster than other Cup Series teams and drivers a bit 5 seconds slower right now.
Brad Keselowski in the 6 on pit road. They have to stay on wet weather tires, so NASCAR has deemed this that they will have to maintain the wet weather tires. They cannot change to slicks when coming to pit road. The caution has come out. We'll have a restart when we come back.
All righty. Let's listen in to, thank you for subscribing, Jester. Appreciate that. He chastained himself. That's right. You're welcome, 1990. No slicks. Turn your volume down, please. This is how we keep it, man. This is how we do things, David. Thanks, Holly, for the info. This has been fun. The Preds. I'm a big Preds fan, too. This is going to be a crazy race at the end. You're right. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Chaos. Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate it. All right, we're at a commercial break right here. There you go. Thanks so much, guys. Who drives the 5? That's Kyle Larson. Thank you, JS. We're watching the NASCAR.com video that's just off of NASCAR.com. Anybody can watch this video. It is a free to everybody. The only thing that's not free is the scanner. So when you do hear the scanner, I do pay for that. So we'll see what happens. Some more wet tires. NASCAR told them they have to stay on wet tires. We'll bring back the audio here in just a second. Kyle Busch crashed, yeah, before it went green flag. And as you see the cars riding along the wall where the water is, that's when you hear the in-car radios of the cars. Like, let's listen in the 7 here. He's checking the air tire here on the 7. That's what I said here.
Center 3 and 4.
Elise, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it.
X to the 4.
Just checking the air temperature there.
Restart zone.
To maintain the wet weather tires or stay on wet weather tires, they couldn't change to slicks. But what NASCAR was telling them was they could not change tires from the wet weather tires that they put on. So they're going to ask those drivers that came to pit road to go back on pit road and put those tires back on those that came on.
The restarts have been awesome. BP, thanks for it. Cliff Brooks as well.
And make adjustments. You would lose your position on the racetrack, but you would not be able to pass people who also pitted. So the
thank you, Joseph.
Order in which you entered pit road would be the order in which you exited pit road. But the communication was stay on wets. I took that as what you just said, Rick. You must stay on that type of tire. What they meant was
he went up. He moved up big. I think some guys that were holding back, and he wasn't holding back. Just signed into YouTube first time in 2 years just to subscribe. Great coverage, bro. Thank you, Fleeced.
So now they have some laps under
From
their
Florida.
belts. Look, I got to get back to racing. I got to win this race. So I just had some laps. So now I have a much
Thank
better
you, Gen
idea
X.
how
Thank you,
hard I can
Steven.
drive this car, where I want to put this car. If I'm a driver, I'm looking to see if there's any drying going on. Because any part of the racetrack looks drier than the other, that's what I'm looking for.
Because I will say the last couple laps, I thought Bell was catching Reddick a couple 3/10 a lap. Whether that was aggression, right? Reddick's kind of just driving out of his mirror, thinking he's mining.
All right, here we go. Green flag.
Two cars that picked up a lot of
Let's
positions.
see this
Ryan
again.
Preece
Look like
picked up
Phoenix.
15 spots. Josh Berry picked up 13 spots. Both of those as SHR cars. So I wonder if there's a setup change that they've made, or is just the setup they started the race with. Good for.
Look at them all on the inside like
All right,
that.
how
That's
crazy
awesome.
Is it up front? Well, it's pretty crazy.
There goes Christopher Bell.
Not only from the front and watch kind of an overview, but also these
New
guys
leader.
Mark Truex Jr. and Brad Keselowski, just how crazy it is back here. 60 laps to go in this race.
Go, go, go.
It instantly looks a
The
little bit
man
more
can drive
aggressive
anything
when
with
he
4
first
wheels, I know. New leader.
And a lot more cars on the apron.
Well, Christopher Bell easily goes by the 45 of Reddick to take the lead. Bell now the leader of the race.
Could he sweep the weekend?
Reddick the middle of the racetrack. Larson follows Bell to the bottom.
Blaney up there.
Bell says bye, bye, bye.
I think Bell has something figured out. It looks like he's a lot more confident from the middle off, running that bottom of the racetrack.
Cars are everywhere.
Noah Gregson way up the racetrack.
And Hocevar was even higher up the racetrack than Noah Gregson.
Sixty laps of straight cut gear.
In the center of the backstretch, the track is drying. In the corners,
Is Chase in it? Chase up to 10th, top 10.
We had mentioned about 35-second laps last time. Now we're down to 34.
It was Chastain that spun. Ross Chastain spun to cause the caution. Are my Christopher Bell fans still here?
Up front, it's two distinctly different lines. We have Bell clearly running the flat apron of the racetrack. Reddick chasing him to the bottom. Now Larson to the bottom. Blaney running the third lane.
I said Brad Keselowski for the win, but that ain't happening. But you know, I did say in my video that I liked Christopher Bell to sweep the weekend.
140
Blaney a little loose there.
When he gets into the turn.
No, Chase had the pole. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Tyra.
A little contact there. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. right in the tire tracks of that 19 of Martin Truex Jr.
What's Eric Jones? Top 15 for Eric Jones.
So many in the middle of the racetrack, but they're everywhere on this track. From the apron all the way up to the wall. Here comes Blaney.
Larson way up the racetrack right there, Blaney.
Look at all those Fords. Here comes Buescher, top 5.
Larson holds him off. Here comes Buescher. There's Harrison Burton making the pass on Hocevar.
56 to go.
They're not really
that was a robot.
Try a specific line because nobody's running the same line. Cars are all over the racetrack.
That definitely is making a difference for sure.
I don't think Denny wanted any part of it.
Kim.
And Ryan Blaney had asked
13th.
what is the preferred line. They said there are guys all over the place, but Bell is making up a lot of time on the apron. So then you saw Blaney use that apron. That car right now, though, just very tight. Maybe didn't free it up enough for these wet weather tires, Marty.
Kim, when you look at lap times, Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson really have been the two quickest. They're in first and third right now. Jeff, coincidence or not that both of those are
how unlike NASCAR is like that.
Background, I don't know that dirt experience would translate to wet weather tires for me, but maybe so. What do you think?
Well, maybe not the actual experience of dirt, but the experience of looking for the best lane. In dirt racing,
it seems like that inside groove is the best.
It does in asphalt racing because the track changes so quickly. Dirt racers,
he's just back at 13.
An art to finding where your car is the best, and I think that willingness to go try things is probably
look at Larson.
More natural to those drivers.
You can see the lap time.
Oh, did you see that?
3/4 tenths of a second faster than his competitors behind him. 2/10 of a second that time.
Wow. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Pine Tree. Pine Tree.
We see this every week. I mean, this guy's back here. It is wild.
There comes Blaney.
This is wild, what we're witnessing right now. Larson put the bumper to the 45 of Reddick.
Didn't take him long for it to turn right back into a very competitive race, pushing and shoving. Blaney is going to try to roll the outside. He's going to get to the outside of the 5. The 5
Christopher Bell's running away with it. 2 seconds.
Turn left to take the bottom, or will he commit to the top at this end of the racetrack? Back to the top.
Trying to complete the pass now. Blaney with the momentum on the high side, a little bit drier asphalt up there.
Thank you, YouTube Experience.
He goes by Reddick on the high side.
Thank you, Arrows.
What's interesting, and even in these crazy
YT experience, it is.
Leader's lap time is. Like, I mean, he runs. I can't go to the go-kart track and run with a couple tenths of a second each lap, and he's running it consistently. Although that lap right there, a big pickup down to a 34.50. So either in confidence or drying, probably a little bit of both.
These race car drivers, that's what makes them great, is that they immediately can find the grip, get on the edge of it, and do it every lap.
Reddick falling back a little bit, Busher to the middle of the track.
I guess I'm going for Christopher Bell to win this.
Blaney's worked his way up.
I should have picked him to sweep the weekend.
Larson, you start to see a little light patch where the left sides are down the front stretch.
See, that's an area I would try to not be in.
I do, Fleece.
Down the straightaway. I try to be in the wet.
Except next week.
My tires cool with all the wet weather experience that I have.
Yeah, I would actually say it's actually, of all tracks, this might be the hardest to really visually see how it dries.
Chris Busher trying to make a move on Larson here for third.
You see kind of standing water by the barrier where the cars are running, no real spray.
But definitely the pace has picked up on corner entry. Drivers have gotten much more confident, carrying a lot of speed on the
Well, thanks, Fleeced.
Yeah, Blaney, another 4.
Keep hitting that subscribe, keep hitting that like button.
So the driver of the 12 has found something. His car is driving better. He's finding something.
We talked about Bell and Larson and their open wheel experience as far as dirt.
You're right. 38 car, Todd Gillen. Wait till he gets on the super speedways.
Chase Briscoe. He has gained 13 spots since the restart. And by the way, he ran the flat track in a wing sprint here on Friday.
Chase Briscoe to 8th.
I agree with Marty that I don't think it's something like, oh, this is what they do on dirt, so they're figuring it out here. I wonder if it's just a mindset, Jeff, right? Like at dirt, every corner is a different corner, where asphalt is about repetition and hitting this, 1
Thank
or 2
you,
inch
Samantha.
mark every time you roll into the corner.
He does
Dirt,
love
you just
Larson.
have to adapt, move all around as the track.
Let's see if there's another cam.
I think there's no doubt
Hold
about
on.
that.
Parker.
Well, guys, when we stopped this race a couple hours ago, when it was under dry conditions, that 11 car, Denny Hamlin, was battling for the win. They won stage 2, and since we've been on wet tires, he has dropped like a rock back to 14th place. The positive note is that it seems like some of his lap times are starting to level off the others. He hasn't said much across the radio, but this has not worked for the 11 team of being on these wet weather tires. He's fallen all the way outside the top 10.
Hamlin back to 14th now. And remember, Hamlin, stage 2 winner.
We need a caution.
Now behind the 11.
Now you can see the lane.
47 to go.
Dry down the straights.
Yeah, it's the internet. That's how it goes. The audio is behind. You're correct. The camera is way ahead.
Blaney has closed the leader's gap down to 1.4
But that's okay.
seconds. 46 laps to go in the race. We haven't heard from
Thank you,
NASCAR
Sanyo.
whether they believe this set of tires can run that distance or whether a caution will be required.
Steve, one thing I think is worth thinking about as well is we know that this car performs its Corey LaJoie around.
Corey LaJoie again.
So that'll bring the caution out.
Corey LaJoie
This is an
again.
opportunity. Does NASCAR say, come to pit road and change tires?
Corey was running 30th. That was a 15-lap green flag run right there.
Everybody looking.
I think I like Battle Cam better. He does a better job.
We see the drying up against the outside wall. That little lane that has dried. Here's Corey.
Corey on the bottom of the racetrack trying to make a pass and just.
So why they're doing that is there's water along the wall there.
Logano.
My goodness.
To avoid that.
Water and marbles.
Here at New Hampshire, everyone, with the exception of Bell. Bell's going to come over now and try to get some.
Yeah, he wants some
water on these tires.
I'd be a little nervous down there. Steve,
those cams are.
If you think about debris and items on the racetrack. That's where it always ends up. You would never go down there on slicks because you'd be afraid that it would.
Let's watch one of these guys go through this puddle.
Nervous about going down there.
It's got to be hilarious.
Yeah, now we have a couple. I'm not sure what's going on. The 99 and the 47 look like they're running a little bit faster than others.
It was Truex that had the cam at the bottom.
This is going to be non-competitive pit stop, so they're not allowed to take tires.
Look at his camera.
Pit road. You can make adjustments.
Or watch him go through the water.
Put different tires on.
Yeah, so if I can't change tires and I'm anyone inside the top 20, I'm not going to pretend I know.
Look at him go through the water, y'all.
To make this car better on these wets. Now, maybe if I'm outside the top 20, and Jeff, to your point, I'm like, hey, this thing is just so tight. If you just freed it up, well, the chassis is still going to work like a chassis works.
Oh
whether
my
it's on wet tires or dry. So I would come down and make, some adjustments there. But I would not think I'd want to give up track position to do it.
And we saw the
That's
99
crazy.
go around a bunch of cars. That's because I believe he was. Well, no, it wasn't. I'm saying he might be the first car lap down, but
Keep on hitting that subscribe. Keep on hitting that like button, y'all. Almost 4,000 in here now.
He was thinking that these
Oh my
guys
gosh,
weren't
it's crazy,
maintaining
y'all.
proper
This is
pace.
nuts.
So he just jumped up there to say, hey, they're not maintaining pace. You have to maintain pace, and trying to take a spot. And NASCAR went, that's not how the game we're playing today.
The 99 was the free pass, Jeff. Look,
NASCAR races on beach, raced on dirt, raced on wet courses, raced on wet oval.
They're not keeping up.
There you have it. That's what.
Listen to me. It doesn't matter. They're telling us to get behind the 24. Let's get behind the 24.
Yeah, that's the game they were trying to play. Is you have to maintain pace. So they're like, hey, they're not maintaining pace. I'm going to go past them. NASCAR's like, look, this is a unique situation. We're not doing that today.
Marty.
Rick, this is truly uncharted territory. You guys mentioned that NASCAR told them no new tires here. Both Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson, both, however, Steve said on the radio, I would really like it.
Hit that subscribe. We want to see a pie to the face. Scoop says. Keep hitting that subscribe, y'all.
Still too wet for slicks, huh? Oh, yeah, way too wet for slicks. 10 for, are these tires going away? I mean, I think it's definitely time to have the field put tires on, yeah.
And so NASCAR, to this point, has waved it off. Steve, you kind of said this would be an open dialogue all day long, right, on these wet tires. But the first two guys are the first and second or first and third driver.
Hey,
say, hey,
it's
I think
unique.
it's time for some new
Don't
wets.
worry about it.
Yeah, I can argue both sides.
Pretty much like, calm down, calm
Just
down.
take them off and see how much damage there is to them, if there's any damage. And at the same time, I could say, well, let's not change them yet. There's 42 to go. If we get another 15 or 18 or 20 laps, we might be able to put a controlled yellow out and then let this race run 20 laps to the finish.
Pit road is open, but again, they are not allowed to put on different tires. They can make adjustments if they want, but they have to stay on these wet weather tires that they've started.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, L. Fizzum. Fizz Simmons.
Right there.
Less than 150 now.
Joy making his way onto pit road. Parker.
Well, guys, we mentioned how Denny Hamlin had fallen like a rock there as we got going
Phil
on these
Day.
wet tires. He had a really interesting radio conversation with his crew chief, Chris Capehart, when they were trying to explain to him how the 20 was going so fast. Take a listen.
You're lifting quite a bit earlier than they are. To run on the apron, you're saying he's going deeper. I don't understand how he's holding it. I don't know, bro. That's the data. That's all I can tell you.
So, Steve, what do you tell your driver in that situation when he's saying, wait a second, I don't understand. How is he going that much faster?
Dumb
in the
luck,
corner?
thanks.
There's not enough grip. I also might add that Denny did say about his race car that when he was above the tarmac,
11?
the darker tarmac, he said
11
the car just went
cautions.
straight. It would not turn up there.
So I will give Chris Capehart, I love the, I don't know, bro. I'm just telling you what the data says.
I don't know, bro. Yep, it's back on, Brandon.
I actually like how they're trying to work through it. Like, hey, Denny, I'm looking at the belt. Here's what he's doing. Denny kind of has a retort like, well, my car won. I'm like, I believe what you're saying, but I don't know what to tell you. This is just what the data says. But how about that, Jeff? I mean, they're instantly trying to find speed by comparing how
Fleeced, I got the scanners. I paid a monthly charge for the scanners. Lonnie, thank you. Sepha, thank you. UNC, thank you. Robert, thank you.
Back in the pack because you lose more downforce.
Yep.
And these cars are going much slower than they were going before. So track position may be even more important to get that downforce that you want in the race car. And when you slow the pace down and you don't have as much downforce and then you lose some more, it's a bigger loss.
I'm going to tell you.
How's Brad Keselowski doing?
I'm not a race car driver. But if I feel like I'm out of control, so the fix is driving.
He's in 27th.
That's
27th.
My brain is having a real struggle with that one.
All right, so Xfinity fastest lap. Let's take a look at what it was with slicks. And
here we go, green flag.
With Christopher Bell, who's actually turned a very impressive lap at 34 flat, but on slicks
he's
for
just
Chase
not
Elliott,
going fast enough. Lonnie, thank you. Here we go, green flag.
These wet weather tires, 34.86, so almost 5-second difference.
Larson on the inside there makes a dive.
No, excuse me, with Logano.
Thank you, Sanyo.
That's what the damage you see on the left front. Chases all the way up to 12th. All right, last restart definitely looked different, Jeff. We'll see if this is yet even more aggressive in the braking.
Oh, look at Briscoe. Ooh, Briscoe and Busher.
Bell on the outside, Larson on the inside.
You bunch of hot dogs. Thank you, Wayne.
A great restart for Blaney.
That's for Tom Brady going one.
Works for him. He takes
Mac Nut, what's going on?
Yeah, and a lot more commitment of corner entry speed on the restart.
4,000 in here now.
Chase Briscoe in the 14, also utilizing that apron.
Let's go, Bell.
Bell, Blaney, Larson, Reddick, Barry.
I don't see anybody beating
Josh
Bell.
Berry up here now in the 4.
Thank you, great game hole. Hoot, hog. Great game hog.
Now.
Another wreck.
Really starting to dry out.
Who is that now? Dylan?
That's Briscoe and the
and Bubba.
Orange and blue car goes
Let the
right
Bubbles
down
jokes begin.
This lap looks faster. Let's see.
Austin, Dylan, and Bubba.
Seen Bell this time. Oh yeah,
Kevin, thanks for becoming a rookie.
Speed pickup. And to your point about the dry line, that time down the front stretch, Bell swerving like he's trying to get out of the dry line.
A big
We'll
one.
see if he does it on the back stretch. The leaders.
Oh
it's Dylan
Austin Dylan
and Gregson.
both around. We saw the 43 of Eric Jones avoid.
Bubba, Stenhouse, Cindric.
71 also caught up here. Zane Smith.
Bubba Wallace.
Big wreck.
Again,
Thank you, Gamer Card.
Contender. He is right on the cut line right now.
Prior to that wreck, he was +5 ahead of Joey Logano.
You heard him say it just looped around on him.
Bubbles.
This car is, it is done.
Bubba's done.
Winding that down. All right, Noah Gregson on the bottom of the racetrack. See Denny on the outside. The 10 just comes right around.
Ooh,
23.
the 10 backed into Wallace and then
Austin
took out Dylan as well.
Here for Austin, he is. If he's in a place, there'll be a wreck in front of him. It's just been terrible.
Pretty big hit right there for the 23.
The big one.
This is what we talk about.
Thank you, Kristen.
Everybody's like, hey, let's go. It's rain tires. But it's inevitable people are going to overstep their bounds, trying to learn how much grip these tires have, how hard can I push the race car. It's just a learning process. You can point your finger at Noah and say, you know, you shouldn't have done that, but it could have happened to anybody in my eyes.
Running along with the 6. Watch his right rear tires. Well, already have it there, but the right rears were on the paint when that thing started to go around. The painted line. Oh, excuse me, the 10, yes.
Yeah.
Gregson back out there.
Not happy. Well, maybe he's a little short of his own stall. Maybe a quick run there. I thought he was trying to say something to the 10, but maybe that's just where it stopped.
This is nuts, man. Spin house.
Yeah,
You're welcome, Gamer Card.
Situations where when somebody makes a mistake,
And Bubba is done. Bubba's usually good on rain days, just not driving on rain.
It's very easy to overstep your bounds here.
About Billy.
Wallace made it back up into his stall.
Only thing else would make y'all's day now is if Denny crashed. That would make y'all's day if Denny crashed.
Just where it stopped, when on that replay right there, I think that was on purpose. Bubba wanted to let the 10 know that he's frustrated with him. careful, Bubba. NASCAR definitely doesn't look. They look much different when things start to happen on pit road with crew members out there. There were some 10 crew members.
Where
out
is
there.
Denny?
That wasn't super egregious, but
He's in 16th.
You know, it goes down a slippery slope when you start getting near other
16th place for Denny.
So look at the playoff bubble.
Man, the camera guy's got a thing for Bubba here. He's not taking his. All right, let's go to something else, camera guy.
Even though it is demanding situation, Bubba Wallace is upset because he had Joey Logano in a position where he was wrecked, was not going to have a good finish, and he's not able to capitalize on it. He did nothing wrong. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and obviously you can see it was.
I know he is, Jeffrey. Yeah. He's my boy.
Bubba Wallace will have to make his way into the infield care center to get checked out. We saw the AMR safety crew member there.
Mention Kristen.
The medical team.
Kristen.
Check him
Kristen
out.
R. Thanks for watching.
Infield care center.
You hope he's okay. I mean, you know, we forget. We say, hey, he's okay. He was released from the infield.
Logano is +7 above the cut line.
These things hurt.
There he's going to make the walk.
Rick, you mentioned
awesome, Dane.
Taking another look at this. I don't have enough experience on an oval, but I know in the
exclamation point points to how many points you have. Exclamation point gamble those points.
And kind of stays on the paint, snaps right around. Now look, last run we have cars running all over the racetrack. There was some on the apron, so I can't say with confidence the paint was the difference this time, or whether it was just speed, but it definitely was that right rear on the paint. Here's that impact.
Kristen, you're right. He thought he had it in the bag.
The angle of that impact, Steve, is why it was so severe. I mean, it was essentially a head-on impact. You know, it was not a glancing blow by any means.
All right, so they're going to be allowed to come onto
Billy.
the road.
Yep, I agree with you, Billy.
Explain what they're allowed to do here.
So it sounds like, if we're understanding this right from NASCAR, they're non-competitive pit stops.
We're 80 away from 16K, y'all. Can you do it?
But they must be wet. So let me
Can you get us to 80K or 16K?
You can stay on the
Can you get us there?
If you do pit,
can you get us to 1,500 likes?
And you can't lose position relative to the cars that pitted.
4,200 in the chat.
The idea is, let's take our time on pit road, both as a crew member and a driver. But it's going to be
what place is Chastain in?
Interesting to see if the option is, because pit road's still closed. Because if it's the option to pit with 33 to go, do you pit?
Oh, yeah. He's an 18.
Stay out and risk it.
And the risk being that the tires will eventually wear out, and that's how much experience do these teams have to be able to understand?
Thank you, Outlaw. Thank you, Cheryl.
Or not. And I think that's why this decision is difficult. But as you can see,
I know Georgia Shine.
Dry, and every lap it got
do you
drier
pit?
and drier, and that will, without a doubt, wear the tires out.
So I will tell you though, as I'm reading through a lot of these radios, I'm hearing different stories. I'm hearing we can't take tires, we have to take tires, we might take tires. So, you know, when we talk about this learning experience, this communication, you know, wet tires. So I understand that if you pit, you have to put wet weathers on, and I understand it's not competitive. I'm crystal clear on that. What I'm not completely clear on is whether you.
You're welcome.
That's a very different
6 hours now, y'all.
Because if you are, whoever
6 hours
in the back that's just not going anywhere. You know,
luckily, YouTube extended their wave editing till 12 now.
If you're certain drivers in the back,
well, another I'm not worried about.
Maybe everybody will come down pit road. It won't even be a story. Oh, now the story is you must pit. Okay,
oh, I know, Justin.
We were told the first time.
I'm okay with the must pit.
I love it. I think this is actually the decision that should have been made.
And the reason is because I just don't think the teams have enough data to know when the tires are going to wear out.
No, we don't,
There's
Samson.
not enough experience. So
we love Ricky Stenhouse.
Now, in the future,
agreed.
I want it to be on the team's decision when to put tires on, whether to put slicks on or not, but we're not there yet, Parker.
Right, as we look at Tyler Reddick there in the 45 come to his pit stall, he was on the radio as he found out they were going to be changing tires, and he wanted to know what the state of those tires that are coming off the race car, what they looked like, and what the
non-competitive pit stop.
On these, Marty.
Again, non-competitive
pit stop, which means they don't lose their track position.
Agreed with this call from NASCAR that fresh, wet tires would help everyone. He said he needs a little bit too tight, a little more turn. Center exit Kyle Larson has already left pit road. He said it still turns really well, but I could stand to be tighter as well.
And for Ryan Blaney there, the crew chief.
This is the strangest race I've ever watched.
Take it easy Marty. We don't need to make any mistakes.
No, it's not.
Here.
It better not go 12 hours.
Back. Ryan's saying it's just a little too tight. I need more turn, maybe another.
Got 31 laps to go.
On the turn. So
thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, S.
Tires, Marty.
So Kim,
thank you guys for subbing.
Competitive pit stops are over with. There you see the wet weather tires that came off. I think
get us to 16K, y'all, and no Denny for 2 weeks.
For the leader, Christopher Bell. Listen in.
Hey, I've got the orange triangle on my dash for some reason. Must be volts. Yeah, I just shut my volts off and the volts are good, but my alternator switch is on. I go to page 5, get,
Christopher Bell.
On the upper center left, on top. Yeah, I'm at 13.5, 13.6.
So Steve, once he turned off the cool,
oh my gosh,
he did go back up to 13.
Thank you, Jason.
On the volts, 31 to go. Obviously, water and electricity never mix, do they? How worried are you?
Oh my gosh, Christopher Bell.
I was worried until he gave me 13.5 or 13.6. That doesn't concern me very much. You wonder, I don't know if it's a rain thing or maybe like an RPM thing, you know, with the pace being down.
Triangle of death.
A really awkward RPM, you know, for the alternator to activate or charge, but we'll have to.
Water and electricity don't go together.
Obviously, at whatever the orange triangle is, it got his attention, which is good. He's made adjustments to his shutting off the electrical draw. If we go back those rain tires that were on pit road, I thought they looked really good. First, you know, the Xfinity Series, we saw some blistering, some popping. So if we just stay right here for a minute, I mean, you could see that there's some graining, being like this waviness right here. That's kind of graining.
Thank you, Craig.
That, you know, the tires being balled up in that
Thank
direction
you, Marvin.
as you go around the corner. But I've seen it much
We're less than, or 51 to go.
That run on clay down in South and North Carolina. So those tires right there look great. You know, it'll be interesting as the track dries. The temperature is going to go up, where wear will increase, but then that blistering could happen.
And this next set of tires won't look that good, I don't think. I mean, we're already seeing.
Ty Dillon smoking. I mean, Austin Dillon smoking there.
Austin Dillon was in that wreck just a few minutes ago.
Yeah. Smoke rolling out on the left side.
It looks like
tire rub.
Echo. Here's an echo.
Let's listen into the 8th place running car, the 17 of Chris Buescher.
Yeah, tires were all good there. That was 20, 22 green lap time. A lot drier now, so definitely going to take a beating this time.
So now, this is an interesting thing, right? Because we're at 30 here. I mean, I hate to waste racing, but if we think we can go 25, you know, I would love to think we can run to the finish and not have to throw another set of tires on. But you heard Chris say, you know, it's drying quickly. And it's easy to say, to try to, you know, a road course is big. It's 2 miles. You go left, you go right. There's normally some wet spots that you can find. There's only 1 mile of asphalt. Was 30-something cars.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Vegas.
You know, there are some darker patches than lighter patches, but it's not like there's a whole lot of standing water. There's a little in the front stretch, but it's not in a position where I think you could get there at speed.
It's not, police, it's not dry enough yet.
Marty.
Steve, let's chat with Adam Stevens. Number one, the tires finally came off. I know Bell wanted them on the stop before. Were you happy with the wear you've seen?
Yeah, they look great. We didn't see any blisters or any signs of excessive
Thank you,
heat.
David.
Something you worry about here when you have to go
45 to go.
These, wet tires, but they've been holding up well. The track hasn't really dried all that much, but it's going to start drying a lot quicker.
So with 29 or so to go, or 25 or so by the time we take the green, what's your thought on the voltage issue? Concerned or not?
No, we probably got our cool shirt a little bit wet and started drawing some extra amps. As soon as we shut it off, it shot right back up.
There you go. So Adam Stevens not concerned at all for Christopher Bell. And I know our cameras don't really show it, Steve, but it's
on my laptop, it's good.
On pit road, rain coming as well. This is going to be an interesting final.
Rain's coming too. Oh my gosh.
The top 30 went to the top, and that's because the outside lane is drying at a faster rate than the inside lane.
They can't switch tires until NASCAR says they can.
To that top position.
Tyler Reddick will be on the bottom of the racetrack for this restart with Christopher Bell on his outside.
He got to pull down.
The control car. Blaney will be behind him, and then Larson.
1,500 likes. Thank you guys so much.
Josh Berry in that Ford. We talked about Harvick and how good he was.
Here we go. Green flag.
Josh Berry is
Let's see what happens.
Obviously to Rodney Childers and doing an exceptional job right now as he's going to restart inside the top 5.
He kind of used that choose for a big gain.
keep the position? We're about to find out. There'll be 27
Look at them all dive in like that.
This time.
Christopher Bell, man, there's no way beating him. Here comes Larson.
And getting ready to enter the restart zone.
Side by side. Thank you, Cortland. Blaney's gonna win. We'll see.
2 wide for second. Here comes Larson, trying to get by Blaney. Contact made.
Still together.
Both of them way up the racetrack, and they both keep their foot in it.
Larson a little loose there.
Blaney clears Larson. 3 wide behind them.
Where'd McDowell come from? He's in fourth.
Look at Michael McDowell in the 34.
Well, he told us during the rain delay.
You're welcome, Leroy.
He was going to push.
Truex back in 16th.
Reddick fell all the way back, now fighting with McDowell for that 4th spot.
They're all fighting for that outside lane.
Keep hitting that subscribe.
Oh, we're down.
Thank
now
you,
in the
Lakeisha.
32-second bracket. So only really
Tyler
2.5
Reddick falling
seconds
off.
What the dry pace was on slicks. Blaney a little quicker than Bell for the lead.
Bubba Wallace was checked and released from the infield care center.
Drying is going to make the tires wear more and just pace. You know, now you're definitely abusing the tires.
It's the most fun race all season.
Laps to go.
Will they last 25? That's the question now.
Well, saw Bell running down the straightaway looking for wet. Trying to cool those tires off, but it's a lot of racing left to go.
And a lot of dry track down the backstretch. Blaney stays in it. Bell.
What?
Looking around for some moisture.
No, I didn't even see it.
Marty.
Say it again.
And Rick, I think that's an important point that Jeff just brought up a moment ago. Stevie Reese, spotter for Christopher Bell, said you're going to have to find some wet.
That was only 15. Yeah, he's coming.
Very quickly. And Jeff, how much will you have to change your line? Not so much for lap time, but in search of some wet conditions.
I think that's the whole game right now. Is you have to constantly be looking where is the dry lane, and it's gonna evolve as these 23 laps go by.
Bubbles got popped. Go Bubba Gump.
Brakes heating up. You see him glowing for Christopher Bell.
5,000 people. Wow.
15 gets up into the wall here.
Casgrala.
One of the New Englanders in the field from Boston, Massachusetts. Bell
Look at Tyler Reddick in that 38.
Lead over Blaney. Bell continuing to run that higher line through 3 and 4, and it's starting to dry.
Because we do it right around here, Jester.
Stevens. And the track's going to dry quicker.
Thank you, Richard.
You see right there, the 41 car just pushing the 11 kind of out of the groove, saying, hey, I want this outside lane. Not even
Fords are coming. Look at all those Fords. Christopher Bell with over a half a second lead on Blaney.
And they're 20 to go.
Oh, this is crazy, Lloyd. 1,000 more subs. Let's do it.
Trying to hang on to that spot as a 41 moves.
Keep in that subscribe, y'all. We're trying to get to 16K.
A little contact made there. Priest up the racetrack, pushing Hocevar even further up.
Oh, good save. You can see what's happening.
McDowell.
Just
he's coming, man. Going to third.
And just door them and move them out of the lane so you can have the drive.
Justin Haley still hanging.
Hocevar,
I am very much so.
And he slides again on corner exit.
Oh, thanks, Char.
Austin
Here comes Barry on Larson.
Pass here. And Larson looks like he's off the pace. What's going on, Marty?
He gives up a spot to Michael McDowell. He just radioed to Cliff Daniels. Right rear completely gone now.
We have a caution. Caution.
So
what happened?
Cliff Daniels said, if you can hang on, hang on. But if you need
caution.
to come to us, we're ready.
Hocevar slides. And
Hocevar.
The caution comes out.
I
The
saw
77.
drivers there starting to really struggle with their cars.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Black F. Thank you, Joshua. Thank you, Ron.
So now we're in that very awkward spot of, is it dry enough for slicks?
16K, no 100K. What's up, stupid roofer? Not yet. 19 to go.
On it, I hope.
Yeah, just saw those were all over the racetrack.
Launching on the track.
Even before this.
What's up? I'm Kitty. What's up?
Spin getting into the corner.
Good to see you.
This was a little bit earlier. You see Priest just saying, hey, I'm going to go up here in this dry zone, and if that means I push you out of the lane, that's what I'm going to do.
Thank you, Rob. Oh, come on now. We got some lightning in the area here, so
just pushing hard.
Fingers crossed, nothing happens.
I don't know how that wasn't a bigger wreck. And then right here, just around it goes.
9 to go.
That was an eventful few laps.
9 laps.
It's been quite
9 subscribers to 16K. If we hit 16K, that's 800 subscribers today.
Between NASCAR,
thank you, JH.
It's this very awkward line, like it's dry down the
2 to go.
I can't tell from here if it's dry in the corner or not. It looks wet.
Yeah, it looks wet. If you look at this, if you look at that seam,
16K, just like that.
The old asphalt and the new asphalt.
Let's go.
It's a little bit of a drying lane, but all that's wet.
Thank you,
can see
Kitty.
A little bit of drying, but that is not ready for slicks.
Wow. I will.
And so there's a great possibility this race is going to end with only 16 laps to go on these wet weather tires. Whether
look at it roll,
or them letting them come.
Look at it roll.
Another set on. Marty.
Rick, that's
hold on. Wait.
Now is the track ready?
Give me a towel.
Slick tires. Kyle Larson thinks so. Listen in.
Now it's time to put on dry tires, right, for the field?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's dry.
And here comes the verdict from NASCAR. They're saying when they open the pits, quickie yellow, Steve, no tire change. So Larson said right now his right rear feels honestly flat.
So this is the only part, and I don't have a better answer, but this is the only part I don't like about our current situation with wets on the oval.
If you're new here, this is our tradition every 1,000
the right way to change tires, and it isn't
there
the
you
same
go.
for everyone because people's cars handle differently.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's something that I think we're going to learn as you see John Hunter. He goes all the way through the grass. I don't hate that idea, actually. There's a lot of moisture there. Probably cools those tires off pretty quickly.
We're going to get destroyed even in 15 laps if we go out there right now.
Yeah, I mean, Xfinity couldn't even make it 10 yesterday.
Well, see, that's the problem. You already have laps on tires. I really think the thing to do here is stop and put.
This is awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Equal for everybody if you do that. The track is drying quickly. You already have worn these tires off.
No Denny for 2 weeks.
They're going to wear more.
And I could even see if they said, hey, we're going to put our last set on.
Thank you guys.
Rain or wet tires, and we're going to run 5 caution.
Unbelievable.
And we're going to say, we know they should be able to run 10 in the dry. If you run really hard, you might burn it off, but we feel as a driver, you can make it 10. Like, you physically.
Yeah, I'm going to. You're right, Tim.
Run 10. We know you probably won't like to. But, I mean, that way you were at least.
Christopher Bell, Blaney, McDowell, Barry, Larson.
I didn't know I had to save tire. I didn't know I had to run.
Right here, Brantley. That's where you're going to watch it.
Right. So, you know, if you tell me, hey, this tire's going to wear out, you have to save it, then I can do that. But I didn't know we were.
So maybe not even burn 5 off. Maybe make it even more of a challenge for you, Jeff, and say, no, you
Nash is going to be wore out today.
12 or whatever's left. But then, to your point, you know about it.
Thank you so much, guys.
Well, pit road is open this time, but at this point, you're not allowed to change tires, so I don't think we're going to take very many takers.
Thank you, Kieran.
I mean, I just don't believe that Kyle
Gator.
Larson,
Is Gator here?
I saw other cars
It's
really
moving so
starting to lose
fast,
a
I
lot
can't
of speed.
see.
Kyle Larson isn't saying that just
My
for the
beard
benefit
goes
of
fast. Yeah, it
trying
does.
to get a yellow for his condition. He is feeling what he's feeling. Marty.
Well,
thank you, race car driver.
On the radio, Cliff Daniels was politicking to NASCAR to give the teams the option to change tires back to slicks or not. Listen in. Actually,
thank you, Alan, Bigman, Daniel,
said, hey,
Timmy.
I would love the option for teams here, Steve, for us to go to
yes,
if we can.
Justin.
And then they said, Kyle, we cannot pit because only if we have a flat right rear tire truly will they allow us to pit. The camera showed no flat right rear tire for Kyle Larson, but according to him, that tread's absolutely gone.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, like you said, Jeff, I believe what Kyle Larson said.
Shocked too, Lloyd.
But we're just going to see how they manage it. I imagine we're going to get one to go here at some point. The track seems like it's ready. It's cleaned up.
So look at look at the racetrack. They're saying it looks
every weekend. Next weekend.
Slicks on, but
next weekend we're in Nashville. We're going to be there.
But right there you can see it's dry, but below
you're welcome, Daryl.
So this is not a time that you could put slicks on. But it is also a time that it is going to wear the wets out at an extremely high rate.
Exactly.
Now, all these caution laps for a spin. I just want this race over with. That's why. 14 laps to go.
Man, to put another set of damps on.
There we're hearing the possibility exists. They're going to tell them to put another set of the wet tires on. Pit road is open, and everyone.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you, Mike.
We're hearing everyone is to change tires to another set of wet tires.
Yeah, so basically everybody gets to roll down pit road, make adjustments. You don't lose position. You're putting a set of wets on. So, Jeff, I think at this point, if I'm a crew chief, I'm saying, hey, we're not going to see slicks. So this has to make it to the finish. So if I think a little less air may help that right rear wear, or you as a driver needs to try to maybe the right rear a little bit, I'm going to, I think at this point we're committed. This is what we're doing.
Thank you guys. Really 16K hot too.
More question about how
Cowboys wins this year. $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Taylor. Appreciate it.
I also am assuming
we'll see what happens.
NASCAR is going to let this caution go a little bit longer, so I don't have too many laps to run, Marty.
So Jeff,
1 millennium later, that's right.
See this fresh set of wet tires going on. Adam Stevens said, why are we making this decision? Of course, his driver, Christopher Bell, was out front here. He asked him, do you want any changes? He said, I could stand to be just a little bit freer on entry, not on exit. The other thing we're going up against, Kim, here is darkness here in New Hampshire, which is coming pretty quick.
Yeah, Marty. Well, for the 34 of Michael McDowell, he said, I need a little more drive in. It's not bad, though. Little tight, and exactly what Steve said. The right rear felt a little soft for Michael McDowell. They're going to make a slight air pressure adjustment for him on that, as you see Ryan Blaney.
Oh boy, McDowell for the upset. Let's go. See what happens.
Air pressure adjustment for him as well.
All right, it will be a shootout. They have wet weather tires on. Everyone on a level playing field, and the restart is next.
All right. Can't mute.
Choosing between my hair and sex drive.
It's been so many. There we go. Come on now. There we go. All right. Let me see if we can get this going here. We're going to have a restart here. Green, white, checkered. No, it's not. It's 12 laps to go. But it's going to come down. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, Justin. All right. McDowell's going to go out with a bang. We'll see what happens. Hello, Sharko. What's going on, Sharko? Can Christopher Bell win this thing? We'll see what happens. Unbelievable. 16,000. Unbelievable. Hair and what? Hey, can you give a shout out, please, to my sons, James and Josiah? Thank you, James and Josiah, for watching. Appreciate you. Glad Denny's out of the picture. Yep, he is. And no Denny for the next stream. So you'll have no Denny for Chicago either. That is the agreement I have with the chat. If I hit a milestone, we do not do our thing. So no Denny wearing next week. That is the agreement I have with the chat. And here we go. We're going to get going here. Thank you, Gator Unleashed. I like that one. What happened to Hammond? He's fallen off. I don't think he likes these tires. We'll find out tomorrow on the podcast. 16,500. Crazy. Oh my God. Prediction 20K subs by the end of the year. At this rate, we've been doing 1,000 subs a week. Wait, so like you're a big time YouTuber? What's up, Ron? What's going on, bro? Go check out my man. If you like Disney, check out my man Ron on the go. Dude? We're something. I don't know what we call it, but what's up? How are you doing, dude? Make sure you check out Ron on the go. You got to do a bunch of nature boy. We just went 16K, man. Woo! All right, here we go.
At New Hampshire to find out who gets the win.
So you're a big time YouTuber? I don't know. I don't call that like that.
I mean, I think this outside line.
Oh my gosh! Thank you guys. This is ridiculous. Shout out to you from Morocco. Let's go, Bell. Awesome. You found your thing, my guy. Hey, man, thank you for all the help, all the love. I appreciate you, too.
It's just drier up there.
Marty,
CeeLo going to get that YouTube award soon. I don't know about that.
But the more
Disney Girl subscribe. Thank you so much.
Seems like it's getting darker quick.
Thank you, Kevin.
Kyle Larson talked about his right rear felt flat, Steve. That is blistering all the way around that right rear.
Ron just came in here and he said, so you're a big time YouTuber now?
Rick, so
Ron on the go.
Interesting to see if these tires can survive these final few laps.
And what track is drier?
Yeah, what happens, look, that tire, it's just like grabbing a hot pan on the stove, right? When your skin kind of blisters up in that one spot, rubber does the same
That's
thing.
it. You found your dick. Yeah, hey, man. That's what we like. All right, here we go. Green flag. Let's go.
You just lose surface area of the
Let's
tire,
go.
You have way less grip.
All right, Michael McDowell, we know that
Let's
he
go.
needs to win to make these playoffs, and here he is on the front row. What is he willing to do?
Already told us he was going to be aggressive. And he's actually going to...
Oh, I know, Cody. Oh, there goes McDowell. Oh, and Blady, too.
All right, 9 laps to go.
Oh. Don't forget the cherry. Oh, my gosh.
And the 34 gets into the 12. They slide. And
McDowell caused that, too. McDowell caused it.
Aggressive.
Wasn't enough traction.
And just not understanding how much grip there is, really. I mean, you're trying to step it up. 9 laps to go in the race, a chance to contend for a championship, just trying to take it the next level.
Oh, my gosh.
It just wasn't there.
He dove in there. Thank you, Martin, for that rookie membership. Thank you, rookie membership. Let's go.
That car never took a set, never had grip. Little contact there, I think, with Haley, maybe. Not sure if it was.
He just dove in there, and it didn't hit it.
The car never, ever.
New subscriber here. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome, Sooner Magic.
That outside lane.
Let's go. Keep it coming, y'all. Keep it coming.
And after seeing that, I know Kyle Larson wanted
Working on 6 hours, 30 minutes on this stream, y'all. 6 hours, 30 minutes of NASCAR racing.
No, this track's nowhere near ready for slicks.
Woo! God, those guys came in. At least they didn't hit the wall.
When they went from slicks to wet weather tires.
Thank you. Oh, a whole bunch of yellows, y'all.
And now Josh Berry is currently scored
14. 14 cautions.
It's just
14.
Pit stop to passing cars. Now they have Berry scored. It looks like it's second.
Thank you for that 99-cent super chat. Thank you so much, Mito. Thank you so much.
Well, he remained calm for a while. Did get a little heated, but relative to what we've heard from him on the radio in the past, I would consider it calm for Ryan. Just asking what.
So Blaney now out of it with that spin.
Used some choice words for Michael McDowell, but again, relatively calm. All considered.
Some choice words.
What that win last week did for him. You know, if they don't get that win, it's a very different situation here in the closing laps as he was running runner-up. So a big relief last week. I know they wanted a solid win here this afternoon, but you have to think how different it would have been if he was still searching for that first win here today.
16,500 before it's over.
We saw impressive runs out of Berry at Iowa on the short track.
Let's go, Larson.
And drivers.
Thank you so much. What you guys are watching is NASCAR.com. It is not the broadcast. It is NASCAR.com. Anybody can watch these video cams. They are free to the public.
Haley, I can't say.
You're welcome, Kathy.
Haley, he's still there in 6th. Yeah. We talked to him.
Yeah, Adam, this has been a girl race.
Under the red flag, and it's just what a run for Haley.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., he's having a good run. Harrison Burton, Todd Gilliland, all these guys.
Thank you, Kimmy. Thanks for becoming a rookie member, Kimmy.
We couldn't listen in to the 12 radio, but maybe we can hear something on the 34 radio.
12 rolling to you here. I mean, obviously I didn't mean to. Happens, man. Had to go for it. That's what we did.
He wrecked on caution.
If I'm Blaney, I'm not happy. Yeah.
Kyle Busch wrecked during the caution, and he's out.
But that doesn't make Blaney feel any better.
Thank you, Leland.
Yeah, we talked about the 4 of Barry, how many spots he's picked up. Also, his teammate Briscoe, he was 23rd before they went to these wet weather conditions. So Stewart-Haas Racing, I don't want to take it away from the drivers.
Thank you, AC.
They have to have cars that could do it. Both of them drove to the front, so got to give that team credit.
6 laps to go, y'all.
To make, and the drivers taking advantage of it.
The amount of positions.
Who do you think will win? I think it's going to be Christopher Bell. He's awesome on restarts.
The movement within the field.
I mentioned it was going to be a sprint to the finish before. Think about
and remember, Christopher Bell ran this track yesterday on the wet tires, so he knows more than these other guys do. Thank you, $2 Boo NASCAR, Matty F. Thank you, buddy.
That puts Chase Briscoe on the front row. Parker.
Right, Rick, and they just had a discussion about this on his team radio. Take a listen what they said.
Yeah, I think if you choose the bottom, you just have to accept the fact that you're going to have to feed them a fender.
A feed them a fender is code for basically move that car up the track if you have to. Elbows out.
Oh my gosh, Michael McDowell, could he do it? Could Briscoe pull this off? Could Briscoe?
Dropping the nugget that
I want Briscoe to win.
Chase.
Jason, thank you. Skeet Eat, thank you so much.
Should be driving the 19 next year, so this will be an interesting way to.
I know, Justin. It's crazy.
Relationship.
Well, does he go down to the apron? That's the other thing. That's drier than the center of the racetrack, what we saw earlier. All right, it's going to
Barry, could Barry pull this off?
Bell on the outside.
Look at all these SHR. I'm telling you, Bell's too strong. Oh. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Thomas. Bell is gone, y'all. This is the battle for second right here.
Still trying to find a little bit of track and grip. Bell pulling away.
What's up, Kayla? We're all watching. Thank you, Kayla and fam. Daryl, Kayla, all of them. Welcome. Thank you for watching.
Running that third lane.
No, NASCAR, it's free, Michael. This camera right here is free to watch on NASCAR.com. NASCAR.com, it's free.
But look how much Josh Berry closed in right there on corner entry.
You can watch any in-car camera on NASCAR.com.
That is a big gain for the 4-car. At least 2 car lengths just in 1 and 2. We'll see if he can do it again. Oh, Brad Keselowski has spun around.
Oh, Keselowski with a caution.
And he still hasn't refired. He's trying. He can't get it refired. Will the caution come out? Still not rolling.
He's rolling now.
Caution, caution, caution.
As soon as he started rolling, they threw it. They just were afraid he was going to be sitting.
So now it's going to be a green white. Oh my gosh. One more chance to get past Bell.
But ultimately just felt like they had to. I think that was the right call.
Overtime, guys.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Marty mentioned it a couple times, and I didn't think darkness was going to be a factor. But, when you look out the window here, everything that's illuminated, the lights on the pace car, there's some digital screens on the front of the pit boxes. They clearly stand out, which tells me that darkness is coming very quickly.
It's after 8 o'clock here in Louden, New Hampshire.
Let's see what happens here. All still on wet tires.
We just saw a couple cautions. Last
more chance to get to 16.5.
And we could see from here, as the 6 was trying to fire, the fire out the pipes. He was not sitting there waiting.
Whose heart is beating here?
Definitely trying. He didn't know fire out of both pipes.
All right, trying to cool those tires down.
So clearly the outside lane is preferred on this restart. How far up will someone get to go? Because we just saw it. Most of the top three picked the top. I don't know why they won't do that again. I just don't think Josh Berry picking the bottom, I just don't think that he can make the grip he needs to try to make this pass.
The question is 2 laps enough to make the pass from behind? I mean, I agree with you. I don't think there's a pathway from the bottom, but
oh boy,
your only chance is a mistake by Bell.
Yeah, and the fact that it's only 2 laps, even
wouldn't mind McDowell getting the win.
How many spots you're going to lose because it's only
I don't think he's going to get the win.
It's probably, I think some of it boils down to what are you willing to do, right? And if you could leave the restart zone on Christopher Bell's bumper.
Here we go. Green, white checker. It'll be over.
Get him up out of the groove. I'm
Denny who? Exactly, KLO.
That race, Josh Berry was exceptionally aggressive. Anytime he got underneath a car, he
101.
was willing to put the door to him and move him out of the lane. We saw him be willing to do it earlier today.
Why is the bottom of the track way behind when they restart every time? I don't know.
Completely out of the groove, and it's worked for him. Nobody's made him pay for doing it. So that's in his playbook because it's been working the last 2 weeks.
And there's a little bit of positioning even coming into the restart zone because, Bell is trying to not restart out against the wall. He wants to run in the middle of the dry. Looks like he's trying to get the lower lane to have their lefts kind of in the damp.
Big crash, turn 4.
Accident, do they, Steve? Everything is thought about.
Yeah, they did.
He's not worried. He's got Josh Berry behind the
No,
wheel.
they didn't sell it. One at Front Row Motorsports, and Haas is keeping the other one. Does Berry have a chance? No, Christopher Bell's too strong.
And the green just kind of.
And like I said, remember, Bell has practice on these tires at this track. He knows how they work. He did it yesterday, remember.
Because of visibility. So
they did it yesterday for the Xfinity race.
It's just going to dampen the track as we see one to go, and here's the choose. That could end it. You mentioned it, Barry chooses the top, but Briscoe, I think Briscoe from third has to take the front.
Oh, yeah. No question.
He does.
Barry Briscoe.
Can they go 2 laps before it rains, before it gets too dark, or before they wreck again? Marty.
First career win and a playoff berth right in front of Josh Berry. What does he think about this restart? Listen in.
What now, Batman? I'm going to do this. I won't be able to sleep tonight if I don't.
Thank you, Justin.
I won't sleep tonight if I don't. I wonder what he's saying. Is he saying I'm going to take the top, or I might be willing to move Bell? Jeff, this will test your morals, but this may be their shot to make the playoffs right here.
Yeah, whenever this playoff format was introduced,
was anyone talking
exactly
smack when he had third during the red flag? No.
Win a race
no.
Puts you in the playoffs, and now you have a shot to win the championship. And the question is, would he be willing to start on the outside?
There we go, y'all.
Push him out of the way. I think it's.
There we go.
To do whatever it takes here.
Well, Josh Berry this might be a job application. Remember,
Christopher Bell has such a great start.
It's overtime, presented by Credit One Bank. 2 laps to go in the USA
Oh,
today. From New Hampshire
this one's
Motor
over.
Speedway.
Now there's a battle for second. What a run for Briscoe.
Bell, a great launch.
Bell was gone.
Now 3 in front of Josh Berry.
Yeah, Berry just couldn't get the power down. Briscoe got to his left side. SHR teammates side by side for second. That's going to allow Bell to kind of use every bit of the racetrack he wants or needs.
Berry fighting on the outside. Bell's going to get the white flag.
Yeah, he was gone. Geez, CJT.
Will end it. So even if a caution comes out, this will be the final chance at it. Christopher Bell won yesterday in the Xfinity Series race, Rick. He looked good in the dry. He's looked good in the wet. Christopher Bell, still the man to beat at New Hampshire.
Get out the broom.
1 lap.
The fight for second continues between Stewart Haas drivers. A little contact made there, but it's going to be
Berry going to go to
who
second.
sweeps the weekend.
Christopher Bell.
What a day.
Congratulations.
Bell wins in New Hampshire.
Go to the webcam here, Christopher Bell, real quick. Oh, come on. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Great stinking job, fellas. I'm proud of you guys.
Jermaine says he jumped the real start, the restart.
6 hours.
Yeah.
6 hour race.
And worth the wait. I didn't think we were going to see wet tires and didn't know what to expect. Drivers should be applauded for the show they delivered. Trent's
Overdrive.
coming up to congratulate his teammate.
Wow.
What a day. What a weekend for Christopher Bell. Yesterday, 4 wins in the Xfinity Series in his 4 starts.
Swept the weekend. I said it. I said it, Lloyd, in that vlog.
Today, he does something that we didn't think we'd ever see. After 219 laps, they put
6-hour race for 300 laps, 4-hour race for a 600 laps.
Send him back out there on a wet racetrack. And Bell prevails in New Hampshire.
Wow.
Coach Gibbs.
To back for Christopher Bell. It's dark now, yeah. You're welcome, rock and roll. Chop on, baby. You're welcome, Karen. You're welcome, TJ. You're welcome, Rodney. Yeah, Chase Briscoe got second. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Tim. Thank you. Thank you, Brad.
All smiles for Christopher Bell.
Chris Busher, another 5. Oh, camera's off. Let's see if they go to the other one. This one.
He's getting familiar with these finish line interviews.
Habits are hard to break, Rick, right? That is now 7 New Hampshire wins and 11 National Series starts for Christopher Bell at this racetrack. You told me you would be good with the wet weather tires, but did you think you would be the car to beat?
Definitely, Lloyd.
You never know. You never know how this thing's going to shake out.
Thank you, Georgia Shine.
So many things like that, and the adverse conditions.
Y'all are welcome.
I personally love adverse conditions because you're always trying to think outside the box. And you know, whenever we went back out, I was feeling around, and it felt like the normal Louden groove was really, really slippery. So I tried to just run down or run up, and Adam put the tune on this thing, and it was turning really good. So this is really cool because Ream has won a lot here, and we always have Watts on the car too. That is just really, really special. And guys, it says this one didn't get shortened.
Good job, Holly.
Hey, you're not a fan of the lobster. Are you going to be cool with that? It's 25 pounds this year.
Thank you, Fleeced.
Absolutely.
He wouldn't really want to pick it up before, Rick, but I tell you what, this race seems so good. And guess who is now second on the playoff grid? Christopher Bell and the 20 team just 1 point behind Kyle Larson.
And Marty, he mentioned the race didn't get shorted. It actually got lengthened. This one was 305 laps. And in the end,
all right, so Christopher Bell wins the race. He sweeps the weekend at New Hampshire, and I am so glad I stayed for an hour or so rain delay or more, whatever it was. But anybody here that lasted 6 hours and 44 minutes with me? Anybody here lasted 6 hours, 44 minutes? Say yes. If you're still here and you lasted 6 hours and 44 minutes, I want to see yes. Perfect storm. Yep, that's right. Let me see yes. Richard, man, you're the best, bro. Wow. That is awesome. Y'all are... Wow. That is so cool. 6 hours, 45 minutes for everybody. Wow. I'm just watching the chat, y'all. Just... Barry says nope. Wow. Wow. So there you go. Thank you guys for the ones that hung out here for 6 hours and 45 minutes with me. And I pray 5 hours is good too. Hey, y'all just hanging out watching me. That's awesome. So let's take a look at the rundown here really quick. Christopher Bell wins the race, sweeps New Hampshire. Chase Briscoe, great run for Chase and Josh. SRH, good run there for them. 3 hours, hey, that's cool too. Thank you guys for the ones that watched. Collie, thank you. Kyle Larson, top 5. Chris Buescher, there you go. Tyler Reddick, thought he had it in the bag. He was smiling when that rain hit. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 7th. John Hunter Nemechek, 8th. Martin Truex, 9th. Look at the top 10 for Truex after spinning and having that horrible pit stop. Ross Chastain as well. He spun and got in the top 10. Good for him. Eric Jones in 13th. Harrison Burton in 14th. Michael McDowell. Him and Blaney got into it. Oh, there he goes. Camera's off. And Ty Gibbs, 16th. Carson Hocevar, 17th. Chase Elliott, 18th. Austin Cindric, 19th. Ty Dillon, 20th. 21st, Daniel Suarez. Kaz Gralla, 22nd. 23rd, Corey LaJoy, who sped what? Like 5 times, and he still finishes ahead of Denny. Denny Hamlin, 24th. Ryan Blaney with that spin, never got back there. And then William Byron, 26th. Noah Gragson, 27th. He spun. Brad spun last. Justin Haley, the last car on the lead lap. And let's see. Zane Smith, Daniel Hemrick, Logano, 3 laps down. Dylan, Bubba Wallace, Kyle Busch, and then Alex Bowman. So there is that. Leaders today. Christopher Bell, domination. 149 laps. Tyler Reddick, 53. He thought he had it in the bag, man. Look at 38, 19 laps for the 38. That's when he got back in that top 5. Chase led 42 and Denny led 43. Your cautions today, 15 cautions. So anybody picked 15? Reggie says the cheater jumped the real start. So I guess I'm sure there'll be some videos out there of that. But you're all welcome. Thank you so much for hanging with us. Let's listen in a little bit longer here. Where you at?
Bad luck for Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace in a wreck later. Joey Logano leaves in the playoffs.
Well, 18th, right behind Bubba Wallace, closing in on that cut line, looking like he has a chance to make a run for the playoffs. Chase Briscoe, he's standing by with Parker.
Steve, it was a huge day for Chase Briscoe. They came into this race 44 points out. You're now 25 points out of the playoffs. And at one point in stage 1, you were fighting to stay on the lead lap. You restarted the red flag in 23rd, but you came home second. How did you pull that off?
Yeah, the rain saved us for sure.
Glad you did, Diane.
In the dry, and we knew, typically on the road courses and even the ovals that we've ran in the rain, we've been pretty good. Truthfully, I didn't expect to drive up to second, but yeah, really good recovery for our Zet Ford. Cool for them too. This is their first time ever in the sport, and to come away with a chance at a win. And yeah, it was fun racing up there at the end and slipping, sliding around. The track was changing a lot as I like sprint car racing, and just the groove was literally changing lap in and lap out. So. Yeah,
thank you,
Don.
Don.
Told me 2 hours ago that we would have ran second. I don't think I would have believed you, but overall, yeah, great day for us, and definitely needed one just kind of turn the ship around. It's been a real struggle, and yeah, a good overall day for sure.
You ran second, so I think a lot of fans want to know, how would you assess these wet weather tires and what we just all went through and experienced here over the last second portion of this race?
Yeah, I thought it was really good. Truthfully, I think we could have probably
started. Welcome, Kathy.
The track
Thank you, Suzanne.
Wetter. The beginning was pretty fun. We were like all over the place, 5 wide at times, and slipping and sliding around. It's been really encouraging.
Welcome, Herb.
To see kind of the wet weather progression of how aggressive we've been with it, and I think we can continue to do that. And even from a visibility standpoint, I mean, it was totally fine with no wipers, anything. So, yeah, I'm all for rain racing on the ovals and even on the road courses too. So hopefully we can get some more of it.
It's a passing grade for Chase Briscoe, Kim.
As we talk about rebounds, how about Josh Berry? Under the red flag, 20th.
18th, Chase Elliott.
3rd. I know you wanted more, though, out of that restart, the overtime restart. Take me through it. What could you have done differently now that you look back at it?
Yeah, we were debating back and forth on bottom or top. I really wanted to take the front row, but it just seemed slick down there, right? And I just felt like I'd be stuck racing probably Chase, who would have been on the outside, kind of like we ended up. Honestly, I think I probably just, I really pushed Christopher out there really hard, and I think that kind of checked my momentum.
That's all right.
And then I just got a little loose off of 2. I got Chase back to my left rear. He kind of drug me back, and we just got stuck racing and had a drag race there to the line. But Yeah, it's like I said earlier, right? The rain was a new opportunity for us, and we capitalized. The car was really, really good that second half. I mean, we cut right up through there. So just started out the day really strong and ended it strong too.
And that rain offered the opportunity for some more time on the wet weather tires. What's your confidence level now that you've seen a lot of racing on them?
Yeah, I think it works well, right? It's definitely a challenge, right? It's intense, but it's so much fun. I find myself riding around under caution, just like trying to figure out where the grip's at, what part of what pavement has grip, paint, or whether the paint has grip, doesn't have paint. And then you see us running through the water on the front stretch. I mean, I've never done anything like that in my life, but man, it was so much fun. Our car was really strong, right? That helps, right? Like it's not just us driving it in the rain, right? It takes the adjustments and the air pressures and everything it takes to make it go on the rain tires. Rodney did a great job. Everyone on the 14
Wow, you're okay there, Astro.
Like I said, we were strong to start the race, come back at the end and got a third place finish. Really solid day, a lot to be proud of. Just want to thank Miner and everybody, Stewart Haas Racing, Ford Performance, everybody on this 4 team. We're going to keep digging.
Marty, I think that's a seal of approval from Josh Berry on those wet weather tires.
Well, Kim, for Ryan Blaney, after winning last week, it looked like it would be a top 3 finish.
Listen
today,
to Ryan Blaney,
then
then we'll go.
A 25th finish. How did you feel like how Michael McDowell raced you there with a couple of restarts to go? And he also approached your car after the race. What did he want to say?
I say, sorry you wrecked me. Apology is nice, but it's not going to bring back what he did. So, I mean, I knew what he was trying to do. It was like a low percentage move. I mean, it's wet down there, and you're just going to stove it off in there. And what do you think's going to happen? Like, you're going to take both of us out. So, I know he's got to win and all that, and that's his excuse. But you have to, like, be a little bit more calculated than that, and just thinks that we're at the expense of it. But, man, I really thought we had a decent shot to, like, contend. I was happy because we came in, put tires on, made a big adjustment. And I was looking forward to kind of restarting
a low percentage
seeing
move.
If we could have anything for him and just.
Kelly really said, "Thank you, Spain."
The 12 boys, Menards, Dutch Boy, Ford.
Someone said, "Thank you, Spain."
Amworth and long day and really fast cars. I think I have really enjoyed where our short track program is going.
Thank you,
now.
Anthony.
So hopefully we can just continue to try to get that a little bit better.
Winds up being 25th for Ryan Blaney after the win last week, Rick.
And thank you, Marty. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, so that is that for our NASCAR coverage today. What a day. 6 hours, 52 minutes, 39 seconds. 1,700 likes, 1,000 subscribers. Wow, 16K. Thank you, Spain. What's for dinner? And I want to thank Spain. Everybody in the chat, the 1,300 that are here, I want to say put thank you, Spain, in the chat. She has been doing grocery store, made our Sam's run. She ran here, she ran there. She did all of it while I sat my butt right here and entertained y'all for 6 hours and 53 minutes. So, but thank you, Spain, in the chat. I want to see thank you, Spain, in the chat. She is a wonderful woman, and I'm blessed to have her as my wife. And I love you, baby. So I want to thank my members for giving your hard-earned money. A whole bunch of members today. There's so many of y'all I can't even thank. There's so many super chats that I can't even thank right now. But thank you for everyone that gave their hard-earned money back here to us today. We appreciate you. And I want to thank my mods for modding a chat that has almost 6,000 people in it. And you really, I didn't see really, I know it moved a lot fast really quick, but I didn't see anything really bad. And you mods were doing a great job for the ones that hung out here today. So thank you so much for that. But we might need some more mods as big as these get now. So, but thank you so much for everything. Thanks for the 16K. If you missed the pie in the face, make sure you go back and watch the ticker go by. You'll know when you're getting close. Now next week, program alert, I will be in Nashville for the race. If you're going to be in Nashville, there'll be a live stream somewhere. So message me, whatever. I'm on Instagram. I'm on Facebook. Whatever you need to do to contact me, I'd love to meet you. So until then, thank you for watching. We'll be back to here doing this same thing right here next at the Chicago Street Race. But next week, CeeLo's going to Nashville and enjoying a race. So hopefully Denny can win this time. If not, we'll see what happens. But thank you guys so much for everything. And we will see you very soon. Congratulations, Christopher Bell. I almost picked them both. Picked Saturday. Good night, y'all. Love you. Peace out.